Two men, one pre-show, and one exciting day 3 here at TRCMA 2024, the biggest rag company event of the year. Dewar, how you feeling?
I'm feeling wonderful.
Me too.
It's hump day, wonderful day for camels.
Hump day, a wonderful day for camels.
And
they're all excited. We're excited. It's going to be a big day.
Exactly halfway through this amazing TRCMA
That's right.
event.
And you know what else is amazing?
What's that?
It's the rag company's 25th anniversary.
Ooh.
And they are bringing a huge sale. 25% off on all TRC microfiber, the Ultra line, all the TRC merchandise, that kind of deal.
You betcha.
What else can they save on, Dewar?
So, if you want to save 20% on everything else.
Everything else.
Just about everything else, including. What are we holding here, Jamie?
I got one too, if I can get it out without ruining the mic. Detail Factory dropped some amazing stuff yesterday. I don't know if these are live yet or anything, but there are a lot of good Detail Factory brushes on the website. You can save 20% on them. But yeah, so yesterday was a huge day. On day 2, Detail Factory brought the colors, the excitement, the entertainment. It was good stuff. What else do we have?
I think that, you're working out. We had a brand yesterday morning that I can pronounce properly. I don't know if you can. We had a little phone call with Jack. He was like, how do you say it down in the South, Jamie?
I say it Stiarnagloss. That's the best I can do, Jack. I do what I can.
I know
I say it my way. It is what it is.
He enjoyed our pre-show yesterday.
I think he enjoyed it. I enjoyed his. I enjoyed his hour. It was good. If you missed it, it's available on the Rag Company anytime you want. The replay is there. Go check it out. And don't forget today to like, subscribe, comment, because all that interaction is key.
That's right.
Because it's bigger, badder, better every single year. This year is non-stop action here at TRCMA 2024, and it's a continuous feed. There's entertainment all through the 8 hours. It's just a bigger, better show, Dewar.
That's right. That's right. And I know there was a little bit of a schedule shakeup when we first had it.
Couple shakies.
I'm not sure what is showing on the site, but I know that we did have Buff and Shine in the morning, but they're being bumped to the afternoon segment.
Bumped to the afternoon.
And then we have Optical rounding out the morning.
They swippity-swapped.
Swippity-swapped.
They swippity-swapped.
Swippity-swapped. So
it is what it is. So
speaking of swippity-swap, are we going to swippity-swap our location?
We're swippity-swapping. We're checking out what's going on here this morning at TRCMA 2024 because Gtechniq is coming in hot. My man Wheelin' Dealin' Wheeler is here. Chris, how you feeling this morning?
I feel fantastic.
The excitement is in the air. Last year, y'all couldn't make it.
I couldn't
All the storms in Georgia. I got stuck there myself. I did finally make it Monday morning last year. You unfortunately didn't. How was what was the disappointment like last year?
Very disappointing.
Very disappointing.
Yeah, I was very bummed.
Yeah, I bet.
I was on the phone with Delta for hours trying to figure it out.
It was a complete mess last year.
Yeah,
for sure. But you're back this year, and you're bringing some good demos this year.
Correct.
So we're gonna have some entertainment. Are we going to Foam Town?
Yes.
We're going to Foam Town. We're looking forward to it, Chris. You can see Jimmy get in here and give the people a little preview of what's to come with the Gtechniq section.
We got I love the new label design. I love the new sprayers.
Yeah. So 2 years ago, they kind of redid the labels. Made it much more, easier to read, that kind of deal. Self-explanatory labels. Got some styling and profiling with the hexagons, that kind of deal. Got Halo XO. Had some big updates over the last 12 months. Pretty cool stuff. I'm looking forward to it, Chris. It's going to be a fantastic segment. What about you, Dewar?
If anybody remembers from last year, I had some issues with spraying some iron removers. So I will be the last person to be touching this.
You just touched it. Don't touch it again.
But you guys can be touching this soon after you take advantage of the sale.
That's right. Gtechniq.
Heck of a deal. Heck of a deal.
off TRCMA on the ragcompany.com.
Look, folks, everybody that complains.
Look at this.
All these detailing channels. It's not a dirty car.
This is a dirty car. This is dirty.
This is dirty.
We got some good,
unbelievably dirty
traffic film, Dewar, on the side of that car.
All this
traffic film all over this car.
The Treasure Valley's finest.
So Chris is going to get put to work this morning. He's going to be cleaning a dirty car. Dewar, the sale, no promo codes needed, huh, Dewar?
No promo codes, and what also there isn't is that there is no sticker, but there is a T-shirt. If you like black and gold, gold is number 1.
You like the number 25?
Okay, you be number 1. You pick up a shirt.
You pick up that shirt.
And if you want it signed, what can they do, Jamie?
Then you can write in the comments section and of the order, not this comment section, the comment section of the order form. Drop it, whose signature you want. The team will do their best to get it over here and have whoever you want to sign it. So it's an exciting day. They're super busy.
Definitely.
So let's head over here.
Lucas has been running around in his Brooks. Nice snap in his step. He's been going back and forth. Like, he's setting records.
Yeah, speaking of Brooks, we're comfortable in our Brooks. So shout out to Brooks Running. Look at that. We're styling, profiling. Go check them out.
These are 2 years old and they still look brand new.
The official footwear of TRCMA and TRC. Let's check out the peanut gallery over here.
Look at this.
With our two runners up from the Grand Ambassador Showdown. I love these guys.
This product placement, folks. Last year, if you missed out, this is the Tiffany & Co. related shirt. Give us a little twirl, Hunter.
Out to Brooks.
Look at that. Wearing the Brooks.
There we go.
Matt's, doing his own thing.
And Matt's rocking the 25th anniversary.
Oh, he's got the shirt. Look at this. Gold, 25 years. Turn around. Look at this.
Matt. There we go.
25. Let him check it out some, Matt. Turn around. Show off the logo. Stand here, Matt. That was good. 25 years since 1999. Years and counting.
I still can't get over that none of us picked up on that sooner.
Right.
We were talking to Dane behind the scenes. He's like, I think someone pointed it out. So.
Yeah. Anyway, Hunter. Hey. This is your first time here at TRC.
Yeah.
How has it been? How's the first TRCMA experience been?
It's been incredible. I mean, it's been just, you think you see a lot of it watching online, but just the scope of everything that goes on behind the scenes, the crew that makes this possible is insane. It's the production is phenomenal.
Absolutely.
So shout out to
all the cameramen back here, all the people in the back, Nick in the whatever you call that place, the switchboard,
control room.
Amazing crew.
Yep. Right, and then we got Matt here. Matt, we had a little impromptu segment yesterday. Do you feel ripped off from the buttons? You kept taking my button, but how do you think that segment went overall?
They cheated the whole time.
I think it was the greatest segment ever segmented.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was the best ever, and I think people want more of it.
They want more Grand Ambassador action.
Yeah.
So for those that are interested in the Grand Ambassador program, I know they switched to a trimester system. All 4 of us have had the experience of dealing with that, and I don't think any of us would have met each other if it wasn't for that program. So, head over to the Rad Company Instagram whenever Anthony gets 8 seconds to create that. He'll have that application open probably in a couple weeks.
All right, well, boys, we appreciate it. Enjoy the show.
Matt
will be back for a recap, help us recap the Gtechniq segment. He loves Gtechniq. He's all excited about it. Chris, still getting warmed up over there. He's doing his vocal exercises, getting ready to entertain the masses. We're going to come over here to the Rising Sun section. We got 7 minutes to go, Dewar, until the biggest event of the year kicks off, day 3. How you feeling?
This morning is going to be hot, okay?
Oh, I'm already sweating.
We've got some Foamtown USA, perhaps, all right? We're lighting up our lives, all kinds of fun stuff. G-Tiller's Roadmap, you do not want to miss that.
Don't want to miss that. I think I'm getting a little roasty on their segment. They're checking out my website.
I can't wait for that. I love when the Swamp Master creature himself gets roasted.
Yeah, they're finding all the stuff that was wrong with it, and they're fixing it. So that's going to be a really, really good segment. Who else we got coming on, Dewar?
So, after you have lunch, okay, I know we've said it before, but this is absolutely a day where you need to call in sick this afternoon.
Like, call into work.
Turn your phone in airplane mode. I don't care what you do. Like, go off grid because IK is going to be coming in
our best friend, Yvonne from IK Sprayers.
Yvonne is the happiest human being in the world.
He is. He's the best.
I don't think I've ever seen a frown on that guy's face. It's always just smiling and maybe dropping something new. I don't know. We might have saw something, dude.
I don't know. It's pretty exciting. You don't want to miss Yvonne and his bag of tricks. He came on the Cleaner Cast a couple weeks ago. And he was like Oprah. He was just giving away sprayers. So he's excited. He's pumped up. It's going to be a crazy segment.
We had a little video with Sydney Brigg-Wen. She's going to be on later with Buff and Shine.
She is. She's coming back today for Buff and Shine. Justin Lobato. That's going to be fantastic. They're going to be talking edge guards.
That's right.
All the fun stuff. Those pads are freaking amazing, dude.
Yeah, I do like it. If you're just starting out polishing, it's a great option because what it does is that it gives you the ability to self-center the pad a little bit. If you're an expert like yourself, the Swamp King, I'm waiting. You do the foam cannon flip, right?
Get the flip.
You do all this fun stuff. What I really want to see you do, Jamie, is throw a pad in the air and then catch it on the polisher. The Rupes polisher.
That might be something that's going to take a little practice. I'm going to have to work on that.
That's all right. But I mean, you can wreck some of these pads and not feel too bad about it if you take advantage of the sale.
Yeah, what I love about the EdgeGuard too is for employees that might be newer to the polishing realm, you're teaching them paint correction, they can just slap that thing self-centered, no wibble wobbles, centered perfectly every single time. protects them off the edges, that kind of deal. So just amazing pads. Hopefully we get a good demo out of it too. I think they're going a full hour.
Ooh,
it's going to be a great segment.
Rounding up the day.
Who we got rounding out today?
Stoner's Car Care.
Our good friends at Stoner Car Care.
If starting out, I started out with invisible glass.
Oh, yeah.
I bought the 4-pack at Costco. I'm going to go through this quickly, and it's still there. It never goes away.
Nope.
But they are going to be remote. A little trampoline-related incident. But
Rich.
That's okay.
Rich thinks he's a little younger than he is. Shout out to Rich. We love him.
Yep, we definitely love Rich.
Yep.
Love Little Joe's.
Had an accident. Yeah, we love Little Joe's.
Love Little Joe's.
TRC loves Little Joe's, too. We see them all around the studio. Everyone here loves the Little Joe's. It's a fun time.
Yep. Stoner's is just a lot of fun. And, even though that may not be carried here at the Ray Company, they're industry favorites.
Yeah, they're bringing it in. They've tried to change the game with their odorless iron remover.
Yep.
They're doing a good job. I think they're going to give us the demo. I think there's been some updates to it, so I'm looking forward to checking it out. They've come out with ceramic coatings over the last 12 months for glass, trim, paint. They're stepping up their game, Stoner Car Care.
Most definitely.
Skylar and Rich has done a tremendous job.
So your Port Telluride is the most coated vehicle in the history of the swamp.
It has a new product every panel, Doer.
That's right, new product every panel. So if people want to try new products, how can they save some money this week?
You know how they can save some money, Doer? It's the 25th anniversary over at TRC. They can save 25% off on all TRC microfiber, the Ultra line, maybe some swag.
Yep, maybe some swag.
And what else can they save, Doer?
Well, if they want to save on just about everything else, if you want to get your IK sprayers topped up for the springtime, if you want to get some Gtechniq stuff, I mean, Chris could make a car wash by soap.
Yes.
Like they could have something commercial and he's like, no, Jew wash, I got you.
I got you. That's right.
So
Gtechniq, 20% off.
Big fan of CSL and XO.
Everything else.
Yep, definitely.
No promo code needed. Just head on over there, add it to cart. The deductions will be, at checkout. They'll show you how much you save, that kind of deal.
Because how many times do you go to a website and it's super annoying? It's like, got to type in a code. Whether it's Joey 10, something silly like that. I don't want to do that.
Well, how would you ever want to type in Joey 10 and help the next best thing in Grambassador history? Why would you want to help him get here next year as Grambassador of the year?
Exactly.
By using Joey 10 on a TRC website.
I'm a little worried for 25 years from now when they have the 50% off sale. I hope they don't go that deep, but we'll see.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait 25 years. It's going to be, TRCMA 50 or whatever. I don't know. What are they,
I'm excited to see what Jimmy's camera contraption will be in 25 years.
Jimmy's going to be full cyborg. Look, this contraption is hysterical. It's great. I mean, look how steady it is. Jimmy's doing a fantastic job here with his rig. The rig's rig.
That's
right. Fantastic. Give it 2 thumbs up, Jimmy. You're killing
the rest of the media crew here has been doing phenomenal.
How phenomenal is the crew here to bring this epic show? 8 hours. They're behind cameras. They're flipping switches. They're making sure there's no hiccups.
Yep.
Well, what a production. You drop the like. You drop the comments. Everybody drop a comment right now congratulating the media team, how good of a job they're doing. They're killing it. So get that interaction coming in. Like, subscribe, share. What's it hurt you to share? Share on the Facebook. Tell your grandma to tune in. Go
the best part about
on every TV in your house. Yeah.
Best part about it, being the resident Canadian, I strive to be everybody's favorite Canadian. Exchange rate is not the greatest, so things are expensive now. But you know what's free? It's hitting that subscribe, hitting the like.
Hitting that
completely
free.
Hitting
the like. You're getting the 25% off. No promo code needed.
No.
I mean, they're doing it for you. You do it for them. Make it happen, Captain. We need this day 3. People get comfortable in day 3.
That's right.
We need the interaction to go up on day 3.
Yep.
Smash it. Comment. Don't stop commenting. That kind of deal. Absolutely demolish it. Double tap it. That kind of deal.
Yep.
And scan grip. Let's go over here, Jimmy, real quick. Look at let's give a little preview. Look at this light. I've never seen a light this big in my life. I mean, it's probably bright as the sun.
Are you a Scan Grip fan, Jamie?
Oh, I'm a huge Scan Grip fan because this one right here, the headset, helps me turn into the swamp creature.
Yep. And speaking of swamp creature, I think the swamp creature is the one that steals your chargers the most.
Yeah.
Because Jamie looks away for a second, they're gone.
Do float away sometimes here or there at the swamp. But
most definitely.
Let's head on back over to the rising sun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Scan Grip.
Yep.
the best lights in the business.
Yep.
There you go. Shout out to TRC Media Team. We got the comments rolling in. Y'all keep up the good work. Shout out to shipping team as well. They are over there sweating.
Yeah, and speaking of the shipping team, we dropped off some bingo cards to the wonderful Amber over there.
Yep.
So you may or may not be getting a bingo card.
I'm hoping to go find a printer and print some more. Do you? Right?
I told him, I said, I'm hoping that everybody that gets an order with the bingo card understands what this is.
Yep.
Because otherwise, that's going to be really, really awkward.
Yep. We got the comments coming on. Keep them coming. We are mere seconds away from the biggest, baddest TRCMA event of the year, day 3. It's coming in hot. We're excited. We hope you're excited. We're the Cleaner Cast. We'll be back at the halftime show. Doer, TRCMA starts now!
Hello and welcome to day 3 of TRCMA 2024. This has been a fantastic week full of tips, tricks, detailing, knowledge, as well as a lot of amazing detailing drops. And so day 3 is going to be no different. It's going to carry on with more products, more education, and a little bit of everything in between. So far the week's been fantastic, right? From brand partners such as PNS that have been here. We've had Avery Dennison. We've had the Wrap Institute wrapping things. It's just been incredible. We've absolutely loved this. It's been a ton of fun. And if you haven't seen the Viper segment or the Grand Ambassador segment, I highly recommend watching that because I think that was quite hilarious myself personally. Maybe because I was in it. Maybe, I don't know, possibly something like that. So anyways, day 3 is going to continue on. We're going to be starting the morning with Gtechniq. But really quick, before you go anywhere, head to theragcompany.com because... Yes, okay, sorry, head to theragcompany.com because I want you to check out all of the amazing deals. We have 25% off almost everything at the Rag Company and the Rag Company lineup, and then we have 20% off everything else from our other brand partners. So you're going to be able to pick up this shirt that I'm wearing right now, which is super cool, our anniversary shirt, and you're also going to be able to pick up towels, chemicals, and a little bit of everything in between. So this is a fantastic sale. It's been going awesome, and we've had a couple different orders come in with requests for signing, so we've signed some stuff too, which has been really cool as well. So head there, go to town. I know plenty of people have already placed orders this week and will continue to place orders, so I highly recommend going and checking out the website because that's how we're able to provide this show and keep this going year after year. So anyways, yeah, check out the shirt. You'll like the shirt. 25th anniversary shirt. It's pretty awesome. And so going into this morning, we have Gtechniq at 9 a.m. We have Detailer's Roadmap at 10 a.m. We have Scan Grip at 10:30. We have Optical at 11:15. Then, of course, the halftime show with your favorite Canadian and Deep South resident, Jamie the Cleaner. And then we have IK starting at 2, Buff and Shine starting at 3, and then Stoner Car Care taking it away at 4 p.m. So just a jam-packed day full of amazing brands and more detailing knowledge and more drops. And let me just tell you really quick, I got a tease yesterday of something pretty special from IK. You guys are going to lose it. I promise you're going to lose it. It's insane. I couldn't believe that this is actually being dropped at TRCMA. I mean, I kind of can, but at the same time, it's almost too good to be true. So don't go anywhere. You definitely want to check out that segment. So starting off our morning, we have Gtechniq taking the reins.
Wow. I don't know if we could follow that. Like, Anthony just totally buried the lead with IK.
Yeah.
And now we got to go. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I got Chris Wheeler from Gtechniq North America here, and Chris, welcome, man. Thanks for coming this year.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad I got to make it this year. But yeah, I'm super excited to be able to just kind of dive deep into our maintenance products with everybody.
Perfect.
We're gonna wash this really dirty Jeep over here.
Ooh, can't wait.
And so yeah, I'm just gonna go over some of the tips and tricks within the brand, within the products, dilution ratios, pH scales, how much to put in your foam cannon, all that good stuff.
Yeah,
all the little stuff people always ask, you know, on a regular basis.
Well, and what I like is you guys have such a full lineup of products that really you can't go wrong when you utilize Gtechniq products with your car, whether it's coated or not.
Yep.
It's just a good, cohesive line that everything does exactly as it's supposed to, and you kind of take the guesswork out of a lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, the line's very simplified is what I like about it the most, is you don't have a lot of the same product, essentially, right? You don't have 4 different multi-purpose cleaners, one for exterior, one for interior, like all that kind of stuff. So they've definitely done a really good job building the brand, and now it's just getting everybody in their shop to understand the little tips and the little things that you can use within the brand to help make your shop more functional, more efficient, and all that kind of stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what do you want to start with?
So we are going to start with probably filling up our buckets and getting our foam cannon set up, and then we'll get the car foamed down, and then just kind of keep rolling from there.
All right. Well, let's get to it. I'm going to go turn on, make sure the water's on.
Okay.
That's something we didn't check before we started. And then we'll get some buckets filled. But why don't you start talking about how you want to do
so
filling
first,
up a foam cannon?
Yeah, first guys, I'll jump into W4, which is our citrus foam. Citrus foam is a pH 8 on the pH scale. So it's just a good all citrus purpose cleaner. It's got a little bit more bite than your standard G-Wash. So with this car, with how dirty it is, I'll probably go about, I don't know, 2 fingers, 1 finger, because it's just one car. I'm not washing multiple cars. I don't like to waste product or anything. So we'll fill that up, go over and get some water.
Come on over. I got a little spot-free water going on over here. Now, what most people, you know, what's the right way to fill up your foam cannon? How do you do? Do you do water first, then soap, or are you a soap guy, then water?
I'm a soap guy, then water.
Yeah.
I like to get the soap in there first, and then just kind of shake it up.
That's a good idea.
To let it kind of activate, right, within the foam cannon, so that way it's got a dilution as it comes out already, and then you don't necessarily obviously want the thickest foam, right? You just want some foam, just enough.
Yeah.
So for me personally, I'm not like a super thick foam guy, you know, because at the end of the day, the more foam you have on the car, the more water you need to rinse it off, right? So like if you're a mobile guy and you go for that super nice shaving cream look for the Instagram photos, that's great until you run out of water and you can't rinse it all off the customer's car, right? So I think that's a super important thing, depending on your environment, depending on what type of business you're running, will depend on how thick of foam you might want in that situation. So
exactly. Well, cool. Well, I got that bucket filled. So you can roll that over.
Tight space in here.
Yeah, it's a little tight. You can also lift it up, put it on the other side of the mat. That might help it if you don't lose the dolly.
Oh, just the dolly. Cool, cool.
All right. We'll mix up a rinse bucket here for us. Or this one says wash.
Yeah, the other one was our rinse bucket.
All right.
No worries.
Well, this one's good.
But just while he's doing that, I'll just kind of jump over here real quick, guys, and talk a little bit more about some of the products. So with the products, obviously you have a comprehensive line. All of your W's are your wash and your maintenance products. With each product, they have a very specific use for you within the business. You know, you have your pH neutral shampoo with G-Wash. So something big that I want to focus on with everybody when it comes to being a ceramic coating manufacturer. When people get a coating, they expect it to be beading, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? Over time, your coating's going to get clogged up, and you got to declog, unclog your coating. That being said, you're going to use a lot of high pH chemicals, acidic chemicals, and things like that. So once you're done using those pH chemicals, those higher pH chemicals, lower pH chemicals, you need to neutralize the surface. So you need to neutralize the surface with something like G-Wash. So that's really one of the main functions with G-Wash. Beyond that, for ceramic coating maintenance, with the new version 2 on it, that has what we call a wetting agent added to the formulation. That keeps the shampoo and the surfactants clung to the surface for the ceramic, so you have that lubrication needed to safely remove the dirt from the surface. So I think that's super important, because a lot of times you'll see on Instagram and things like that, guys, they show the car foamed up and you got the beads of the foam rolling off the car. That's great because the coating's doing what it's supposed to do, but simultaneously though, you want the soap to be on the surface so you have that lubrication and those surfactants to actually clean safely on that surface.
I think that's something that's really missed. I notice there's a lot of folks that, and I say this, and you guys have probably seen me say this online, people ask, oh, I washed my car, my coating failed, or because I sprayed this type of soap and it's just sitting on the surface. That's kind of a good thing, because if it just, like you say, it rolls off, you don't have any lubrication left.
Yep.
And a lot of people don't realize that it's the actual dirt that's on the coating that's holding some of that, but it can also be the chemistry of the soap that's designed to attach so that it can effectively clean the surface.
Yep.
And I've had to explain to some people, like, just wash it again.
Yeah.
Like, you just washed it wrong. And they go, I didn't wash it wrong. No, you kind of did, because that's not the effect. You know, yes, it looks good. Yes, it looks awesome in camera shots, but you need to have the soap be able to stick at least enough to attach, to break down and start doing what soap's supposed to do, which is remove those
and even
materials.
On that note, same kind of thing. Like you have a ceramic coated car, you take your blower, you blow the car off, you know, but there's still spots here and there. You're like, they're not blowing off how you want them to. A lot of times you take a drying towel, you dry it off, and you hit it with water again, then that area comes right back, because usually what happens is you still have something on the surface.
Right.
There's something there, and until you physically remove it, whether it be with a drying towel or a wash mitt or whatever it is, then you're still going to see that dead spot, right? That's what people always try to focus on. Let me get this hooked up. We'll get this baby foam down.
Yeah, it's the gun's over there.
Over here.
Ready to rock.
So are you like a wand person?
Well, we're either or.
Either or?
You can do whatever you want, but
okay.
We do shorties, we do long ones, we'll just, whatever we need to do.
I'll do my best to not hit the cameras. So as you can tell, it's pretty thick, and I really didn't put a lot in my foam cannon at all. Get it super thick, I guess, huh?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, cool. So with W4, we usually suggest, you know, probably let it sit on the surface for about up to 3 minutes, I would say. Obviously, environment dependent.
Yeah.
You know, if you're outdoors working, obviously, hopefully not in the sun, but if you're indoors like this, you can let it sit for 3 minutes or so. Usually, during this process, I'll usually go ahead and start the wheels. Yeah. A lot of times. So for me, we have W6, which is our iron fallout remover, and then you have W5, which is your multi-purpose cleaner. I'll use W5 on the tires, and then I'll use W6 on the wheels.
Okay. Yeah.
So W6.
Do you want me to hit the tires while you're hitting the wheels?
Sure. So with W6, guys, this is only actually a pH 8.
Neat.
Me too.
So
I like neat.
There's I kind of feel like there's not a reason to dilute an iron remover in those instances, because of the fact that you want all the actives available to break down the iron deposits. You know, when you're using like a, you know, something like W5, you can dilute it because maybe your tires aren't that dirty and they're already dressed, and you want to be able to, you don't want to strip everything. You're not going for a heavy clean, you're just going for a maintenance.
Sure.
So that's a product you could dilute.
Look at that nice tire browning already starting to happen with that W5. Some good action right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking
cool.
Well, and I don't think enough people realize that with citrus foam is doing like what you just did. You foamed it on while the car's dry.
Yep.
So we've got the most amount of chemical on the surface to be able to start breaking down and starting to help remove that as like a traditional pre-wash.
Yeah, and so like for me, with how dirty this car was, I'm not going to touch it until I foam it and rinse it.
Yeah.
That's the first step for me personally. Is what I tell people most time, you know, on the phone when they call and they ask, like, do I have to foam my car, right? It's like, no, you don't have to, but if your car is really dirty, I would recommend it. Yeah. You know, so I had a guy the other day, he called me, he's like, yeah, I'm a month in, my car's not really that dirty, I've got your G-Wash, but now I'm reading online that I gotta foam it. He's like, but I don't got the foam, and it's like, that's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Just use your bucket method properly, and you'll be all right, you know, so. All right.
Well, while you foam, I'll grab another dolly for the bucket.
Okay.
Or rinse, I should say.
There we go. Poor Jimmy's got to chase me around.
So do you wash a car always the same way? Are you one of those guys like myself who goes, I always start at a certain side and I always do it the same every time? Or do you just kind of do what you want?
So I try to do it the same.
Yeah.
But sometimes it just doesn't work that way, because usually when I'm washing a car, I'm always interrupted.
Yeah.
So like I'm always, you know, talking to somebody. Eric shows up and wants to talk, and then I get distracted. You know, whatever it is. So, but also like me personally, I generally do the same method: foam it, start with the wheels, and then do the rest of the car. Yeah, that's my main process. This thing definitely has some protection on it.
It does.
Do you know what it is?
I do.
Top secret.
No, it's a Dr. Beasley's coating.
Okay. It looks good.
We installed it during one of the Future of Detailing trainings.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
No, it looks good. Now I will say, I'm sometimes kind of lazy when it comes to rinsing.
Yeah.
When I'm first foaming the car, because I'm just going to hit it with soap again anyway.
Yeah. Well, and we're in the controlled environment. We don't have sun beating down, and we're running with spot-free water, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, definitely.
But if you are out in the elements and you're not running spot-free, try and keep the car wet. What I've told many mobile detailers is they're just out working on a car and they're like, I can't keep chasing the sun. Well, the biggest thing is just, if you can't make it back over, pre-wet the area. Just keep water on it so that you give yourself a little bit of extra time to get over to that side, especially if you're just washing or scrubbing with soap. You may have to rinse it a couple times just because, again, you want to keep the car wet, especially in direct sunlight.
Yeah, 100%. Cool. So,
all right.
Jump on the wheels. Did you grab over here?
Yeah, the wheel bucket's there. We need some wheel brushes, it looks like. My goodness. Chris, what are we doing, man?
I don't know.
There's a scrub brush there.
There's a scrubby.
I grabbed a Detail Factory barrel brush and the new Ultra wheel brush here from the Rag Company.
I have not used that yet. This is exciting. So, on that note, I was talking with the guys earlier, and we have our new training center that just was completed. And I'm going to have a whole list of goodies that I need to get from you guys
there we go.
For the training center.
These tires.
But that's one of our big focuses for this year.
Yeah, the place looks beautiful.
Is being able to hold trainings not only for Gtechniq, but all the other brands within the industry as well. So we're going to partner with essentially any brand that wants to come in and use the facility. They can. So, you know, we've already had some meetings with some other brands. We had Rupes in there last week. They were the first ones to use the space, which was really cool. And then we'll be able to do our accreditation classes there.
Yeah.
We've got, you know, all the equipment, right? So that's
you guys are.
That's part of it. So it's the training center of excellence, right? So it's not just about training people on Gtechniq, but also teaching people, you know, about the equipment and the different things to help improve their business. You know, tools like these so you don't, you know, hurt your wrist and get carpal tunnel and all those different things, right? So if you're going to detail cars for 30 years, you got to worry about your long-term health.
Yeah, and that's a big thing a lot of people don't take into account, and that's one of the reasons like that we designed that brush.
Yep.
So
this is really nice.
Again, it's the ergonomics of
the thumb spot is really nice.
It's the ergonomics of a lot of the tools and equipment that we're bringing on and creating is to make it easier. And as Anthony said yesterday, we're kind of living in the golden age of detailing right now.
Definitely.
It's so much easier now than it used to be back in the day. You know, especially with, you know, comfort grips and things like that where our hands and our shoulders and our elbows and tools, like we had the new Rupes tool, it was a lot lighter, you know? So there's a lot of things that have been coming out into the market that help make it a lot easier for folks that are coming into the market that are, you know, maybe they don't know why we've, you know, the pioneers that went before.
Right.
So why? Because again, like you said, teaching those proper ergonomics when you're working on a car is a huge thing because it'll make you last longer as a tool. Realistically, you're the ultimate tool for working on your car, and you want to be able to make it work.
Absolutely. So. Even like I know it's hard to eat the price, right, of a lot of the tools that come out. Viper chair, the Viper carts, they're amazing, and it's hard to justify that cost until you use it, until you sit in it, until you feel it. So that's part of the center, is getting people to feel and use all those tools and pieces of equipment that they normally, you know, question spending the money on, and just letting them use it and feel it and believe in it first. So, you know, for example, last week during our first Rupes class, we had a guy, you know, he'd never used a Rupes polisher before.
That's a big thing.
That's a big thing. And so he used the Rupes polisher, and he left the class and ordered 3 Rupes polishers, you know? So he's like, wow, this is crazy. There's like no vibration.
Yeah.
And it's like, think about how your wrist is going to feel.
Yeah, your elbows, your
elbows,
your back,
and
like
all that stuff. And
after a day of polishing.
He sat there and thought about it and was like, wow, this is awesome. It's like, So that's also a huge part of it, you know, is just getting the guys to experience it. And then obviously the shop layout itself, that's a big part, is we kind of, as you know, we've been around the whole country. We have shops everywhere. You know, we've got Chicago Auto Pros, we got, you know, Colorado Detail, we got Auto Works, like all these guys in different parts of the country.
Yeah.
And basically what we did is while we were building the center is we stole ideas from everybody, the ideas that worked and the ideas that didn't work. And so we designed a shop that realistically, it's not a full use shop, but if it was, I mean, you're going to turn out some work.
Right, yeah. And that's the cool thing also is folks taking trainings, and that's one of the cool things about all the different groups doing trainings is you get to learn from so many different variations of styles, aesthetics, the way workflow, there's a whole bunch of stuff. And that's one of the biggest unique things and why I always tell people to take a training, because there are guys that go, man, I've been doing this 15 years, I know everything. I don't think I need to learn anything. Well, you might learn something just walking into your building just the way it's laid out.
100%.
Or where you've placed tools or equipment. Or you might learn from one of the other classmates who has an idea and goes, you know, well, this is how I do it at my shop. You know, that's where it really starts to shine and people can go, oh man, this is great. And they get the benefit of learning about Gtechniq products.
Oh, of course. Yeah, and no, I mean, that's a perfect way to put it, because a lot of times in those classes, you learn more from your people that, you know, you work in the same industry, deal with the same problems more than us sometimes, because they've been through what you're going through, and they can give you things that, you know, I might not be able to give you based upon their experience that they have in their shop. So things like the Serum Summit, that's one of the most beautiful things about it, is just getting everybody together so they can just talk.
Yep.
You know, that's a huge part of it.
Share tips and tricks and secrets. So I was going to say, the other cool thing that a lot of people don't think about when they're, is everybody, you know, one of the things about Gtechniq products is not only their ease of use, but the coatings are very simple and easy to install. So C5, CSL, XO, V5, all these products, the G1, G2, all those are great, easy installs on a vehicle. And the DIYer can do it. But taking a proper training, you learn how to actually install something like Ultra. You also get to see the proper application methods or methods that maybe you didn't even know was possible that'll save you time and money.
Yep. Which
is a huge, huge thing when you're an installer.
100%.
You know, I took a class years ago, and I had a classmate that literally said, my coatings are failing. Every coating I'm putting on is failing after 3 months, 6 months. And he was utilizing a oil-wrapped blue, like, paper towel, like the Scott towels. That's what he was using to install his coatings. He didn't like using the applicators that came with the coating. He liked that because he felt that was softer and safer.
Yeah.
What he didn't realize was that's coated in a petroleum distillate to help you clean and remove grease from your hands and oil. So he was using that, installing the coating, so now there was a
clash of chemicals.
So the coating wasn't actually properly bonding. But nobody had ever taught him how to install the coating properly. He had just become certified by or authorized by the company to install the coating. But it wasn't until he took the actual class and was like, oh, I had no idea.
Yep.
And he had to redo all those coatings he had done for 6 months or a year or whatever prior to that. So I took that and was like, holy crap, this is invaluable to learn that, because many people don't realize. So I'm going to let you get back to spraying those wheels so we can get this next step going. And make sure you guys get your comments and questions in for Chris so we can get a little Q&A towards the end of this session.
Whose car is this?
This is AB.
Oh.
Anthony Blaine. He's one of our technical directors here in the floor. He is watching right now. He's literally like 10 steps behind you there. Just making sure you're doing a good job.
Right, that's why I had to make sure who's watching.
Yeah. So what soap are we going to put on this? You got the ceramic G-Wash or G-Wash? What do you want to do?
So because it's pretty dirty, I'm just going to go to the G-Wash.
Okay.
Now on that note though, I did want to cover ceramic G-Wash also.
Talk about that.
So obviously these are two different products. One thing I've noticed just from experimenting is if you're going to do ceramic G-Wash, you have to make sure you rinse your bucket of any other chemical or shampoo.
Okay.
You have to, otherwise it just kills itself.
Okay.
I've done it where I use G-Wash, right, and then I use that same mitt.
You just dump it out.
Rinse it quick, whatever, and then I use my ceramic G-Wash and I rinse it, and I'm like, this stuff sucks.
Yeah.
You know, ceramic G-Wash, like what the heck? Like Gtechniq, what is the problem, right? Well, then very quickly realized, rinsed my bucket out really, really good. Yeah. Got a fresh wash mitt.
You got residual soap or something sitting in
so
there.
Something,
or other contaminants.
Something was in there that was canceling out what this was supposed to do. So that being said, you can clean and protect at the same time with ceramic G-Wash. It's a pH 8, so it's a little bit more aggressive than your regular G-Wash. Now again, it is a little bit different to use because it doesn't have any suds.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that people have tried to get used to, but they just can't seem to understand it. Think of it almost like the technology within rinseless wash. It's going to encapsulate the dirt particulates, and it's going to give you that slickness as you're using it.
Yeah,
so
it's not creating suds.
Correct. Yeah. There's no suds, because what we found in the lab is if you have any ceramic wash of any kind, it doesn't like suds.
Yeah.
That's what usually creates the streaks on the glass or the streaks on the paint. It's because the suds and the ceramic don't like each other.
Yeah.
So if you're going to have a ceramic infused soap or shampoo, you cannot have suds in it.
There you go.
Well, you can,
good to know.
But then you're going to have streaks.
Yeah.
So, cool. So with G-Wash, I like to measure by the glug. So I'll usually do 2 glugs. So I'll do a big glug, and then I'll do a little glug.
There you go.
That's
it. That's a precision.
Precision glugs. G-Wash is very thick and viscous, so you do kind of got to agitate it a little bit once you get it in your bucket.
Yeah.
A lot of times it likes to sink down to the bottom, so you always try to tell everybody dunk your mitt a bunch of times, get it kind of suds up.
That's basically what I'm doing. I got 2 cyclone pads here, and just kind of making a little like washing machine style.
So you want to do driver's side? I'll do
driver's side,
passenger side? Cool. Let's do it. Tell you, the coating feels pretty good on here. Give him some props, you know.
I'll get up on top here and get this. I'll get your side too, so you don't have to worry about hopping up.
Pull a leaf out of there for him. We're gonna need to do some C4 on this thing, huh?
Yeah, we will. It's about time.
Yeah, no, this coating feels good.
Yeah, it's almost a year old. But what's great is, like I said, you know, or what we were talking about earlier, is any of these maintenance products work because you can use them whether the vehicle's coated or not.
Yep.
And they will work with other coatings, but it is always good to kind of stay in the family of the coating that you're utilizing, because of the like properties between the chemistry. So the maintenance products just work a little bit better when they're working on their own product, right? Their own coating.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, just like any brand, right? They all test it within their line.
Yeah.
You know, they're not necessarily looking at other products and seeing if it maintains the other brand's coating. Right. It's just not something we look at.
Yeah.
It's like if it works for our stuff, then we're happy.
Yeah. And that's a big thing too, is a lot of folks tend to do that and go, especially for warranties, especially if you have a warranted coating.
Yep.
It's more important to do that, because that is going to be the number one question as a manufacturer you're going to ask is, well, how was it cared?
Right.
What were you using? And if you're using another company's maybe ceramic wash to maintenance the coating, that could be an issue. I'm not saying it always is, but
right.
It could cause some problem down the line.
Yeah, I just had a guy recently. He had his car coated in CSL, and I don't quite understand how this type of thing happens, because for me personally, as a detailer, as a shop owner, if you have a customer and they want to maintain their car, you would think you would tell them how to maintain it properly.
Yeah, or sell them on the products.
Or sell them on a maintenance plan of some sort. Well, this customer reached out to Gtechniq saying his coating failed, and I very, very quickly learned that he was going to some random, hand wash / car tunnel thing, right?
Yeah.
And that's cool. I'm happy that he's trying, but he sent photos in, and you can clearly tell they're using some dirty wash mitts or something.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you wash your car with sandpaper, it's probably not going to look that good.
Well, we've got a couple hand washes here in Boise, and that's, I've taken my truck through just for fun, just because I like to see them.
Right.
I like to check them out and see what they're doing. And I recall seeing one of the kids there washing, dropped the mitt on the ground, picked it back up, went straight to the top of the vehicle, and kept going. And I was like, well, that's okay. But that's not, a lot of people aren't professionally trained in those proper methods, and we all start somewhere.
Yep.
I started down at the car wash down the street here, not even a half a mile away from the rag company. 16 years old, and I'm pressure washing and brush scrubbing every single car that goes through a touchless tunnel.
Yep.
And I was pretty much washing the entire car before it went through. But I didn't know any better. That's just how they taught me at the facility, was, hey, this is what we're doing. And, it wasn't until I got older and was detailing that I started learning different styles, different techniques, and it was something completely different.
Yep. So you can kind of see on here the wetting that I was talking about too with the G-wash.
Yeah. How
on the surface you can see those streaks right here. That's that wetting agent keeping the surfactants clung on the surface there. So that's really cool to see, just kind of it doing its thing. But I think we're good to go. We can rinse now.
I think there's one spot in the center of the roof I need to grab.
You want me to hop up there?
No, I got it.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay. I won't spray you yet.
Okay. It's just far enough on the other side that I couldn't get in.
Oh, gotcha. That was my fault.
That's all right. So I've got a couple of drying towels that we can use. A few of them. So what's nice is now that it's you're rinsing, you can see the hydrophobics a lot better. You've obviously we've cleaned the surface now, which helps. So after this, is there anything that you would do normally after rinsing it? So would you put a drying aid on of some sort, or would you do something
as I'm rinsing, I'm kind of taking mental notes to see how the panels are reacting as I'm rinsing, to see if there's anything, if this is a Gtechniq coating, it doesn't really matter what coating it is. If there's a coating on the car, I'm looking for anything that might not be performing as it should. Right. And then at that point, I'll look at seeing if there was, if I can look more, grab a scan grip light and look to see if somebody hit it with something, there was some physical damage in that area, whatever. And then at that point, probably follow it up with ceramic sealant or Easy Coat or ceramic G-Wash, one of your favorite, aftercare products to help maintain the hydrophobics and that sort of thing.
Yeah. The thing that I look out for, you can rinse while I say this. The thing that I look out for when I'm rinsing is watching how that water behavior actually comes down the vehicle. That one is going to make sure that you know that you clean the car properly. Because you're going to want to see how that water moves. If you hit a spot and water's moving, and then it hits and it's just a triangle of nothing, right? Water just stops. That's a big indicator that that spot's still dirty. And maybe you missed that spot when you were cleaning. And so that's another reason to, like Chris said, take that visual inspection of what you're doing and how you're washing. That way you can make sure you properly wash the vehicle the right way, and you're able to get all those spots that we are talking about. So, coming back here so you can get that.
Cool. I think we're good.
We got a couple towels here we can throw on. Now, one thing that I'm noticing is this hood. We can get a shot of how this water's kind of falling off this hood. It's pulling, which is what it's supposed to do as a coating. But if you notice, the rest of the hydrophobics are different. So what this tells me is that there is probably still some dirt, still some grime, or some contamination. And this is the front of the vehicle. So this is your leading edge. This is hitting all the dirt, all the bugs, all the spray from the cars on the road behind it or in front of it. So this is a very dirty area traditionally. So that's another thing to watch out for, is just kind of see how the water runs off. As it's coming off, I'm looking and it's pretty clean anyway. But this is a section where this is where you would benefit maybe topping with a topper like CTV3 or
you jump, you get a little bit more aggressive with your cleaners. So then at this point, I might take some W5, all-purpose cleaner, and spray that down, let that sit on the front for a bit to see how much more of that film or dirt, whatever's there causing that reaction, and get as much of it off first before we put that ceramic topper on there. So usually that's my process. It would be W4, W5, W6.
There you go.
Usually, if
it's weird. The numbers almost work in sequence.
It's almost like they work in sequence, yeah. So those are my top 3 recommended products when it comes to ceramic coating maintenance or just general maintenance. W4, W5, W6. If you use those 3 products, you're generally going to have a really, really clean car when you're done.
There we go.
So we're going to jump in and we're going to dry now.
Drying.
Cool.
Dane, we got any questions from the folks at home?
Yeah, of course. We got a few questions here. Funny enough, EC here, Eddie, was actually going to ask, what are your top 3 products you'd suggest to a newcomer?
There you go. E4, C4,
So
what is it? W4, W5, W6.
W4, W5.
I got confused with the EC, the Eddie Cologne there.
So I'm going to go a little bit more in depth, Dane, with that question.
Yeah,
for good old Eddie. I would say my maintenance products, W4, W5, W6 all day. But when it comes to getting yourself introduced to the brand, one of my absolute favorite products is TriClean.
Yeah.
It is one of my absolute favorite products that I think is very much slept on. It is a good everything interior cleaner for leather, pleather, fabric, alcantara, suede, all your different interior items. The best part is that it makes your car feel like new, smell like new, like a doctor's office. So it disinfects and it cleans and leaves a nice OEM matte finish. So that's my absolute favorite product. I use it around my house. I use it on my keyboards. I use it on anything that I touch.
Yeah, that's something to talk about. Is one of the cool things about the Gtechniq interior line is the additive now of everything has the antibacterial and microbial properties to it.
BioCoat is the additive that's in there. It's an actual, medically reviewed company that they have case studies showing that it actually reduces the spread of sickness, whether it be the flu or one of those other ones that we're not going to name, So it's a very versatile product, and you can even dilute it. I like to dilute it 50-50 a lot of times with distilled water, especially with a lot of the cars that we clean. They're not that dirty, so you don't need it full strength.
No, and especially now, post-pandemic.
Yep.
That's something that a lot of customers, even if they're not asking for it, it's something that you can feature and talk about in your, advertising for your business or your shop, or just in the general process of what you're doing, to let them know, hey, this is what else I'm doing. So as I'm doing your interior detail, here's what's happening and what you're gonna get back.
Yep.
And a lot of customers are really impressed by that because they didn't realize,
It's a really easy upsell in my opinion.
Yeah.
Especially you got a mom in a minivan.
Yeah.
Right? You got a mom in a minivan, there's crumbs everywhere and all that stuff. The kids touch everything, right? So get as much of it disinfected as possible.
Yeah, that's a huge selling point for that is the AB variants that are now basically standard.
Yeah.
On the interior products.
Just so everybody knows, they were standard before
they were
everything happened. So during all of it, the sales on it went through the roof.
Yeah.
We sold out of it a couple times, but it's a great product and very slept on. So that would be one of my top recommended products for sure. Beyond that, W4, W5, W6.
There you go.
Yep.
Sweet. What else you got, Dane?
Yeah, of course. Then Eddie kind of followed up and asked what your fave of all those products was, but you also kind of touched on that as well.
Gotcha.
Let's see. When you guys were actually doing the wash process, Upgrade here was wondering the dilution ratio. So I think it may have been on one of the early chemicals you used. This is pretty early on in the wash.
So maybe citrus foam.
Yeah, citrus foam. So I mean, I just did pretty much about 2 fingers into the foam cannon and then filled it halfway with water. And as you could see on the video, it was very thick, a lot thicker than I normally go, but that's all right. We made this Jeep very clean again.
There you go.
So with that all being said, one other thing I wanted to go over is some of the pHs with some of these products.
Okay.
So what you have here is you have W5, which is a pH 12 to 14, depending on how you dilute it. So very versatile product. Depending on how you dilute it, you might use it in a different setting, whether it be an interior floor mat or whatever it is. It's a very, very nice product to use. I use it to clean my grill. I've got a Traeger smoker, and Traeger sells a name brand multi-purpose cleaner, Traeger cleaner, and it's $13.95, and I can buy a 1 liter of W5 for less. So, and I can dilute it into multiple bottles. So it's a really, really good cost-effective product, especially in a 5 liter. If you're in a shop setting, I always tell everybody, if you're not buying your favorite product in a 5 liter, you're doing it wrong.
Well, and people can actually, we've got 5 liters available.
You do.
Some of these products. So you can pick them up, and hey, it's 20% off today.
And then from there, you have your W6, which I mentioned, that's just a pH 8.
Yep.
So it's not a very aggressive iron fallout remover, but it does the job. It does what it needs to do. W7 is a very, very aggressive product. It is considered to be an apricot solvent.
Okay.
So it doesn't have a pH. Okay, so it has a super high flash point, but it is technically our most aggressive cleaner that we have.
Yeah.
So it's W7, you can kind of smell it because it's leaking.
If it burns, it's so strong, it dissolves the cap.
Yes. So the W7 is a phenomenal glue and tar remover. Yeah. The biggest thing I tell everybody, do not get it on plastics, headlights, or taillights.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Yeah.
Just use it. If you're going to be around taillights and headlights, spray it on a towel, massage it in. If you get it on some headlights and taillights, rinse it off, neutralize the surface.
Yeah.
I've literally seen it seep into headlights and explode.
It burns the seal,
yes.
the rubber, the gasket, or any of that.
Yeah.
It's doing what it's doing.
It's doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
W8 is our bug remover, which is one of our top selling products. For me personally, from what I've seen on the market, there's not one at a better cost-effective rate.
I actually just texted, my aunt asked me, she had some bugs on her truck, and she's like, I just spent 2 hours trying to get them all off.
Yep.
And she had one of our Jersey bug scrubbers, but she's like, I need a dedicated bug remover. She's in South Texas.
Okay.
And so she had hit all kinds of stuff, and I literally sent her our rag company Amazon link for the bug remover and said, just pick up a bottle of this.
So this one is actually a pH 13.
Yeah.
Very aggressive cleaner. This will actually attack the inorganic matter on the surface. So the bugs have very high pH level.
Yeah, they're very.
So that's why you have to have such an aggressive cleaner to remove it. That all being said, it's safe to use on your coating, right? Obviously in the right conditions. You don't want to use something like this in direct sunlight. You don't want to use it on a hot surface, right? So very, very nice, aggressive product. It also does really well with bird droppings and bird etchings because of that organic matter that lives in that bird dropping. So that's just kind of one thing I wanted to mention with the W8. And then W9, that's our water spot remover. That's also pH 12. So again, very high on the pH scale. Something like this, our good friend Matt Mormon, if anybody saw his video, he took 2 bottles and was like a gunslinger and just was like, and shot his whole Raptor down, and then he had nasty, nasty water spots all over his glass.
Yeah.
Because he didn't really use it right.
Yeah.
So with this product, you want to spray it on a towel, saturate the towel, massage the water spots. At that point, what you're going to see is you're going to pull the minerals out of the water spot, but a lot of times you're still going to see that silica imprint left behind.
Well, that's what a lot of people seem to think, is they're like, well, I removed them, but I used the product, but they're still there. And it's, no, we've removed the material, the actual minerals off of the surface, but what they don't realize is those minerals over hot and cold cycles work their way into the clear coat. And so what you're seeing is the leftover. And that's why we say never polish or buff on water spots that have not been hit with a mineral remover first. Because all you're going to do is push them in a little more, and then they're going to come back each different heat cycle.
So I call that ghosting. I call it ghosting. We see that a lot. A lot of guys, they'll polish out a whole car, they'll coat it, and then the next day they come in the morning and they're like, all those water spots came back. So what I try to tell people is, before you do it, if you've got a car that had really bad water spots or etchings, whatever it is, do your paint correction, pull the car outside, let it go through a heat cycle a couple times, then bring it back in, and then see what it looks like. Because that's the only way you're ever going to be able to get some of those really gnarly spots out. Otherwise, they're just going to come right back every time. So always important to run it through a heat cycle, because people don't understand how much paint expands and contracts.
It breathes. That's what I try to remind people, is that it breathes. It's almost like a living organism because of how much it moves and bounces back and forth. Another reason why Halo is so effective for vinyl and PPF, because that product breathes even more. When you put PPF or vinyl on a car, it flexes and moves way more than traditional clear coat does. And so that's what I try to explain, is people who don't understand, is I go, your clear coat on your car is like you. Standing here, you and me, we're breathing, we're moving back and forth. But if you and I go run around the block a couple times, we're breathing a lot harder, and we're trying to catch our breath, but that's what vinyl and PPF is doing in comparison to clear coat. And so having flexible films coatings like this help keep up with that. So,
Dan, it looks like we have a good question.
Yeah, I brought that up because he started talking about Halo, and I thought it was pretty relevant. So there you go.
So with Halo, it is designed for PPF and vinyl. So if you do go to apply it to paint or any of the other surfaces, it's just not going to hold up. That's the thing. So you know, with it being specifically designed to go on a more malleable substrate where it's going to expand and contract and all that kind of stuff, it's just not going to last long term on the painted surfaces. So that being said, for someone like him in his situation, personally, I would just use something like XO V5 and just coat everything in XO. Or you'd get something like CSL, coat everything in CSL. That's usually what I teach guys in the trainings. If you got a car that's a front clip PPF, don't open up a whole bottle of Halo just to do a front clip. You know, use your favorite coating. The biggest thing with that, the caveat, obviously, is that CSL XO is technically meant for paint and clear coat, so you might not get a full 5 years out of CSL on PPF. That's my one caveat I always try to say.
Yep, good to know.
All right. Then I've got Robert here. What would you recommend when you have zero shade? Normally I wash early morning or late nights. Thanks.
So personally, I would probably wash panel by panel, especially if like you're in sunlight specifically. You can get away with it. It's just you got to take a little bit more time to make sure that you're not creating another headache for yourself. You know, getting too far in your wash process and then you see all the stuff you missed because it dried up in the sun or whatever it is. So start panel by panel, you know, pick a section, start with that section, rinse it off, keep it rolling.
His driveway must be south facing.
Yeah.
He's always got the sun on it.
All right. Now this is one I think a lot of people come across. So we can go ahead and help Andrew out here. Andrew asks, how can I clean my tires if I have a previous dressing applied? I don't want to strip the dressing. Can I still use a tire brush? What kind of chemical?
Honestly, yes. Most times you can just use a tire brush and just car wash soap.
Yes.
If you want. Just to kind of get some of the dirt and grime off. It won't remove as much, specifically depending on the car wash soap you're going to use. But yeah, if you want to strip the previous dressing, then use a all-purpose cleaner or something.
Yeah, just use a less aggressive cleaner and don't go crazy with your brush. Yeah, that's the biggest thing.
All right, and then Elevated Shine, always throwing out the speculative stuff. Gtech coming out with a rinseless wash one of these days?
I love rinseless wash, I'll tell you that much. I've been doing O&R rinseless wash since probably 2011. So I would love if Gtechniq came out with a rinseless wash. If they will or not, you'll just have to wait and see.
There you go.
But I will say we are working on quite a few new things. Just weren't ready yet for TRCMA. But so just keep an eye out, and we'll have some new stuff, some updated products. The big one I'm excited for is we have a new leather guard that'll be coming out soon. So there's like I'm not a chemist, but there's some chemical that is getting banned worldwide right now. It's some whatever fluoride chemical, which is in a lot of sealants and protectants in our industry. And so we've kind of taken the initiative to get ahead of the curve. So this is our last product we have that's getting reformulated to where that's not in the product anymore. So that's exciting. So we'll be all compliant across the world, be able to ship everywhere we need to ship.
Yeah, during the pandemic, one of my favorite things was I had a little bottle of leather guard and just a microfiber towel. And so when you'd get gas or you'd come in from the store or whatever, grocery store, you'd hit your hands with hand sanitizer, right? Like we used to do all the time. You grab that steering wheel, most people don't realize, you grab that leather wrap steering wheel and you still have alcohol on your skin. It would start to deteriorate that leather. It actually isn't great for it. But what I would do is I would take that leather guard, I'd put the hand sanitizer on, then I'd take that leather guard, I'd spray it on the towel because it also had the antimicrobial and bacterial in it, and then I'd give my steering wheel just a quick wipe down. So I was adding some protection, adding a little antimicrobial and bacterial protection as well, and that gave my hands a little time to off gas. And
that's cool.
Not have that before I grab, but that was my go-to. I always had that in my center console.
One of my shops, he actually keeps a little 100 ml spray bottle of C2V3 with him.
Yeah.
Anytime he travels, and he'll actually get out and put it on the windshield of his rental cars.
That is a smart move. That is a very smart move.
Every time he goes somewhere, I'll get a picture from him putting it on his windshield, and his wife's sitting in the passenger seat with the pouty face, like, meh.
Well, the last time we rented a car, Dane, remember that windshield was completely hammered on our rental car in Georgia, and we had torrential downpours that year that we had the crazy weather at the Serum Summit.
Bad.
And yeah, we couldn't see out the window.
Yep.
It was horrific.
So yeah, good to know. All right, last
question.
question.
I have one more question, so let me throw this one out there because I think a lot of people might share this. Let's do Paul's here. Paul asking, which coating should I choose if I have to install it outside? So there's always considerations that need to be made if you're exposed, and maybe consider sunlight versus, shade.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say we're outside. It's maybe 7 o'clock. Sun's kind of already gone down, but we don't have direct sunlight, and there's no wind. What do you think?
EXO.
Ideal.
Perfect. EXO.
EXO all day. I mean, it doesn't get much easier than EXO. If you're outside, just work in smaller sections. Get your flash time down. Keep the bottle out of the sunlight so it doesn't get too hot. As many variables you can reduce while you're outside as possible.
Temperature and humidity is a big key that a lot of people don't think about, and that's something that I think any detailer or hobbyist should invest in a small little weather station you pick up on Amazon that at least give you temperature and humidity.
Yep.
So because that also goes into it. A lot of people don't realize they install it and it's super high humidity.
But
stuff starts to flash a little faster.
Just kind of tease you guys. There might be something coming out soon to help with that.
Oh, there we go. Good to know. So, Chris, how do they stay in touch? How do they keep their eye on you guys and see some of those new products?
Gtechniq _NA for North America. You can obviously also follow the main page, Gtechniq. That's our UK mothership. So all of our announcements typically are made through all of our social media channels. We've got the YouTubes, we've got Instagram, we've got Facebook. Gtechniq North America. Feel free to reach out to us with any additional questions that we didn't get to. More than happy to help.
There we go. All right, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. And now we're going to move over to another Chris from Detailer's Roadmap.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the outro from Gtechniq from our friends. So I'm Chris from Detailer's Roadmap. If you've never heard of us, we do a lot of websites for the detailing, PPF, window tint, and coating industry. So we do several hundred websites per year. So what I'm going to do is my presentation is actually not really so much a sales pitch, but more or less what you can maybe do for your website, exactly how we build them today. We're all about trying to get people found online, trying to convert people better on a website. So when someone wants a detailing website, we really always want to provide the highest ROI possible. So I'm going to bring my friend over, Jamie. Hi, Jamie. How are you?
Back again. I'm doing good, Chris.
Nice
it's good
to meet
be
you.
Here with you, Chris. I'm the perfect person for this segment because I was very neglectful of having a professional website for my business stuff. I gotta give a shout out to Eddie Clone Comments. Calm down, buddy. It's okay. Calm down. He was the first one to tell me, you gotta step it up. You're professional. You're a real business. You gotta get on it. And then that led to you coming on the podcast.
Yep.
You talked us through it. You gotta show us what you did on that podcast again today.
Yep.
And I'm happy to be here. I've come a long way in 12 months.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
My good friends.
So we're gonna pull up our presentation here. So basically what our presentation is about getting discovered and create demand, okay? And so a lot of this is we're gonna maybe pick on Jamie's old site just a little bit, and then we're gonna show people kind of what makes a difference in your site today, what can really turn the needle, and really get more leads and get found better. And I'm gonna kind of talk about it here. So a little bit of a half second just about who we are. Once again, we've done hundreds and hundreds of websites per year. Traditionally, we've been an agency that works with a lot of the manufacturers, some of which you've seen here during TRCMA. Got lots of great reviews. You can read and learn more about us at detailersroadmap.com as well. So kind of going through it, this is Jamie's site.
Yep.
This is on the left-hand side of the screen. That's kind of what we were started with. Yep. On the right-hand side, that is the roadmap design that is live today. And you can go to, and what's your website URL? JamieTheCleaner.com.
JamieTheCleaner.com. Yep.
So, yeah.
that helps.
I appreciate that. So the biggest thing we're going to talk about real quick today is really how do you create a dynamic website, how you can turn and get kind of higher dollars, higher codings, everything into your kind of nature. And I'm going to break that down. And so the biggest problem customers have today, or really detailers, is I need more leads.
Definitely.
I need more traffic. I just need more volume, right? And so the biggest thing is when you're doing this is how do you generate discovery? How do you generate business? That's a lot of stuff on the screen. That'll lose people's minds.
Yes, and my mindset, where I'm from the deep south, the real deep south in this country, and it's a lot of word of mouth. Chris.
Word of mouth.
I ran on that. You got to earn the customer's trust in the deep south, Chris.
Every dollar is earned.
Have someone tell someone that I'm real good at this, and they're going to come by, and we're going to do our thing. So I ran on that for a long, long time.
Yeah, and that's what we call demand generation. So on the left-hand side, what he was talking about when he got reviews from his customers, he had people demanding his services. Always a high ROI, right? Yep. So a lot of times people are talking about Jamie the Cleaner. They were recommended it. You should be at a high close rate.
Yep.
Well, one of the best close rates always is going to be organic search. So that's someone who found your website, found codings, said, this is my guy, I researched you. You should be closing quite a bit of those. And then paid direct sales and social, that's what's called lead generation. They don't really know you. But they're just interested. You might run some ads, typically a lower close rate, and we'll kind of walk through that here. Okay. So problem is there's only one Jamie, and I just listed 50 things. I hear you. Not everybody is a marketer, but let's go ahead and just put in a couple things in perspective of let's make it all efficient. For just kind of the status quo so everybody understands, we pull this live data from hundreds and hundreds of launched websites in the detailing community. So we've done Chicago Auto Pros, we've done Jamie's, we've done High Def, Justin Lobato's, lots and lots of websites. So we kind of pull all this data. So everything that I'm going to kind of spit out is just real data. So you really just got to know your conversions. So a conversion, and I've even asked you last week, I'm like, hey,
got to know the numbers.
Got to know some numbers.
Yep.
So
I'm real bad at it.
It's all right. So when someone is referred to you from a website, you're probably going to close about 80% of the time, right? You talk to 10 people.
Yes. They usually have a problem.
Yep.
They're asking around. I got a problem. Do you have a solution or know someone who can find that solution? They tell them about me. They come on in. That's how it works. Close rate's pretty high when it's a referral, for sure.
Yep. And then Google ads, you typically are going to get about 8 to 13%. Massive difference, right?
Difference, yeah.
Imagine talking to 100 people and you're closing 80 that were referred to you.
Yep.
And imagine closing 8.
Yeah, it's a big drop off.
It's a huge drop off. Facebook ads is kind of all over the board, but everybody's familiar with this, right? Grandma reaches out. How much is a coding? $12.99. Well, never heard back from them again.
Gone.
Goodbye.
Ghosted.
See you later.
Where'd they go, Chris? Where'd they go? That's how it usually goes.
So, long story short, if you do conversion rates on a great website, and I'm going to talk about how to make a great website, you can steal all of our ideas, is that a great website will close around 70 to 80% for you.
That's huge.
Yeah. I mean, it saves you a lot of time, a lot of pre-qualification.
For sure.
And so problem number 1, Google uses writing to rank. Okay. And so we gave you a hard time on your podcast that basically said, Google is a robot, and she reads, and I'm calling Google a female because, females are much smarter than men.
Definitely.
She reads, and if you copy paste it off of Gtechniq's website or, God forbid, Rag Company's website, don't do it.
Oof.
Don't you copy people's websites.
That's bad. It's real bad.
It's basically plagiarism. I hate to break it to you. And Google knows all about that. So
Google doesn't like that, huh?
Google doesn't like it. So solve that problem is write your site uniquely. No copy paste. 800 to 1,000 words per page. If you're not a writer, you can call the friendly people at detailersroadmap.com. But I always recommend, if you're going to do your own site, write uniquely. If you use something from Gtechniq or Rag Company, maybe just kind of use it as a basis and then write your own stuff. You'll start to rank organically for your own website, okay? So that's solution number 1. Here's kind of a big thing about unqualified visitors. So I saw a lot of, when we started doing websites years and years ago, I saw a lot of people put forms on the top of a website. Yep. And when you put a form at the top of the website, you're just saying, hey, give me your information, come on in, I'll get you a quote. Low close rate. Really? A lot of tire kickers, because all they're incentivized is to basically give you their information. Why would they ever scroll down, learn about your coding packages, your detailing packages?
Exactly. So they stop at the form because they want an answer. They expect you to get back to them pretty quickly and explain everything.
Yep. And you know how hard it is to reach anybody nowadays,
especially through email, text, that kind of deal. It's hard to actually translate what's going on.
Yeah. So when you put a form up top, you're just really incentivizing tire kickers. So I always say, are you sure about that? You sure you really want to do this scenario?
It seems like the right way to, like, I'm a dumb detailer, I'm Chris, Chris, you know what I am.
I'm just a dumb designer.
It seems right, like to ask, fill out this and we'll get back to you. That seems like the thing to do. So interesting.
So what we typically do, and what you can kind of take from us, is good design is getting the right info fast. So a lot of times what we do on our websites, which you can go to detailersroadmap.com and certainly learn about it, is that you really want to have some great photos and you really want to tell people what you do. I have great, this is my coding, here's my starting at prices. Be sweet and short with everything. And then you really want someone to say, yep, they are the one.
Yeah, so you blew me away when you came on the podcast and started talking about what pictures to post and that kind of deal. And you said, I'm looking at your website, Jamie, and there's no Jamie.
No Jamie.
I wasn't anywhere on my own website. And I kind of just stopped and looked and I was like, that's a great point, Chris. Wow. You really blew my mind there.
Yep, and that's exactly what this slide's exactly to the T. So I'm just going to quickly talk about this. This is a gentleman in Texas. We had a great, successful website. He posted on the left-hand side, he kept posting Lamborghinis, Porsches, everything. From a detailer perspective, that turns our needle, right? We love posting shiny
just
vehicles.
Looking at the end result, the cars we work on, we want to show it off. We think that's the way to go.
Yep, and if you were to look at that Lamborghini photo and you say, hey, this got the works, and let's say the customer didn't know anything about you.
I'm all excited looking
What
at
is the works? Is it paint protection? What do you know? An invisible film? Is it invisible coating?
I know. It looks like it got ceramic coated, that kind of deal.
That car was probably not even washed at that point.
Right.
So I always tell people is photos sing a story. Use photos on your website that shows you providing that service, okay? People like to buy from other people. So here's some real data. This is my favorite slide. So what we did is on this gentleman's site, he had 2,000 visits, essentially 2,100 visits in June. And out of that, he got 104 leads. It's about a 5% conversion ratio. So he booked about 70%, about 72 jobs. Great. There was his, he had about an 80K month.
Oh yeah, we're rolling.
Yeah.
We're doing good.
In July, we switched all the photos. Get off all those finished car photos. Don't put any more on your site. Use photos of you guys paint correcting, putting PPF, ceramic coating, all that stuff.
Yeah, telling that story of what we actually do in there.
And the moment he did that, all of July, because we switched on July 1, he literally went from 104 leads to 148.
Unbelievable.
He closed pretty much the same percentage, and he had 109 jobs booked, which led to about a difference of about
we
50
were really
grand.
Doing good after that. I mean, we thought we were doing good, changed the photos on the website, and now we're booked out.
Yeah.
That's great.
I mean, it's just crazy. So this is, Chicago Auto Pros, who everybody knows, Jason and those guys, is that websites featuring people perform about 36 to 40% more leads on a consumer site. So if I had one thing you can take away from this presentation, guys, stop putting finished cars on your websites, start putting yourself. Be like Chris and Jamie. Get on camera. Come on now. It's okay. Don't be shy.
I mean, even me, I'm a content creator, and I just that never translated. I just wanted to show the end results and you show everybody how shiny I could get the car.
And they can't ever imagine
that was good enough.
Right?
Wow.
So, and the number 3 is how do you turn your website to actually get more of those leads, right? So if you did the reading, you did the photos, and say, I don't get many leads out of your site, the biggest thing, and this is Jamie's site, you're going to see these pink buttons nonstop. You have to ask, want to book now, call today, text us, book online. Every single scroll is asking for a decision, okay? And when you do that, what do you know? You showed them how good you are, you wrote how good you are, and you asked it.
You've seen a face.
You've seen a face.
They're getting comfortable.
Yep.
They have that comfortability. They hit see the button, they push the button.
Push the button. 10 to 12 buttons per page is what we usually recommend.
That's a lot of buttons.
It's a lot of freaking buttons. I hate to say it. You know, I used to hate putting buttons on website, but it really does work. And so when you kind of combine all three of these things, right? So you have problem one, I need to write uniquely. Problem two, make sure your website's pretty and using great photos.
Definitely.
And problem three, is my website a 24/7 salesman? Call to buttons work absolutely all the time.
That's the best way to put it. 24/7 salesman. That's what you want it to be.
That's what you want it
to be, working at all times.
So when you combine all these efforts, let's say you had 100 visitors on your site, you typically see about 1 to 2 engagement. If you combine all these efforts, you'll go from 1 to 2% to typically 6 to 8. So you'll go from typically 2 inquiries to between 6 and 8 inquiries per 100 people.
Yeah, wow.
It starts adding up really quick.
Really
I mean,
quick, yeah.
if you start running ads, start doing social media, that engagement pretty much stays the same. So that little bit of percentage really can accelerate your business in a completely different animal. So once again, this is kind of what Jamie had before on the left-hand side. And you could kind of now see all the interaction, see the videos, and you know.
Yes, we got videos playing now.
You got sliders. I mean, if you're having a slider, paint chip prepared, telling people what you're actually doing, I mean, now you can kind of really tell Jamie is an artist and he's doing what the best thing is. My favorite is like ceramic coating videos that show water droplets coming off, not a finished car, right? You're not selling a Chevy, right? You're selling a coating service.
Yep.
So
anybody can, you know, get the car wet and post a shiny picture.
Yep.
What is actually happening on that surface, the visualization is key.
Yep. I'm actually really proud of myself. I've been running through this. This is usually a 35-minute presentation. I've narrowed this down to like less than 20.
Rolling.
I'm pretty happy. So if you don't feel like you're the type of person that wants to do that or you want to step up to the next level, this is the kind of that mini pitch. If Detailer's Roadmap, we deliver custom turnkey websites. We're probably the only company that has United States support. So we actually have an entire team in Milwaukee. So any changes you want done on your site, you can log in, comment, but we literally design the website and we actually provide monthly support every single month. We include technical SEO, success, and because I want partners, I'm not really interested in selling a website once and never talking to people, is that we'll literally redesign the website every 30 months. So every 30 months, we'll do a brand new website, scrap it.
You were telling me, you know, you look at a website 2 years ago that you did, and you're like, ugh.
I hate it. I hate it.
Yep.
But I'm a finicky person.
Yeah.
I'm always on to the next one. You know what?
Same with us. You know, we look at the cars we did, or the more content creator side. We look at the videos we did a couple years ago, the content we made, and we're like, ugh.
Yeah.
So yeah,
we just hate your own stuff. And I always wanted a program that somebody could literally get into a website and say, oh, I'm ready to get a new one.
Yeah.
I'm getting the next thing. So we really developed a partnership for people to stay on, and we've got hundreds and hundreds of people that are partners with us, and we truly create them partners. So
branding changes, that kind of deal. So stuff needs to be updated.
Yeah. So if you're interested in a website, you're absolutely welcome to visit detailersroadmap.com. We also do shirts, and you're going to come at me with probably what glorified car washer. It might be a little slightly controversial, but you can use code RAG for 10% off.
There you go.
And that will work at Detailing Shirts, as well as if you mention this, we'll also give you a little bit of a discount as well on a website. So once again, RAG for 10% off. We've got some shirts launching, and that's it. That's the pitch. Can I go home? This is it.
Let's
done deal.
It up, Chris. Wrap it up.
Oh, man. Well, you know, we got some questions, we got some comments, and fortunately, down in the chat, Detailer's Roadmap has been extremely vocal and helpful, so I love that.
We can always answer.
This is how they are, too, when you're working with them. Always getting back to you. They are very responsive. It's been a fantastic pleasure
I appreciate
working with Detailer's Roadmap.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Thank you.
Oh, for sure. And let's see. Might as well start right off with the classic question. Mario here. Mario had a lot of opinions about social media, so I think we're going to get to a few of those regarding like TikTok, Instagram, that kind of thing. But Mario starting off with, I'm interested to hear what says Detailer's Roadmap apart from competitors.
Yeah.
So,
Good
what
question.
you got?
Yeah, so really the big things is we, one, show you what is absolutely going to work. We have tried and true designs. And the biggest thing is that I think feels like sets us apart completely is that we include support.
Yep.
So not only do we sell you a website, but in that, you actually get support for any changes you want. I hated selling a website, handing it to someone, and then be like, I don't know what the heck to do.
Yeah, you wave at them.
Yeah.
Enjoy the website.
So we include support during that entire time. Also, I was a designer by trade, and then I had to go learn SEO. And a lot of times we notice that websites that are, you know, too good to be true, the $500, $1,000 sites, they usually only do one of those things, like design really well, or maybe it's written really well, or maybe it has a crap load of buttons. That'd be a crazy website. So what we do is we combine everything. We've got technical SEO staff, writing staff, support staff, design staff, quality assurance, and then we have post-launch support success teams. So we have one rule at Detailer's Roadmap: do it right or don't do it at all.
Do it right. You bring the numbers too. You always, like, the website was up like a week and you're already calling me next week, hey, this is the numbers. I'm like, okay, well, good deal.
Yep. So always combine a full thing. Just like at the Rad Company, they got like a whole setup here. I hate to say, they got a microphone person, a video person, they got a guy, they got someone spraying cars to the left of me, they got someone in the back. I mean, they do it right, and that's how we operate our business.
That's how y'all do it as well.
Yeah.
I'm definitely 100% vouch for that.
All right, mixing it over to Eddie, who's been very active in the comments as well. Hi, Eddie. Easy Details asking, Detailer's Roadmap for SEO, how would one with no budget or knowledge get started? What are the first few steps you suggest they take?
Google Business. Google Business costs you this much, $0. So Google Business, 3 to 5 times posting per week, and you could literally make an update, write 60 to 90 words, and then post a picture. And Google Business costs you nothing, and it is a form of SEO. It will move you up in the map pack. We teach a lot of this in the Detailers Roadmap Pro group on Facebook, but you don't have to, I mean, you can always learn SEO just like you can learn how to detail, and that's definitely one of those things, but I would definitely start with Google Business. It is the most slept on thing ever.
Yes, the same kind of deal. Post pictures of you doing what you do, showing results.
Yeah,
cool, nice.
And that will move the needle.
And then he had a follow-up here, which I think kind of ties into it. Detailer's Roadmap, when should detailers look at using your services? So, like, where's the threshold at?
Yeah, so I would honestly say we're probably not the best fit for your very first website. That's going to be kind of surprising that I would say don't come to us for your first site ever. I really do believe that you should try and build your own website the first time, understand a little bit more about your business. And then we're a great answer because we're going to bring in all that writing, all that design, and you can kind of understand the differences, as well as when you have a Detailer's Roadmap website, the domain is like one of the most important things. Not by like, oh, I want to make sure you know, LouisianaDetailer.com. But you need to have some what's called authority. You need to have some length and time that you've had a website on there.
Okay, that makes sense.
Doesn't matter if you spend $50,000, $5,000, or $500, is Google will be really slow for that first year of that domain. So I always say, like, you know, you just got to really make sure and understand that you're putting something on there. If you're in the phase of trying to pre-qualify your customers, getting too many leads and just not going anywhere, that's probably one of our best reasons to do a website, is it will pre-qualify people for you really well.
Good deal. All right. And going back kind of more to the social media, because Mario had some strong opinions about this, but I know you're able to handle this. It's basically TikTok and IG conversion, probably even more important. Not saying the website and SEO aren't important, but then he follows up. What I've personally seen, I'm not an expert, is having super strong IG and TikTok game, probably more important overall, but having a complete social solution to web and lead to customers optimal. So
see, this is what I
the
thought.
whole package.
This is great.
This is exactly what I thought.
What's your counter?
Chris, I got 30,000 followers on IG. I'm good. I don't need this expensive website. I'm good. What I learned is, you know, the people actually in my area wanting to pay me money probably don't follow me on IG.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes your customer is not on TikTok.
Definitely not on TikTok.
So if I've got a Porsche and I'm going to spend $2,000 to protect it, I don't know if I'm searching for the local detailer on TikTok.
Yeah, so if I'm
just being honest.
If I'm not putting those keywords, you know, Shreveport, Louisiana, Natchitoches, Louisiana, the surrounding cities, it's not ranking in Google. It's going out to other detailers watching the content who's not bringing me the vehicle, so I can actually make some money.
Yeah, and to Mario's point, it's the complete picture, is that I truly feel like social media is a check for a lot of customers to make sure that you have a pulse and you're awake and you are actually posting, and they kind of reaffirm with social media. That being said, like David Francis of the Gtechniq work only has Facebook, and he kills it on there. But I would always say is like, what happens when Facebook goes down?
Facebook was that was kind of what I was using as a website.
Right.
Or TikTok gets banned.
That was, or TikTok gets banned. It's coming. But I was using Facebook as my local kind of hub website, that kind of deal.
It's hard to close people on Facebook Messenger.
It's really hard to close people. I was making more content oriented for the local market, and it still wasn't reaching enough.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So
now, I would actually add one thing to that as well, just from personal experience here at the Rag Company. A big thing we've noticed is when it comes to people finding our products, like our social media and stuff, we don't have a big local presence. Like the folks locally, like in some of the car clubs know us, but broadly speaking, if you were to ask a person on the street about the Rag Company, unless they've driven by here, they probably don't know if they're local.
Right.
Unless they're looking at the Google business listings, that kind of thing. And that's where it all kind of comes back, is like, that's where we started, and that's still where the best stuff comes from, is the website and the Google business stuff. That really seems to be for the local people, which, hey, if you're a detailer, do you necessarily care what a person, in another country thinks of your work if they're not going to come and actually buy your services?
Right. You're shipping out towels.
That's my take.
To the world. Us as detailers can't ship out our
followers are cool. I'm not going to argue.
Yeah.
Anyway, just thought I'd throw that out there.
No, that's perfect.
Let's see. We've also got, Mary was a big fan of the class at Mobile Tech Expo, so shout out that.
Nice.
And now this one, I'd love to hear your take on fonts. Joey Belinsky pointing out Comic Sans. That's a big no-no on a professional website. I would throw in Papyrus as well.
That's funny.
Papyrus. Yep, absolutely. Arial's kind of on its way out.
Impact is kind of...
That's funny.
Yeah. Just some takes there. But let's see. What do we got here as far as... Well, we got Shine Your Light Detailing asking if you can do an eval on his website. That may have to happen.
Shout out to Tim.
Outside that. But
yeah, and if you book a consultation with us, we will tell you if we think there's a fit. Based on what you're doing with your business, your goals, everything. I mean, we've had ones where the website was done to the nines, and we're like, I don't really know if this is a fit for us. Like, I think your site's pretty smoking, to be honest.
Yeah, they're very honest with the evaluation. Very honest, whether it's brutal or whether it's good.
Honest Roadmap, it's coming out. HonestRoadmap.com.
10% off. What's the code?
Hans here is a friend and a fan of ours here in the Netherlands, so he's asking any tips for web shop running on WooCommerce. My website is running on that. Any plugins or other things that I may need on a website?
We're not really e-commerce veterans, so I can't really speak to that. So we're more of like local search, kind of what Dane had referred to before, so more than anything. So I can't really give any tips on that, but I appreciate the question.
Yeah, of course, not a problem. And then Johnny Shield here, this was a fantastic pitch, but I'm in the UK. Is there something you can do to accommodate?
Yep. Yeah. So we've done UK websites, so we know to use tire and boot and
yeah, you got to change up the verbiage.
Yeah. There's no hood in the UK. I've been told that numerous times.
Dang.
We've done Alan Medcraft's. Yeah. We've done Alan's website. You know, he was a past president of IDA. We're doing Kelly Harris's website right now. We've done plenty of UK websites. So
nice.
All right. So no stranger to that. We got Spec Auto Detailing here. How can part-time detailers keep up with Google Business /social posting to help their SEO?
Yeah, I would. One is you can always schedule Google Business posts. You know, there's a lot of tools out there. Just Google, literally, Google Business post scheduling. That will probably be the biggest one. I used to always get this question is like, should I just start blogging? And the general rule of thumb is with blogging is nowadays it's become so competitive, you actually kind of have to use tools. It's not AI, you can't just dump everything out. At least that we've seen when we do SEO is that usually you want to have some tools. I would say if you want to start getting comfortable with it, Ahrefs will actually teach you how to do SEO, and that's how a lot of our staff goes through the initial, even like someone like Jenny, they've all kind of taken those classes just to understand the basics and kind of do pieces like that. But definitely start with Google Business. That's the biggest one by far. And then if you want to start stepping more into, I would start going to ahrefs.com, which is an SEO platform. They have free training on there.
I'm going to check that out.
And you can learn about blogs and doing stuff.
I definitely need some SEO help, understanding-wise. I got you to handle
Why
that.
did we say Louisiana so many times?
Yeah.
Now here I got Eddie again asking, Chris, do you offer solutions for buying the site outright versus a monthly fee?
Yep. Yeah. So you can either buy a website outright, or what we do is we take the price of a website and we actually break it out over a couple years. Okay. So I would tell you, you get to use us as like a 0% finance, and you also get to get that support for changes the entire time. Your payoff date comes around the 2-year mark. And then at 30 months, we wiggle out, hey, do you want to redesign all this stuff? We'll do it, no charge kind of stuff. But yeah, you can buy it outright. You don't have to do the monthly.
There you go.
Nice. And now this one, clearly a joke question from Tony Mazzell here, but I think it kind of points to maybe more of a bigger subject we could talk about a little bit.
Dino Rancher.
Yes.
Our fellow Dino.
Yeah, Dino Rancher. There it is. Dino Rancher. Knew it was coming.
Should I keep that? If you put some of yourself out there on your website, right? It's a little bit off the beaten path. It's not exactly about detail.
Personalization. It's a real thing, you know?
Yep.
Tony likes colors, right? Look, we call him Dino Rancher because he's got the big backpack. It's like 20 different colors. He's a colorful guy.
Big backpack, little arms.
Guy. He looks like
little arms, running around, right? Trying to Can you imagine trying to detail like that? But that's what Tony does.
I don't know how he does it, but he does
That's
it.
That's a Dino Rancher right there.
He gets down.
So that was the thought. Anyway, I mean, if people do want to customize their website and throw in a little something like that, is it that big of a problem?
No,
to
we
that?
absolutely
creative, right?
Yeah, be creative. So you get like a 6-hour block per year for any changes you want. So if you want an about section about your tiny little arms and detailing, we can do that for you.
What's your favorite TV show?
I don't know how to write about your dino arms, but we can certainly use it.
It'd definitely be unique.
Okay, so maybe an interview is necessary there then. But
no, just give it to us. Give us the writing, we'll do it.
Okay,
that's right.
You'll figure it out. I like that. Well, obviously, the comments that I hadn't posted already were just a ton of people saying how much they love their Detailers Roadmap websites.
Oh, that's awesome.
So there was a lot of that to go around. But any final passing words here you guys want to throw out there to the audience is like, remember this.
Remember this. Remember that the people on this studio during these past few days, they're trying to give you the best knowledge possible. Definitely. And I just want to say thank you to the Hennon family and the RAD company for inviting us. They don't sell our website, so it was very kind that they invited us. So if anything, remember your friends.
Yep.
So
it's all about friends here at TRCMA 2024.
Or you could go to detailingshirts.com and use code RAG. How about that?
That's right. Come on over there. Get your percentage off. Get your T-shirt.
So thank you to the RAG company. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys, Chris. Appreciate it. Jamie.
Yep.
See you later.
Yep. We'll see y'all.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, guys. Now, coming up next, we have ScanGrip. Let's see what's going on over there.
All right. Thank you guys for that. That is a great presentation, and then thanks, Dane, for the lead-in. I got Matt here from ScanGrip. And you got a whole bunch of new tools here, buddy. Yeah, I'm excited to see all this stuff.
We got some new tools this year that we brought along. And first off, I also just wanted to say thank you to our audience on behalf of ScanGrip, and I think especially all the employees of ScanGrip. Obviously, we know your time is valuable, and we really do appreciate that you take some time out of your busy schedule to learn more about our company. So thank you very much.
Now, we've loved ScanGrip products.
Yeah.
Since we first started playing with ScanGrip products almost 7 years ago.
Yeah.
But what I love is I do love your guys' company, because even when we were in Auto Mechanica 2 years ago, Dane and I walked up, and everybody was like, "Hey, Levi, Dane, how you guys doing?" Back over there, and they were stoked to give us a whole tour of stuff as well. So that is one of the things that I truly do love about ScanGrip, is not only the innovations that you guys come up with, but also just the business itself.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, obviously we appreciate our customers, our end users, and also our resellers like the RAD company. Obviously, we know that without our customers, we wouldn't be around. So we definitely have a focus on delivering good customer service, and also in our development of our lights. We work very closely together with end users because, I mean, what a lot of people in the US don't know is that ScanGrip, we actually do a lot more than just detailing lights. And obviously today we're going to be talking about the ScanGrip Color Match. ScanGrip Color Match have been developed for anybody working with automotive paint. So collision repair and also automotive detailing, which we will talk about today. But we have a lot of other product lineups for a lot of different industries because we don't believe in a one light fits all.
Yeah.
So we have a product lineup for the construction industry, a different product lineup for automotive repair, a different product lineup for the oil and gas industry, and so on and so on. And when we come out with new products, we listen very closely to feedback from the end users. So we really try and make lights that perfectly fits the needs of that particular industry, the end users in that particular industry. And you can see our color match lineup now is in its 4th generation. Yeah. And that's because we keep on getting feedback and we love your lights, but maybe you can do this, do that. And we take all that very, very seriously. And that's why we can kind of make our lights so purposely fit for, in this case, the detailing industry, because that's all the lights have to do. These lights just have to be good for automotive paint. Yeah. Nothing else. Obviously, you can use them for other things, but they're developed specifically for automotive paint. It's not just like some work light that you buy off the shelf at your local hardware store.
Right, correct. And that's what most people don't, 6 years ago, I was helping some friends work on a car. And I brought my iMatch with me, and I used that. Yeah. And I had that on my head, and there was a kid there that, well, let's just say he was the Weisenheimer of the group. He was the guy that was like, I know what I'm doing. Yeah. I'm the best. But the kid was like, 19 years old, right?
Well, it's a good attitude to have at that age, I guess.
It's good, right? Yeah. And he brought this flashlight, and he's like, 10,000 lumens in this flashlight. And he kept hitting it on the paint, and you could see he would hit it and shock himself in his eyes. Yeah. But what he was doing was he was throwing so much light on that paint that he actually couldn't see.
No. All he saw was reflection.
Yeah, there was so much. He was like, it was having a hard time. And I finally walked over and said, why don't you just use this? Because he was having such a difficult time, but he kept hitting it with the light. And he was so stoked to bring that light to show off to some people. But that's a thing that most detailers don't understand is the color temperature plays a big role.
Yes. And also the output.
And then the output, the lumens is a big thing, as well as diffusing the light too, to be able to truly see imperfections.
I mean, maybe we can use that to just quickly go over what is the difference between the ScanGrip Color Match light and what I call a regular work light. Yeah. So one of the things, as you said, is the adjustability. We have a lot of adjustability because the light that you need to find the imperfections in a black vehicle, that's very different than the light you would use on, let's say, a silver vehicle. Right. Again, because black is an absorbent color, you can shoot a lot of light at it. Silver is a very reflective color, so you have to basically do what we call a warmer light on silver, and also you have to do less output, less lumen. That's one difference. The other difference is what's called the CRI value. And CRI means color rendering index. And it says something about how close to natural sunlight that your light is. Right. So by definition, natural sunlight has a CRI value of 100. And true color is defined as the color you see under natural sunlight. And to illustrate CRI, you can use the example that, I mean, we've all seen in the parking lot a car where you can see one of the panels, for example, the door. You can see the color is just slightly off. Yeah. And you immediately think, oh, wow, that door has definitely been painted. Especially if you're a detailer, you notice this right away. Right. A lot of people wouldn't see it. And you think, whoever painted that, he didn't do a very good job. But maybe the person did. That car was probably, or that door was probably painted indoors in regular shop lighting, very bright, normal shop lighting. And under that light, the color probably matched. But when you drive it out in the sunlight, it doesn't match anymore. And the reason is that the light that they had in that shop had a low CRI value. Which most artificial light do. If you just buy a regular light, the CRI value is very, very low, and most lights you can't even, they don't even give you the specs on the CRI value. And a lot of detailers have probably also tried it. If you polish indoors in a shop, and you might have very good, very bright shop lighting, and then when you get out in the sunlight, you start seeing all these small little imperfections that you missed the first time around. And with ScanGrip Color Match, you eliminate that, because what you see under our lights is what you see under sunlight. Yeah. And that's really why it's important as a detailer to have good lighting.
Well, I actually had that happen just recently. My wife and I painted a room that didn't have very good light at the time, and it had maybe a window or two that could bring some sunlight if the sunlight was right.
Yeah.
And we were trying to figure out the wall color, and I got all these samples and I was putting them on. I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm just rolling black on the wall.
Yeah.
Like, it is so dark. And I finally walked out, grabbed my scan grip and put it on there so I could see, because I was having a hard time, and I was like, okay, this is way too dark. It looked good in the store. Yeah. We came into the house, put it on the wall, and that is something that is very simple that anybody, whether you're a hobbyist or that is something that you probably will deal with, and that is a great representation of what these lights can achieve.
I mean, I would argue as a detailer, your most important tool is your eyes.
Yeah.
Because you can only fix what you can see. In order to correct an imperfection, you have to first see it. And with these lights, you can see all the imperfections the first time around. So you do your polishing, and when you drive it out into the sunlight, you don't have any nasty surprises. You don't have to redo any work. And that's really the reason, as a detailer, it's a good idea to have good lighting, because it'll save you time. It'll make you work more efficiently. And as a detailer, your biggest expense, that's your time.
Yeah.
So if you can save time, you can save money, and in that sense, these lights, they will pay for themselves.
Yes.
Because you can work more efficiently, you can get the job done quicker, and you can get the job done correctly the first time around, and that way you can do more jobs, make more money. That's basically as simple as that.
Correct.
I don't know if we should go into the different products we have.
Let's talk about that.
So,
because this is the newest generation.
Yeah, and this is the 4th generation of color match. As I said, we keep optimizing, and we'll see a few examples of that. Also, that we actually listen to the feedback we get from the end users. We only make lighting at ScanGrip, and we only make lighting for professionals. Sure. Our lights are made to last. We offer a 3-year warranty. They're made to be used all day, every day. Because we know that's what our end users do. And therefore, it's very important for us to basically have products that people want to buy and that people feel is good value. So we listen to the feedback that we get. Now, when it comes to using detailing lights, there's basically 2 different ways you can do it. One way is to use a handheld light and use that as an inspection light. Basically, you will inspect the panel before you do your pass. We're going to go over here on the car.
Show some folks here on the car there.
You'll basically use the light to inspect the panel.
Sorry, Jimmy, let me move out of the way for you.
Yeah, to inspect the panel before you do your pass. And then you do your pass with your machine, and then you inspect your panel again afterwards. And I don't know if I already now should go into the different settings of the light.
Might as well, while you're there.
We can do that. So basically we have a stepless dimmer on the light. And you can see that now. When it blinks, it means that it's at the end. It's at the lowest setting. And now we'll dim it back up. And there it's at the highest setting. And we also have a 5, where are we? Yeah, I think it's running out of battery, unfortunately. We also have a 5-step color temperature that we can change. And basically, the way you want to, and this one is out of battery. I apologize for that. These were brand new out of the box, but it has 5. We'll take this one actually. That has the same settings. And this one here also. This one has a 5-step dimmer and also a 5-step color temperature change.
Yeah, you can see lighting up on those little LEDs.
Yeah,
there.
exactly. So this is the color temperature. It's 2500 Kelvin all the way up to 6500 Kelvin. If I want to change over to the percentage, then I just hold in the on-off button. Right now it's at 100%, and then I can dim it up and dim it down. Now this one has a 5-step dimmer. The one I just showed you, that's unfortunately out of battery. It has a stepless dimmer, which is nice. And most of our new lights, they have stepless dimmers. But basically, people ask me, so what settings should I use? And it really depends on the color of the vehicle, as we just talked about. On a black car, you can crank it up a lot. You can get it all the way up to 100%. And also on a black car, you want to use a cooler color temperature, so more of a whitish light, so probably 55 or 6500. While on a silver car, if you use that same setting, all that's going to happen, as you also talked about before, is that you're going to get a lot of reflection. And all you're going to be able to see is all that reflection, all that light reflecting back at you. And it's basically drowning out any imperfection that you would want to find.
Right.
You cannot see any imperfection. So for a silver car, you want to crank it down. Both the color temperature, you want a warmer color. I don't know, some people think that 2500 is a little too yellow. I like 3500. And then at the same time, you want to crank it down, maybe even all the way down to 10%.
Yeah.
And then look closely. Now this is kind of a good color. First of all, this is a brand new car. I think it's still going to have some imperfections, but it's not going to have any big thing in the paint. But it's a good color because it's kind of right in between silver or black. If you took silver or black and mixed it, you would get this color. So for this one here, I would probably go with a 50% setting, and then I would probably go with a 4500 color temperature. And then the way you use an inspection light, because that's another question that we get a lot. I mean, you can hold the light straight above here and everything looks pretty good. You'll be able to see something, but the right way to do it is really to hold it as an angle and kind of go over the light like this in several directions, both this way and also this way towards yourself. And also just tilt it around the 45 degree angle. I'm not saying just do 45, but just kind of tilt it around like that. The reason for that is that what you're looking for, when you see a scratch, what you're really seeing is you're really seeing the light being reflected differently from the scratch compared to the surrounding area. That's really how you see a scratch. Yeah. And a scratch is, I mean, as everybody knows, it's kind of like a groove into the paint or into the clear coat, like a very small little groove. And it usually goes in at an angle. So you have to kind of, especially, I mean, with large scratches, everybody can see those right away.
Well, yeah, and most detailers may notice this, is that from certain angles, just when a car pulls into your garage, you'll see it outside and you'll go, oh, there's maybe walk the car with the customer. That's another reason an inspection sheet works. So you know that, hey, I saw a scratch on this fender, but you pull it into your shop and maybe you're walking from the back of the vehicle in, and the way your lights are in, that scratch is gone.
Exactly.
And you'll forget about it until you start polishing. You're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even see this one. And it just depends on the light.
And on the angle of the light.
Yeah.
Because when the scratch is at an angle, you have to hit it at the right angle, or the wrong angle if you want, like if you don't want to see it, but you have to hit it right at the right angle in order to see the scratch.
Yeah.
Another thing is a scratch in clear coat, the way clear coat works is that when you scratch clear coat, it turns white.
Yeah.
And that's another reason that on a black car, it's pretty easy to see a scratch, especially the large scratches. But on a white car or silver car, it can be hard. And that's another reason you need a high CRI value, because you need to be able to distinguish the white color from the scratch from the right color of the panel, so that they don't look the same. And a color match light that shows true color will show you very clearly that these are two different whites, and it'll help you find the scratch.
Yeah.
So that's the way to use an inspection light. So hit the panel from different angles, and also from different directions. Here I go like right to left, and it doesn't have to take a long time. I mean, it'll take 20 seconds to inspect this hood, something like that. In here, it's kind of, first of all, there are some imperfections I can see here. They're very, very small, obviously, because this is a brand new car. I thought I saw it had like less than 10 miles on it.
Yeah.
And also another thing is, in here we have a lot of studio lighting, and that kind of bleeds out or kind of cancels out a lot of the color match light. What some detailers actually do, they turn off most of their shop lighting in the shop, especially if they're working on a white car, and then they use the color match light, because then you know that your vision is not getting disturbed by all the overhead overhead light. So so an inspection light is one way to do it. Another way to do it is to use basically a work light that you have on as you work. Let's put this down a little bit, and then we'll go here to the side of the car. Let me just grab a battery. We'll go with a flex battery, and as you see, I'm using a flex battery here on my scan grip light, and we'll go into that a little later, why I'm able to do that. So, let's just do all the way. This is one of the big batteries. Let me not lose my earpiece here. So there we go, and we'll turn on the light, and it's at 100% right now. Should be, yeah. Let's just put it down a little further. So another way to go about it is to have one of our multi-matches, either a multi-match 3 or a multi-match 8, and basically shine it on the panel as you're working. And I'm no detailer, so I'm not pretending that I'm going to be polishing now or anything like that, because I'm not. I don't really do that. But then you basically have the light at an angle on the panel as you're doing your pass with your machine. Now, I like both methods, and it's not like you have to choose one or the other. Actually combining them is the best way to go.
Yeah.
So start out with an inspection light, do an inspection, and then have this on as your detail. And here right now, as you can see, we're using our wheel stand, which is also one we'll go into a little later. And it actually comes with the extra bracket. So you can actually, as you
can
saw
add
before,
multiple lights to it if you want to.
Exactly. You can either add two multi-match 3s, or you can add a multi-match R like here. Because as you see here, we are shooting light at the panel from actually two different angles. Yeah. First of all, we're shooting at 45 degrees that way, but we're also shooting at 45 degrees that way. So we can basically catch scratches from three different angles. And again, you can see the car is definitely dirty, but when it comes to scratches, there's something, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera, but you can see there's a small scratch right there. But again, this gives you a really good idea of what's going on. And another thing is, while you're polishing, you can actually see the before and after. Yeah. Because you move your machine, and then you can see, okay, this area I just passed, did I actually get the imperfection to the level I wanted? I mean, either if it's a very small imperfection, you probably want to remove it completely. If it's a big one, maybe you just want to improve it to not remove too much clear coat. And again, obviously this is a new car, so this car you would probably just give it a very light polish. But that's kind of the two different ways: the inspection light and the work light that you have on as you work. And a lot of I know a lot of scan grip end users, they start out buying a handheld light, and then they oftentimes come back and buy one of these guys, just because they realize the value of having good lighting. Right. And I usually say the best way to explain the idea of what is scan grip and why is it good is to grab a scan grip light in your hand and shine it on a panel. And most detailers who are used to looking at paint, if you never had a color match light before, the moment you shine it on a paint, right away you're going to be, okay, I get it now. I see why this is a valuable tool.
And a lot of folks just a lot of detailers just don't learn about lighting. Yeah. They think, oh, I got what I can see or what I see outside. Yeah. But they don't even know that this is a possibility.
Exactly.
You know, or they see a high price tag and they go, yeah, I don't need that. I'm fine. And they'll go to Home Depot or one of the big box stores and pick something up. But they don't understand the reason that these are available. And for those that want to up their skills or continue to improve their skills, you have to start moving into this. It's a skill set that you need to learn.
It absolutely is. And again, as we talked about, you can only fix what you can see. Yeah. And another thing, what you talked about the customer, you go around when you get a customer and you walk around the car. I mean, grab a light and walk around the car with the customer and show the customer. All right, well, there we have some imperfections, and there we have this, and there we have that, and that's another way to sell the customers on the service that you're going to provide for them. Does the car need a polish? Does it not need a polish? Right. And you can kind of like use the lights also to illustrate that, because these lights, just like sunlight, they're very unforgiving. You'll see everything underneath them, and that's, I mean, if you're a perfectionist, which a lot of detailers are, that's actually a good thing, that you can see exactly what needs to be done.
That's cool. So one of the great things I wanted to show some folks is the iMatch headlamp. Yeah. This new variation's even more insane. So I have like 4 of these at home. I also take them camping with me. Yeah. Because my kids, they love it, because it casts so much light. Yeah. And I jokingly refer to it as friendly light.
Yes, exactly.
Because, I always joke that I have an aversion to certain lights. And it's just the way I look at certain lights and certain color temperatures. Yeah. And so when you have to run outside to the bathroom and you're out camping and it's kind of scary outside, and my kids, when they run, I always set the proper color temperature to a happy, friendly, warm glow. And then they'll run to the bathroom and they don't have a problem. But my wife and I use ours also every night. We'll go for a walk in our neighborhood, and I love it because I can illuminate what I'm walking. And so not only do I use them in my shop when I'm polishing or correcting cars, but I use them in my everyday life. I use it every night when I go for a walk, and and when we go camping. So there are multiple uses for these lights that people don't realize.
Yeah, and I do too. I mean, as I said, I'm not a detailer. I wash my own cars and wax my own cars, but that's about it. But I do a lot of restoration work and mechanical work on my motorcycles and old cars. And this is the light I use the most for anything I do. And the reason that the light is so good and so friendly is that most headlamps, if you go to an outdoor store like a hiking store and you buy a headlamp, it's going to be a spotlight. Yeah. Meaning you're going to have a lot of light right in the spot, and then the light is kind of going to taper off as you move away from the center of the spot. While the scan grip light is a sphere, so it gives you a uniform light all over. So it doesn't taper off. You have an area where you have light, and then you have an area where you don't have light. But where you do have the light, you have a uniform light. It's the exact same light everywhere. And that area is exactly where your hands can reach. Yep. So anywhere your hands can reach, which is what you need as a detailer, you have light. And
they're very comfortable and lightweight. That's the biggest thing. You
they
can
are.
wear those all day long and
they absolutely are. And this one has a power bank attached to it. We sell an extra power bank, so you basically just get more runtime. I'm going to take that off. It's just a little accessory that you can buy for your lamp, and then I'm going to put it on and turn it off. So it has an on and off button, but you can also turn it on and off with your hand with the motion sensor. And the reason we do that is if you're wearing gloves, you have wet hands, or you have dirty hands, then you might not want to touch the
or you have a customer walk in and you're
exactly. You don't want to blind them.
You can quickly turn it off and talk.
And as I said, we also have the regular on-off button. And again, like the other light, this comes with a stepless dimmer. You can dim it up and down while holding the button in. Yeah. And then it also comes with the stepless color temperature. No, not stepless, sorry. It comes with a 5-step color temperature. Yeah. It's hard to, actually, I'll just take it off, because now we have it down to a very warm, and here we can just cycle through the different color temperatures.
And that's huge too, because you now have that light directly where you need it on your eyes, and that's one of the things when I tell people who've never tried a scan grip light, pick up an eye match headlamp. That is going to get you started. Yeah. Absolutely. And that's the product you're going to use the most. Yeah. And it's going to get you going, oh, I need this now. I need this. I need. And you start moving up. I've got a multi-match R, and I'll use it all over my house. Yeah. Whether I'm doing, if I got to climb up in the attic, if I got to crawl under the house, it provides so much light that I can flood the space that I'm in and be able to utilize it. But I've used it more times for blackouts. If we have a blackout, I'll throw this on the kitchen counter and just set it on its back, turn the light on, and it casts so much light. My kids,
even at 10%.
Yeah, my kids walk around the house. They're like they're not scared anymore.
Especially if you have wide walls. I mean, just shine it on the walls will take care of the reflection.
Yeah, and so this is super cool to have just available, because again, with the battery power technology, you can utilize some of the tools, and that's something we wanted to talk about too. In this.
So let's move into that actually. We also have another new product with a new headlamp. We'll get onto that afterwards. Okay. This is the Multimatch 3 Connect, and this up here is the Multimatch 8 Connect. And the only difference between the 8 and the 3 is the maximum output. The 8 goes up to a total of 8,000 lumen. The 3 goes up to a total of 3,000 lumen. Besides from that, the functionality and all the adjustability is the exact same for the 2. So we're going to, for now, use the 3 as an example. Now, the old Multimatch 3 and the old Multimatch 8, they also had the exact same functionality, the exact same adjustability. But those lights, they came in the box with a scan grip battery and a scan grip charger. Now, we listened to the feedback we got, and the last thing anybody needs is an extra battery platform in the toolbox. Most people, they already have 1, 2, maybe 3 battery platforms in the toolbox. And it's kind of silly that they would have, just for the lighting, because again, we only do lighting. We don't do power tools. We don't do anything like that. So you would have to introduce an extra battery platform in your toolbox just for your lights.
Correct.
So that's why we decided that, hey, we want to use our lights with any power tool manufacturer's battery. So these new Connect lights, they don't come with a battery, they don't come with a charger, which actually meant that we could drop the price of these with $100 for each of them, which is pretty significant. And then you can use whatever battery you want. The way it works is you buy a scan grip smart connector, and these are only $15 each. And let's say you want to use Milwaukee, you buy a Milwaukee scan grip connector that's compatible with Milwaukee. Yeah. And just a quick word on this smart connector. This is not just an adapter. This is CE certified and is TÜV certified. TÜV is a German certification that's very, very strict and very hard to get. So these they have a built-in battery management system that'll protect your battery from deep discharge.
Yeah.
It'll protect your battery from overheating, and it'll protect the light. So these are 100% safe. They've been certified to the highest standards in the world. So they work, and this has been confirmed. They work with any 18 volt or 20 volt battery from the power tool manufacturers. In this example, we're just going to use a Milwaukee battery. I have a couple of them here. Let's just use this one. So the way, if you want to use a Milwaukee battery on your light, you get the Milwaukee connector. You just slide it on the back, and then on the back of your scan grip light, you install the connector. And if you know you're always going to, if you only use Milwaukee, you'll do this the first time you get your light, and from there you'll just leave the connector on the light, as always. If you use more than Milwaukee, I mean, then you can take off the entire battery and the connector, just you keep the connector with the battery, and then the next day you want to use a DeWalt, and then you just do that, and now it's a DeWalt light, you can say.
Yeah.
So let's just go with the Milwaukee, because I think I checked that there was actually power on this battery. Yes, so it has about half, so that's all we need. So now the light is running off the...
Oh wow, yeah, and it's showing half cycle on the
battery.
And
it shows the battery, how much is done on this battery, and the Milwaukee showed half, and this shows about half. Again, the same adjustability as before. We can, I don't know if you can see on the camera, but we can adjust the color temperature.
Yep.
From 2500 Kelvin, which is warm or yellowish, to 6500 Kelvin. I can hold in the on-off button, and all of a sudden we're adjusting the dimmer. So I'm glad I used the 10% to illustrate the color temperatures, just to not blind all the nice people behind the cameras here. But now we have dimmed it all the way up.
Yeah.
Now what we also have is we have Bluetooth. You can turn that on and turn off. When it's blue, it's on. So in this case, I have the Multimatch 8 up here on the stand. And I didn't put the stand all the way up because I wanted it to be in the picture. But I'll take out my phone, and then you download your Scan Grip app. And on the phone, you then have a list of the different scan grips that's within range in Bluetooth of your phone. And this is just the Multimatch 8 because that's the only one I turned on Bluetooth. I choose that's the one I want to control, and then I click control.
And you have all the connectivity.
Yes, and now I can turn it on, and it just gives me a warning when I turn it on, don't look directly in the light, and now I turn it on. And then all the same adjustability that we have.
They're just sliders on his phone, so you can adjust and change that.
On the back of the light, we now have on the app. So as you can see here, on my classic phone, I get a lot of comments on this whole phone, but I really like it because it fits in my pocket. So with that out of the way, so here you can basically turn it on off. Now I just turned off the light. Now I want to turn it on. As I said, it gives you a warning before you turn it on. Do not look directly into the light, obviously. Okay, and then you basically just have sliders here for dimming it up and down, and for the same for the color temperature.
Wow.
And that's pretty convenient
especially if it's up really high.
Exactly.
You don't have to keep dropping it.
And if you have a shop, some people, they might keep it up all the time on the shop, and then it's just really, or if you have it mounted permanently on the wall, that's just really nice feature.
Yeah.
And as you can see, actually, with the Multimatch 8, because we just talked about how it works with all different batteries.
Yeah.
But the light actually also works with a power supply. So we sell this power supply as well. Comes with a 15-foot cord. So if you don't want to deal with batteries at all, you don't have to. You can just plug in the light. And as I did up here with the Multimatch 8, and this one just slides on where the battery would normally slide on, and you have a 15-foot cord, and you just plug in the light, and you're good to go. If you're in a shop where you work every day, a lot of times it might be easier to just plug in the light, just run it plugged in, so you don't have to worry about, oh, I have to run around and replace batteries when they run out and all that. Then you basically just have it plugged in. So it's in reality, it's a dual system. Yeah. It can run on battery, it can run plugged in, and not a lot of lights can do that. And again, this is another thing we've listened to the end users about what they need, and we kind of optimize the light. And another thing that is something that a lot of detailers was asking us for, and that's why we actually went ahead and and made it. I'll use this one because it's on. Is the diffusers. So we have these diffusers for most of our lights. We have it for the Multimatch R down here. We have it for the Multimatch 3. And they attach really easily with magnets, so they're very easy on and off. We also have a large one for the big guy up there, this one here. And we have this one that'll fit the Sunmatch 4 and the Minimatch. Now the Sunmatch 4 actually comes with one diffuser cap in the box.
Oh, cool.
The other ones you buy separately, and you can also buy a four pack of the small ones.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so that way in case you lose one.
Exactly. But anyway, what is the diffuser for? It's developed specifically for detailers and for one specific thing. So when you apply ceramic coatings, actually not when you apply the coating, but when you level the coating, you need to be able to see those high spots.
Yeah.
And they're hard to see in direct light. Actually what you need is kind of a cloud cover. So daylight with a cloud cover, it's really easy to see the high spots. And that's kind of unfortunate if you don't have a diffuser, because let's say you've leveled the coating as good as you could, and then the customer comes and pick up his car, and it's clouded that day, and the car is outside, and all of a sudden he sees all those things you missed. And the thing about ceramic coatings, as you know a lot better than I do,
it doesn't come off.
Exactly. You wanna catch that before it cures, because after it cures, it's going to be a whole lot of work to correct it. You're basically going to have to polish it off or compound it off or whatever you do it. So that's what this is for. You basically put it on, and right away you're going to be able to see those high spots a lot easier, and leveling the coating is just going to be a lot easier for you, and you kind of have the peace of mind that when the customer comes and picks up the car, he's not going to see anything.
Yeah.
So that's what the diffuser is for.
Nice.
Another
you had a new light.
Yeah, another new light that we are very excited about is a new headlamp. This is the Unimatch, and it has a few different functions. So it's basically, you can use it as a headlamp, put it on. It has a spot in the end, so you can actually also use it as a pen light. So it actually slides on and off.
Nice.
But let's put it back on, and even when you have it on as a headlamp, you can still use the spot if you prefer. You can do like this, you have the spot right in front of you, or you can move it to the side and you have the spot right next to you. But the main way I think most people are going to use it is going to be as a headlamp. And here you can see you can kind of adjust the angle. I don't know if I'm doing it up or down. Yeah, there you go. You can adjust the angle. It has a two-step dimmer, a high and a low. This is the high setting. And then it has a stepless color temperature.
Oh, cool.
So as you can see, I'm basically turning this wheel, and it's steplessly changing the color temperature. And that's really nice when you're working. You can get the color temperature exactly the way you want it on that particular paint you're working on. Another thing about this is that in the box, it comes with an extra bracket. So this is included in the box. And this is for your baseball cap.
Oh, nice.
So you can put it here in the front, and you can just use it as wearing a cap. If you would rather do the side one, again, to turn on the spot, you do like this, and you can put it here in the side. Or actually, you would probably do it like this, so up here. And that bracket comes in the box, so you can use it with that. So this is a neat little tool, and as I said, again, you can also just take it off the bracket and use it as a pen light. And it even that was the wrong side. You can't see over there. It even comes with a magnet. Like actually, most of our lights, they come with magnets. So if you have
magnetize it to the wall or a car hood or whatever.
Exactly.
You're
If you have a toolbox, a steel toolbox, you can use the magnets. And all of our lights, and I'll illustrate that as well, come with really strong magnets that you can use. And the Multimatch R also.
Yeah, this little guy has magnets on it.
Has very strong magnets. So again, if you have a toolbox, and that's the thing with the Multimatch R, it's kind of a hybrid. You can use it handheld, as we did over here, as an inspection light, but you can also use it as more of a work light. One thing to keep in mind, it has pretty much the same adjustability as the bigger Multimatches, but it has an internal battery. So you cannot swap the batteries. So that's one thing to keep in mind. When it runs out of battery, you have to charge it. You cannot use it while it charges. So for a professional, if you want to use it as a work light, not just an inspection light, I recommend the Multimatch 3 or the Multimatch 8, just because these you can run all day. It's just a matter of either plugging it in or swap the battery when it runs out.
And as you dim it, if you're running at maybe 10 or 20%, the battery lasts a very long time.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
In case people are worried about that or wondering, running them on a lower, especially if you're just using it for general lighting or something, running it at a lower percentage.
Or if you're working on a light car, a white or silver car, you never want to dim them up all the time. And that's the thing with the Multimatch 8, it goes up to 8,000 lumen, but obviously it has a dimmer. So a lot of people, they end up actually using them on a lot of the, often on the lower settings.
Yeah.
So I want to show another thing. Now look at this light, doesn't have a battery on it, but I'm still able to turn it on. And that's one feature we offer. So our lights, on top of the external batteries, in this case it was a Milwaukee battery, whatever battery you want to use. This one here runs on a flex battery. A lot of detailers use flex, so we have a connector for that as well. On top of the external batteries, it actually has an internal battery that'll allow the battery to run for 1 hour on 10%. And the reason for that is if you run out of battery and it's your last battery, you just need to finish up that job, then you can still do so.
Yeah. So that is a really nice feature.
Yeah, that's another feature. And also the Multimatches from the R all the way up to the 8, they also come with a phone charger. So if you want to go ahead and charge your phone off the battery, if you're running, let's say, a Milwaukee battery on here, you can do so. And the Multimatch R is the same. You can plug in. It's a USB, so you can plug in your phone to charge your phone as well. That's another neat little feature.
Nice. Well, sweet.
So yeah, I mean that's most of our lineup. These here, the Minimatch and the Sunmatch 4 are the same as they were last year because they work great. Again, 5-step color temperature, stepless dimmer. The Multimatch R is a very cool budget option. This retails for $69. It has a 2-step dimmer and 2-step color temperature. This is a good place to start if you just want to kind of try to use a color match light, and then once you've used it, I'm sure you'll come back and you'll understand the value of the lights and you'll come back. And we also have a couple of pen lights, one that's rechargeable, has a 2-step color temperature, just no dimmer, just at one setting. And we also have the basic pen light, which is battery operated, runs on AA batteries. This is the only tool we have that's not rechargeable. Some people, they like to just be able to swap in batteries, and that's what this is for. It's just a little swirl finder. All our lights have the high CRI value, so the quality of the light from this guy all the way up to the big guy is the exact same. They all show true color.
Nice. Well, sweet. Matt, thank you. Dane, do we got any questions for Matt before we bounce to the next segment?
People basically just saying how much they love those Scan Grip lights.
That's good to hear.
Always nice
we appreciate that.
There's definitely a lot of love for them there. Let's see. I'll go ahead and throw up just a good basic beginner one because Owen is literally asking for a newly do-it-yourself paint correction. What is the first Scan Grip light to buy?
The first Scan Grip light to buy, I think, is the Minimatch. This is by far the best value light, and that's why we have it. It doesn't have quite as much adjustability as the Sunmatch 4, but the Sunmatch 4 retails for about $150. This one here retails for $69. It's a really, really good place to start. And as I said, all our lights have the same high-quality light. So you get the high CRI value, you're going to see all the imperfections in the paint that you usually only see on the sunlight. Even on this cheap guy, you're going to see that. So as I said, we make work lights for professionals. We don't make any tools that are not good, that are less usable than the rest.
And it's USB rechargeable.
Yes, that's another thing to see. It comes with a charging cable in the box. You use any USB from your phone or your tablet, you plug it in, and then you're good to go, and you can charge it up that way. And they're very sturdy. I mean, you can drop them on the floor, and they can take a lot of abuse. I wouldn't recommend doing it. But I have actually run my lights through the dishwasher just to see what happened, and they still work. I've heard a lot of details. We don't promise that they're 100% waterproof, so just want to make that 100% sure. But I've talked to a lot of detailers that by accident have dropped their Scan Grip in their wash bucket, picked it up right away, and here 3 years later they're still using it every day. So they're made to work, and they can take the abuse. You don't have to be careful with these lights because we know. Obviously, you're at work. You need to just make things moving fast, and you can't run around and baby your tools.
There you go. No, that's very good to know. And I'm sure that answered a few questions that I probably was going to get to, but that's okay. We'll move on from those. Okay. Lairdy asking, does it have a red light? Now, that's not really the kind of light we're looking to produce.
It does not. The color match do not have red lights. We do actually have a red light for using in the dark at Scan Grip. But that's a completely different lineup. As I said, we have many different product lineups for many different industries.
Okay, that makes sense. And he just followed up asking a CRI. Yeah, we addressed that already. But
so that's actually an interesting question. Now we could spend an hour talking about CRI, and I'm not going to do that. Do your own research, please. But we give a CRI value for the light. That's actually, we give you 15 different values, because we give you a value for each color of the 15 colors in the CRI Plus spectrum.
There you go.
A lot of manufacturers, they only give you an average. And this is important because you can have a really high CRI value on the 14 out of the 15, and then you can have one that's really low. Usually the red color is the hard one to get a high CRI on. And the light with, let's say, the CRI value of 20 on the red, and then in the 90s on the 14, on average, when you add everything up, it's still going to have a high average CRI value. But the day you're working on a red car is not going to help you. Yeah. So we give all our CRI values are over 90 on all the different colors. And you can find it on the ScanGrip corporate website, scangrip.com, on the color match. And I can also illustrate it real quick here if you want to. There you have it for the CRI Plus. There you have all the different CRI values.
All right, excellent.
So, yeah.
And tying kind of back into that, I just have one more question I'm allowed to ask here, but Tom asking, is there a certain setting / percentage that mimics sunlight?
That's a good question as well. And all of the settings in these lights, they mimic sunlight. Obviously, sunlight in the middle of the day and sunlight at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or, I mean, now here we're turning into summer, maybe 7 o'clock in the afternoon, or 5 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning in the summer when the sun just goes up, is different. So it all mimics sunlight. But it basically just depends on what time of day are you looking. You cannot say, oh, sunlight has a Kelvin of this much, because that does vary. So the important thing is really the CRI value, and you can do any setting and you're still going to see everything on the paint, regardless of the color temperature and regardless of the output. That has got nothing to do with the CRI value.
Yeah.
Excellent. And it's not a question here, but just a lot of the comments, they were really excited about the battery adapter part of it. There were a ton of people who obviously use a lot of power tools, but they were super excited to see the adaptability. And, you know, they were asking all kinds of, can this battery work? Can this battery work? And some people already listed all the manufacturers.
We have a list of all the batteries that currently works, and we are constantly developing new connectors.
Oh, good.
So it works with Festool, Rigid, Milwaukee, DeWalt, Makita, Flex, and so we have a Bosch. We have a long list on our corporate website, and we're constantly coming out with new connectors. And I also know, as a detailer, the new Rupus style batteries, we are going to coming out with a connector on that. We don't have it in stock quite yet, but I believe it is developed and ready to go almost.
Wow. Impressive.
Excellent. Well, all right, guys. Final thoughts from you.
That's it. Just Matt, thank you for coming, man.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us.
I appreciate it. Make sure you guys check out ScanGrip's website. Check out all of our stuff that we have available today, because it's 20% off. You guys can take advantage of some of that stuff. But yeah, Matt, thank you, man.
This is
always fascinating.
Thank you for having us.
And you guys got to see what you're working on. So, Dane, appreciate it.
You got it. All right, so that was a wonderful demonstration by ScanGrip. Really appreciate that, guys. Next up, fixing to see some optical. Let's see what that's all about.
Hello, my friends. If you're a detailer and not yet doing any paint protection film and want to make some more money, I have a solution for you. So, Car Supplies Warehouse now has pre-cut kits for paint protection film, and this is a great way for you to add hundreds of dollars onto any ticket that you're doing, because we all know how hard some stuff is to correct on a car, like those B-pillars that have very sensitive paint. Instead of taking the time to polish them out and then ceramic coating, and knowing that your customer is probably going to destroy them in a couple weeks, cover them with paint protection film. It's a better solution, and it's going to make you more money. So it's very easy. What you're going to do is go over to carsupplieswarehouse.com. We have a form that you fill out. You enter the make, the model, the year, and what you want covered. And we're going to actually show you how to install some of these parts, because there's some very easy parts that you can do with just some simple video instruction on a vehicle. Some easy parts of the vehicle that you can cover with paint protection film with very little instruction are the A pillars, the B pillars, the C pillars, the headlamps, the door cups, and even door edge guards, and we're gonna show you how to do it.
There's a couple things that you're gonna need. You're gonna need a couple towels, a squeegee, some bottles for your soapy water, and then an extra bottle for some hot water so you can get the film to tack when you wanna squeegee it down. Doing pillars could be very, very simple. I'm gonna show you how to do it quickly, 1, 2, 3. You can get it done really fast. The first thing you're gonna wanna do is you will want to give this a nice little rinse, and that's to get rid of any small contaminants that might be hiding or just sitting on top of your film. You're gonna then place your PPF on an adjacent panel. That way you have quick access to putting it on that panel. You're gonna start by peeling the very top of your film. I'm using my nail right now to kind of unwedge it, and I'm gonna peel it off the liner. Once it's open in the air like this, you wanna spray it with soap. I like to spray my body panel just one more time, just in case. Then carefully, you're gonna place it on to your panel. At this point, you're gonna notice that it's really slippery. This is what we're looking for. We want it to be very, very slippery. We're gonna then grab our tack. This is just hot water. We're gonna line it up. We're gonna line up one side, the top side, and the other side at the same time. As long as you focus on that, you should get a really nice square. Spray a small amount of tack, line it up. Once you're happy with the position, spray a little bit of lubrication on top. And you're gonna squeegee 1 inch towards the top. The first pass that I do is always a very soft pass. That's just to get it and set it where I want. Then I come in with a second squeegee with a lot more pressure, and that's to really get all the moisture out. I'm gonna squeegee down, and I'm slowly gonna work my film all the way down, making sure I stay aligned with the edge. You always want a little bit of lubrication on top. If you're not liking your alignment, you can always wiggle it back and forth until you find what you like. But we're gonna keep moving our way down, down, slowly. My first pass is a soft pass. My second pass is a little bit harder. You're gonna do this all the way until the bottom. Once you get to the bottom, you are completely done. We're gonna let it dry, come in with a towel, soak up the rest of the water off the edges, and then you're completely done. That was one of them. Let's go ahead and let's do another one. We're gonna rinse this one exactly the same. Start at the very top. We're gonna rinse from the top to bottom, allowing gravity to take over. I'm gonna peel my next set off of the car and off of the liner. I'm gonna go ahead and place it on the pillar. Once again, I'm gonna play around with my adjustment. I wanna make sure I get a really nice clean line through all 3 sides. I'm gonna adjust. Once I find the desired adjustment, then will I add my hot water in one of my corners. You don't need a lot, just a small amount. Give it a good line up. And then I start squeezing at the top. You want to go towards the top. Soft passes at this point. When you're happy with that placement, then you can do a harder pass. That's to extract all the moisture. Once the top has been sealed, add a small amount of moisture to the top of your film. That's just to lubricate your squeegee, so you could slowly work your way down. small passes. So this BMW does have a lot of small black trim pieces. What's nice is we can order all of these and cover them up. You know that these scratch up just by looking at them. So it's always best to try and cover these with PPF. PPF is self-healing film. So if they do get scratched, you could add a small amount of heat and they will heal themselves out. For this car, we're just going to do the B, C, and D pillars, but we could do as many as we actually wanted. Once again, just lining up my top 3 edges. If all 3 edges are lined up really nicely, there's no reason why the film shouldn't fit perfectly. A small amount of tack. And let's line this up. Small squeegee, soft pass. Then we go in with a harder pass. Wait, now let's work our way down. Slowly, inch by inch, we can adjust as we go down. That piece is completely done. Let's go ahead and let's do the headlights on this as well. The headlights are going to be a little bit trickier, but I'm going to show you how to do them. They're going to be very, very easy. So let's talk about these headlights. So the pillars, let's rank those at level 1. When you order your headlights, they're going to jump up in difficulty. Not a lot, just a little bit. You can go from level 1 to level 2 to maybe level 3, depending on your headlight. Some are easier, some are harder. It's just what it is. This one, I would say, it's like a level 2. So we're gonna do everything that we did on the side pillars, pretty much exactly the same. We're gonna soap everything down. We're gonna make sure that we clean this very nicely. We're gonna soap, soap, soap. Then we're going to grab our film. We're going to begin to peel it. Hold the liner, peel your film. As you're peeling, we should be spraying. And you keep it. You want to make sure that your film is saturated. That way it doesn't accidentally get stuck on you. If it does get stuck on you, don't worry. You can always add more solution to make it really slippery. When doing a headlight like this one, here's what you should do. You should want to tack one corner of your film, and then you're going to stretch it over to the next side. Then you're going to anchor the next corner. If you stretch it accordingly and you get your 2 anchors, all of this extra film that's right here should sink down and should begin to mold around the headlight. So I'm going to add some hot water. I'm going to line up my edge. Once I get it to a good place where I'm like, I like that, that looks nice. Good placement. We're going to leave that right there. And then we're going to come in with our squeegee. Make a small soft passes. You don't want to go too hard right now. Small passes, small passes. Then we can come in with a harder pass. The harder pass, it will extract all of the moisture. Let's go ahead and let's do that. A little bit harder. These hard passes should lock this into place. Very nice. As I'm working rather quickly. I know you're just starting, so at any point, you can continue to add more slip solution. Let's say it's a nice hot day by you and your film's actually starting to stick onto the headlight. You can add more moisture at any point. Don't worry, this film is very forgiving. Just keep opening it, add more slip. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna stretch this into place. One thing that I like to do is I like to do a couple practice stretches just so I can feel how much the film will actually stretch. I'll practice stretching to my area, and then I take a look at the rest of the film. It slowly, if you stretch it correctly, it will begin to reduce these massive fingers and make them a lot more manageable. So give it 2-3 test shots. You're going to notice how much the film actually stretches and how easily you can also stretch it. So we're going to add our hot water, and with one hand we're going to stretch it into place, and with our second hand we're going to use our squeegee, and we're going to begin to extract the moisture. Your first passes are going to be soft passes, then you can come in with a harder pass. That's to fully extract all the moisture that's underneath. You could then let go of your film, and if this anchors correctly, everything should start to fall into place. This is when it starts to get really fun. So now we can start to adjust our film, because in some areas you may notice that it's too high or too low. You can go ahead and play with the film. You can adjust it. We're going to spray tack solution all on the edge. Our main goal here is to try and flush out all of the soap and water. And with one hand, I can slowly begin to adjust up and down, depending on where my film is sitting on the edge. We're going to squeegee towards the middle, and we're slowly going to begin to adjust our film. If you have fingers like this, totally fine. We're going to handle this at the very end. No need to worry right now. So we're going to squeegee and extract towards the middle. We're going to go from the left side as well and squeegee towards the middle. We can extract the moisture towards the bottom. We can also extract the moisture towards the top. We're going to add more tack solution on the top. Trying to get rid of all the soap at this point. The soap is not our friend. The hot water is our friend. Small strokes, little by little. We work slow and methodically. We can get rid of all the moisture evenly. Alright, we're going to have a couple fingers along the bottom. This is totally normal. No need to panic. This is when we just grab a little more hot water. We really want to get rid of the soap right now. So we're just going to spray a lot of water and let that flush out. And we're going to work this very slowly, pushing our fingers down one by one. The whole goal is to spread the tension of these fingers. So we're going to begin to push and then hold, push and then hold, push, hold, and we're slowly going to keep doing this until our film finally decides to stay in place. If you need to add a little bit more hot water, we'll totally do that, and you may have to work this for 1 to 2 minutes, but as long as you continue to push and hold, and you give the film the ability to adhere to the headlight, it will stay down. Not bad. Let's do that to the very top. Hot water. Soak this up really nicely. Once again, these little fingers, we're gonna push them towards the edge, and we're gonna hold them in place. We're gonna do it slowly. We're gonna keep working them until they go down. You may have to use your finger around this little curve to get you to get this area to hold down a little bit better. What I should have done is pop the hood. So right now I'm hitting this with my finger. But just take your time and slowly begin to push our film down. Cool. You just take your time. It will go down. Headlights, like I said, they could be level 1, level 2, level 3. This one is a little bit trickier because you do have to stretch a lot more. But there are a lot of headlights that are completely flat. Those are your level 1s. Those are really easy. This one, you're going to have to give it a couple shots. You're going to practice a little bit. And you will get it. You're just going to have to slowly work it. But it will turn out really nicely. Okay, so on almost every car, usually when people go to open their doors, they hit the paint with their nails and they'll consistently scratch it. Take a look at yours. I guarantee you have a lot of small scratches here, unless you're that OCD detail guy, right? But one of the benefits of doing this with PPF is that you will no longer scratch your paint, and the film is very scratch resistant. Take a look at this kit. This kit will go around the whole handle and it will cover as much as possible so that you don't get those scratches anymore. Let's go ahead and let's peel this. We're going to peel our film, exposing the adhesive, then we're going to spray our soap solution on our piece of film. Let's go ahead and let's slide this awkward shape into place. And if you notice, this kit is cut out perfectly to fall right into place. There it is. Now we can begin to extract the moisture. We're gonna spray a lot of warm water. Spray some tack solution, which is just warm water, underneath your film. We're going to position our film at its final destination. Then we can begin to extract our moisture. It may take you a couple tries to get it perfectly into place, but you will if you take your time. Let's begin by tacking the very middle. We want to split it just in half. Imagine a line going right through the middle, right behind there. We're going to start right in the middle. Small squeegees, small pressure. You don't need a lot, just a small amount. Start in the middle. You can work towards the top. You can work towards the bottom. But we're slowly going to begin to push our moisture out towards an exit. Yeah. If we need to add more hot water, let's go ahead and let's do that. At any point you can add more slip or more tack. It's totally up to you. Just slowly take your time, do it right. We're slowly going to be squeegeeing and extracting our moisture towards the outside. I like splitting it into 4 quadrants, so I'll do a line right down the middle, and I'll split that in half again. I'll work one quadrant, my next quadrant, then I'll do the 2 bottoms at the very end. So as I squeegee this way, this side is done. Now I'm gonna begin to work this side. And cup hold, these, what are these called?
Door cups.
Door cups can be very annoying just because it's a very tight, small space. And if you have big fingers, they kind of get in your way. It's a nice small area, but that's why we have our very nice squeegee that fits into this area nicely. So, first half is done, second half is done. Now we can work on the 2 bottom pieces. We can start from the middle, squeegee down. Then we can work towards the outside. Remember, quadrants. Add some tack. Let's begin to work towards the outside. The whole goal here is just to take your time. Let's do it right. You only have to do it once. So let's go ahead and let's do the final section. We'll lift up our film, add our tag. With our squeegee, we'll slowly squeegee the moisture towards the outside. We're gonna grab our towel, clean up the excess water, and then we're gonna check out our work to make sure it looks really nice.
Trying anything new obviously can be a little intimidating, but once you do it a couple times, it becomes second nature and very easy, and a good way for you to make some more money. There's lots of parts like that you could do on the vehicle. We actually do training. So we have full training classes, 2-day intermediate classes, and then 2-day advanced classes if you really want to get into PPF. It's a growing industry and very enjoyable to do, wouldn't you say?
I'd say it's very, very satisfactory.
Yes, and you're helping save cars, paint one car at a time. If you have any questions, we're here. So let's get to those questions right now.
Awesome.
Hello, guys. Welcome to TRCMA. Yeah, so
Thank you.
obviously, you guys are here to talk about Optical. I've got some questions down here, but I want to encourage anybody who's listening right now, get your questions in sooner, not later, because I notice they always seem to flood in at the last second when we're already saying bye, and they don't realize there's like a delay. And anyway, just getting that out there. So, if you guys are ready to go, Anthony, you're ready to go?
I am. I'm here just to kind of hang out, vibe out, smile.
You're just floating.
I'm just kind of floating, right? Here for ultimate clarity. With
I kind of feel like it's AI Anthony right now.
Yeah, a little bit. So I think I'll start off here with Neil White, who's asking, a good question. Everybody comes across this. What is the lifespan of PPF on a vehicle before it starts looking rough? Not like it just crumbles off, but just when it starts to not look its best.
Me? Yeah. Okay. So, what is the lifespan of PPF on a vehicle before it starts to look rough? So that's all dependent on how you take care of your PPF. So, let's say film could last a lifespan of the car, so it could last a whole 10 years. But if you're not washing your car, not taking care of it, leaving it out in the sun, letting the elements get to it, it could last a year, right? So it totally depends on the customer, but the film itself will last the lifetime of the car.
All right. And then let's see here. I've got, classic one. I know somebody's going to be champing at the bit to get this one. What sets Optical apart from other film manufacturers who've been doing this for a long time? It's not a new product field, but what makes Optical special?
Yeah, so we're the new kids on the block. So the film, a lot of the films, the differences are the top coats and the adhesives. And it's kind of a give and take on where you're at in your installer life, whether you like that tack really aggressive or really light. But I think what really sets us apart, besides the film, is the brand and who we are. So we really believe in commitment to the installers in teaching and training them throughout their careers in paint protection film. So it's a great opportunity for a lot of detailers to get into because it's a very popular service with consumers. So we've kind of set ourselves apart by offering free training. So we actually do, when you make the decision to make a commitment to install paint protection film, you're going to have to order the film and a set of tools. So if you order from Optical, there's a threshold, $2,500. You order the film, and you're actually going to get free training. And we do training here in our Romeoville location, just outside of Chicago. And you're going to get a free 2-day training to come in, work together with E-Man, and do hands-on paint protection film training. So I feel like that's, the biggest thing that sets us apart from other companies.
No, that's excellent. And Mario, of course, followed that up with, I can't even put on a screen protector on my phone. Imagine trying a car. To which I would say, I heard you talk about difficulty levels when it came to, level 1, 2, 3, kind of going over it. You want to recap that for people just as a barometer, figuring out what works, what's good for a beginner?
Yeah, actually, so I've done, E-Man's been an installer for over a decade now, and I've done window tint, but I've just started to dive into, and E-Man's teaching me PPF, so I feel like as a beginner here, I can explain that. So there's very easy parts on the card. Just imagine this, a very flat piece. You're putting a sticker basically on a flat surface, and it's very, very easy as long as you line it up where you want and then squeegee out any of the solution behind that sticker. Where it gets a little more difficult is the curves or the different pieces that have, different radiuses on it. So imagine trying to wrap a present. Wrapping a square is pretty easy because you can fold it and put it and it's nice and flat, but wrapping a basketball might be very hard because you got all this extra film that you don't know where to go or what to do with. So very similar when you're working on a vehicle that has pieces that are curved, that's where the difficulty comes in. And what's nice about PPF is that it will stretch. And one of the biggest challenges is knowing to stretch that film. And as long as you can stretch it in the right places, you can actually get it to lay very flat and then squeegee out any of the slip solution behind the actual film. So the levels of difficulties will depend on the curviness of the panels on the vehicle.
Okay, good to understand. I've got Joey here. He's asking, is there any specific amount of time you recommend waiting after installing PPF before washing a vehicle?
Yeah, so
you guys.
I mean, that is a really good question. Yeah, you should want to wait for the film to fully cure before you go wash the car. So that depending on where you're at, like if you're in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's summertime and it's hot and you pull the car out, it'll probably be dry 3 to 5 days. But if you're up here in Chicago where it's literally just snowing, it might take up to 2 weeks for the film to fully cure because it's sitting outside, right? So it all depends on temperature, but it depends. It totally depends. But let's say if it's hot outside, 3 days to 5 days. If it's cold out, you can give it up to 2 weeks before you can start washing the car.
In washing a car, you also have to be aware of the edges of the film, right? So using a high-pressured pressure washer, you don't want to get too close to the edge of the film where you could get water under that film. So you got to be careful. With, the new techniques and everything, we try to wrap edges as many as possible, but there are certain edges where you can't wrap, and just being aware of using that pressure washer. A garden hose is going to be perfectly fine. There's not enough pressure to lift up the edges there, but a pressure washer, especially in the first week or two, you want to be very, very careful and keep that. We kind of recommend about 1.5 feet away, and we'd recommend that even without paint protection film.
No, that's great. And I have another good one here because a lot of people were excited about the prospect of pre-cuts. Obviously, with PPF, it can be a little bit of a pain if you got to do it yourself, so why not take out some of that difficulty? Shine Your Light Detailing asks, hey, Jason and crew, is there a size limit to the pre-cut PPF you'll ship out, or will you ship any size on a roll?
No, we'll ship any size, so we can cut an entire car out if you wanted that. So I know there was a question on price ranges. So typically, if you're going to do small panels like the A pillars, the B pillars, and the headlights, you're looking at anywhere from 2.5 to 7.5 square feet of film. So we're charging $10 a square foot. So you're looking at anywhere from $25 to $70 if you're going to get some headlights and B pillars and stuff like that. A full front end, you may be looking at about $500, $600 somewhere in there to cut the full hood, the fenders, the front bumper, and then a full car is usually about a roll of film, isn't it? So a full roll of film is 250 square feet at $10 a square foot. You'd be looking at about $2,000 to $2,500 on material costs for the entire vehicle to cut out. And the way it works is, you fill out the form, and we actually call you to make sure that we have all the right information, what edges that you want wrapped. We can do bulk hoods where we can just send you like a 5 by 5 foot section of film or 5 by 6 foot section of film. We want to make sure. And then what we like to do is we like to add extra pieces, right? If there's enough room in between all the panels, we can add an extra set of headlights, maybe an extra set of door handles, maybe an extra set of whatever it is. So so you can have those extra pieces. And what's nice is we can put them all together and make sure that we're putting enough pieces in there for a good value for you.
Oh, excellent. And I've got Spencer here, who also had to point out it was his car in the video. He was very excited. Hey, that's my M3. Spencer here saying, what's your take on ceramic coating the car before PPF?
Damn. Okay. So, I mean, this is a question that like came up in our industry right now. So some people are ceramic coating their cars first before installing PPF. It's going to make it really hard for your film to stick. So personally, I would not recommend ceramic coating your car before installing PPF. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think it can make your film not stick to the car, and I think it's going to be a harder install for the newer people getting into PPF.
And if you get a car that has been ceramic coated and you're going to try to apply paint protection film to it, I definitely recommend doing a polish to remove that coating and even concentrate on the edges too. So I'd actually, go with a microfiber towel and just go along all those edges and make sure you polish them really well to remove any ceramic coating that may be on that car before you actually start the install.
Okay, and I think you kind of helped answer Humberto's question here too, because he was wondering what the prep will be required before, not coated, that kind of thing. So obviously some people are having similar thoughts. But I do think this one's good, if we can get you to answer. How do you know when the PPF is fully cured?
It's how do you know when it's fully cured?
When it's cured.
When it looks done. When you can't tell that it's there.
When you can't peel it off.
All right.
That's it. It can be up to a week. It can be 2 weeks, depending on the climate. Like if the film is curing quickly,
Some things that I've seen, so when you squeegee out all the water and the soap, sometimes you can have little pockets of moisture back there. And you'll see them, and it's perfectly normal. And those will actually cure out. And it usually takes about a week or two to see those moisture pockets behind the film actually cure out, because we have that a lot where people are like, well, there's a couple bubbles here, and you can see them, and you can tell whether it's an air bubble or a moisture bubble. And sometimes moisture bubbles are perfectly normal, and it's always surprising to see them. But they, out in the sun, they'll cure out within just a few days if it's out in the sun.
Okay. And it seems like out in the Midwest there's a lot of facial hair, so we're going to Neil's question here. What do you do if, say, one of your beard hairs just falls into the PPF and is missed during inspection? What do you do then?
Well, what's nice about PPF is that you can actually, before it tacks hard, so while you're installing it, if you happen to notice that you have a hair in there, you can literally just pick it up, and you'll go in there and you'll pick out the hair and pull it out, and then we'll spray that slip solution in there to rinse everything out, and then you can lay it right back down. I mean, it's pretty amazing on, you can just pull it up and put it back down, and there's a lot of wiggle room with that. And that's why, it's always a little nerve-wracking when you're trying something new, but it is so forgiving. You can actually squeegee it all down, pull it back up if you need to, and then try it again.
That's
and the
actually
film's
awesome
gonna be perfectly
to know,
fine.
because I've had horrible experience with screen protectors on like a phone and stuff like that. It's definitely not the case with everything you try and protect something with. So that's good to know about optical.
Yep.
Okay, here's one.
Or you could be Levi 12 years ago and actually just use touch-up paint on top of the hair, and you'll never see it.
There, that's it. Miguel wants to know what's recommended for painting your PPF. I mean, just the basics. What does a guy need to know?
You want to take this?
Yeah, you just treat it like paint. I mean, it's a urethane-based product. So, there's a lot of companies out there that have dedicated PPF products, which are great. They're tried and true, which is awesome. But just treat it like your normal paint. The only thing I wouldn't do, I wouldn't clay the you-know-what out of it, and I would never go to a compound in like a microfiber pad. But I've seen people polish out some gnarly stuff on PPF. So just treat it like delicate paint. never going to get paint.
Yeah, that top layer is self-healing, so you can use hot water or heat to self-heal it, but there's only a certain amount. Just like paint has layers to it, that self-healing layer has a thickness. So if you scratch past it or are too aggressive with like a clay bar or a clay mitt, you can certainly scratch through that self-healing layer.
Okay. And I've got the one who shall remain nameless. If a vehicle is already coated, what's your suggestion in using PPF in all the small spots, like door handles, those kinds of things? I imagine pillars are included in that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the flat spots are going to be okay to do that. But again, I mean, you can polish those, compound and polish them just to make sure that coating's removed so you get, maximum adhesion level with the PPF.
Okay. And Spencer back with another one. He claims it's his last question. Would you do regular PPF or satin matte PPF on an interior touchscreen? Some of these ones get crazy these days. That Benz we had yesterday in the air, the screen is like 40 inches wide.
Yeah.
Not so.
I like satin matte because I'm a fingerprint weirdo, and I feel like you see your fingerprints more on glossy. Yeah. So I would dull it down a little bit, personal.
Yeah, it takes away the glare too on something shiny. So I had satin on the Tesla screen that I had, and I really liked the satin look to it, and it didn't interfere with like how it looked or displayed.
All right, so pretty much across the board would prefer more of a matte look, I'm guessing. Just for the
I feel like Spencer would like the matte window tint we're not going to come out with.
Now, Riggs here with an interesting question. Is there amateur insurance? Maybe you mess up the first piece and you got to order a second one. Maybe a reduced rate, something like that for a buddy?
We would probably work that out. I mean, we always make our recommendations, and that's why we like to call before we actually cut out it to see where you're at on an installer level, because if we don't want to give you something that you're going to be frustrated with, so we'll talk you through it. And again, that's the difference that Optical is. We have the support system, so you can call us, we can walk through through some installs with you. We can actually do video calls, and we enjoy doing that on a daily basis. So yes, and a lot of times on A-pillars or something, we can print just a second set and add them in there.
Okay. And Spencer lied. He had another question. Recommendations for ceramic coatings over optical PPF?
Which one have we not tried?
We've tried a lot of them. I mean, so all the major manufacturers have coatings specific for PPF. One of my favorites is it's Halo. Very, very easy to use and put on there. Nasyol has a PPF specific coating that we've been testing out that's been doing really well. Also, coatings don't typically last as long on a film as they do on paint. So I do recommend, doing it every year and a half, or, use one of these spray coatings like every time you wash your car. Mainly you want that coating protection on there to make it hydrophobic and make it easier to wash, just like you would your paint. And so I like using a spray one every time I wash my car too. So it's up to you on how you maintain it and how you want to use it.
All right, excellent. Well, I'm told I got one more question I can ask you guys, so let me get Exodus FX out there. Is this something that mobile guys can do, or do you need a shop/garage to install properly?
Here's where the difference of opinion is going to come in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would do it mobile. I mean, on spots like A-pillars and stuff, as long as you're efficient and, you're taking the film off and putting it right on the panel, you should be good. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be able to do it on a windy day and stuff like that. But certainly these smaller parts, you could do mobile and be just fine. I mean, if you're going to do a hood or a fender or something like that, you're going to need a shop. You're going to need a clean shop with good lighting. And so I wouldn't recommend doing it in there. But definitely, I think you can do some of the smaller stuff mobile. Stay out of the sun, get a little bit of shade. And as long as it's windy, it should be good to go.
All right. Well, last one I just want to throw out as a nice comment here. Ginger Badger saying, E-Man is a legend. I can't wrap a Christmas present. I'd imagine wrapping a car would end up with the car on fire with 3 flat tires. So, Good way to end it there. But guys, anything else you want to add here before we go?
No, I just wish we were there so we can give you guys hugs. I miss that. We'll be back. We'll be there next year.
All right. Good. Glad to hear it. Well, thanks so much for the demonstration. It was cool to see, and I think a lot of people are excited about pre-cuts, so thank you for that.
Awesome. Thank you, brother.
All right. You guys take care. All right, so that is wrapping up our morning, but that's not the wrap up of the day. Oh no, there is so much more to go. We've got ourselves a lot later this afternoon. Of course, you've already seen Gtech, Detailers Roadmap, ScanGrip, Optical. Upcoming is the halftime show with our friends, the Canadian and the fella from the Deep South. We got it all, the Swamp Creature here for the halftime show. Then in the afternoon, you'll see IK Sprayers. I know they're a fan favorite around here, followed by Buff and Shine, where I think they're going to be doing something with my car. And to round out the afternoon, we will have Stoner Car Care dropping in to tell us, oh, who knows what. Let's wait and find out on that. But in the meantime, excuse me, if you haven't already, hit that like button, please. Thumbs up. Helps everybody around here, keeps us smiles on our faces, and keeps us rolling strong. And of course, if you haven't subscribed, take a moment. Please do that. We'd really appreciate it. And in the meantime, I'm going to roll out, but don't worry. We got Aaron here. What's Aaron doing?
Oh, yeah. I know. I'm pretty stoked about it. Super exciting stuff, Dane. Okay, we've got trivia coming up at you now. TRC edition. We're asking you, what is the highest GSM towel that the rag company makes? If you wrote 1500, you'd be absolutely correct. Next up on trivia, we're asking you, who was the first chemical company the rag company partnered with? If you guessed Optimum for who was the first chemical company the rag company partnered with, you'd be correct. How many countries does the rag company distribute to? We'll be right back at you with the answer.
In today's episode of the Relatable Garage Tour series, we have a very special episode. And as you can hear, you have a very special host today, as this is Jamie the Cleaner, and I'm going to try and channel my inner Anthony Fisher in today's very special garage tour. We're here in Monterey, California, and we're going to get a very special tour of the one and only Gordon McCall's Dream Garage. Now, this is going to be a little more relatable than you think, as he has many stories to tell, and his whole garage tells a very interesting story. So let's check it out, see if Gordon lets us in. Just like that, for Gordon McCall.
Jamie.
Thank you for opening your garage doors and letting us and the people of YouTube get a little tour.
Absolutely, welcome. Welcome to my hideaway.
Yes, indeed. So it's all about location, location, location. So Gordon, where are we exactly?
So this is the Monterey Motorsport Park. We built this about 3.5 years ago. It's in Monterey, California. We're about a half a mile away from the Monterey Airport and about 10 minutes away from the world famous Laguna Seca Raceway. Right in the middle of everything, especially during Monterey Car Week.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exciting times for sure.
Yep.
So Gordon, we got to get it out the way. We kind of have an elephant in the room with this beautiful Ford Cobra. So what's the story, and why is this the particular car you have in your garage?
Well, it's actually the snake in the room, Jamie.
The snake in the room, yes.
So this car actually belongs to a very dear friend of mine, Marty Ballou. He's a big Cobra guy. We spend a lot of time together. It's a really fun car to drive. We're doing a big unveiling tomorrow. So I had to kick my car out of here and put a Cobra in here because we're going to have this whole thing be about Fords. And so that's why this car is here. Plus, I don't mind looking at it. I really don't. Yeah, fun to drive, fun to look at too.
Yes, indeed. So we usually tackle a couple of kind of what makes the garage, kind of the build, the lighting, the flooring, this and that. But we're going to get some good stories along the way. So like I said, you have a storied career of detailing for many, many years. And you have a lot of memorabilia. This is kind of a collection of your career.
It's my life, actually, Jamie. It's, right. You know, I didn't go to a garage sale and buy all this stuff. There's a story behind everything here. I've learned over the years that this whole car and motorcycle thing is something that you don't enjoy in a vacuum. You don't just go into your private little space and geek out on your stuff. You share it. You share it with friends. You tell stories. You hear stories. And that's what this motorsport park is all about. And that's what happens in my garage here. It's all about, you know, I come to work here every day. They all have mezzanines, so everybody's got an office space in here as well. And you just kind of never know who you're going to run into here, which is kind of fun. But I decided to fill my walls with a little bit of my career. I've got a car barn at home as well, so this is kind of a condensed version. But I'm inspired by things that have happened in the past. It definitely influences me. I'm in the event world as well, so it kind of inspires me towards coming up with new ideas of different things to do, and that's what all this is. This is a little bit of my past.
Right, so that's fantastic. So the lighting solution, is this kind of the solution for all the other ones as well? Is this one particular?
Yeah, so
it's kind of museum-y.
Well, it is, and what happens with these spaces, Jamie, is you know, you can do whatever you want on the inside of your space. So it's your choice. I'm not a huge fan of fluorescent lighting, although this LED stuff a little more favorable to paint. I know fluorescent lighting is just vicious on paint, but I brought in the incandescent just to kind of highlight, you know, my helmets, some of the art, just to kind of break it up a little bit. It's more of a vibe than it is function. The flooring, I just went with epoxy gray. I just wanted it to kind of go away.
Right.
I initially started with polished concrete, but you know, polished concrete has a downside as well because it's still porous, and just about everything I own leaks something, and I just didn't want to deal with that. And you know, this polyurethane flooring is pretty bulletproof stuff, you know, so it's worked out. It's worked out.
Yes, sir. Definitely. You know, you don't want to catch too much attention with the floor. You know, you want everybody looking around. That's right. That's right.
It's not about the floor. And I see a lot of places, and I respect and admire what everybody does with their space, right? It's your space, do what you want with it. But I look at some of the flooring and it's like, whoa, it's all about the floor. You don't even see the car.
Yes, I think that's a problem with a lot of our detail shops is, you know, we like to get the nice fancy flooring.
Yep.
That kind of takes some attention away of some of the beautiful cars we work on. Speaking of the next solution, you have some beautiful cabinets over here. So how about let's talk about some storage solution that you have. You see they're kind of the thinner variety. What kind of
yeah, you know, these new age cabinets, they're really economical. They're high quality. They're powder coated. I think it's a company out of Canada, if I'm not mistaken. I've got a lot of friends that have used them. These are not the 24-inch deep ones because I didn't want to chew up too much of my square footage. And I'm a bit of a pack rat, as you've noticed, so I don't mind having stuff out because it's stuff that I use or it's stuff that I like to look at. So, you know, I use the cabinets to store chemicals and, you know, motorcycle leathers for my bikes. I could have gone a little wilder with more cabinet space. You never have enough cabinet space, just like you never have enough flat surfaces.
Right.
And you will fill them, regardless of how much you have, you know?
I see the Dreammaker poster. Is this, what's in these cabinets? Is this where you hide the lifetime supply of McCall's Dreammaker?
Well, I don't know if it's lifetime, but yeah, actually, I do have a fair amount of P&S products. I'm a long time, since the 1970s, I'm a long time P&S customer. We collaborated, Bob Phillips and I and his brother Dave, we collaborated on the Dreammaker product, which is a lot of fun to get my name back on a bottle again. You know, we did a product, this was 20 years ago that we did this. So it's not enough for me just to try to make things look better. It's really nice to get an understanding of the chemicals that help you along the way. So
yes, sir, you have the original McCall's packaging here.
Yeah.
Give us a little breakdown of that.
We created these, again, 20 years ago. This was a rally kit that I had an event that I recently sold to Hagerty at the Monterey Jet Center. We host 3,000 people every year, and we were using this as a gift that we gave everybody. We called it a rally kit back in the day. It had a polish in it, tire treatment, leather treatment, and a quick spray. 20 years ago. We were a little ahead of the curve.
So that was the original collaboration.
Yeah, that's the original collaboration, which is why it's so much fun to come full circle with P&S, with Dreammaker.
The Dreammaker. So looking at the fantastic posters and helmets, Is there any particular story that rings a bell with this wall?
You know, before I started the Quail 20 years ago, I was involved with the Pebble Beach Concours. I ended up, started there as a high school sophomore and as a volunteer, and ended up helping develop the system that's used to this day in terms of how they bring the show cars over the show ramp. In 1985, we got all 6 Bugatti Royales together. That's what that is, and it had never been done before. They only made 6 of them, and we managed to pull them all together, and that was a real high watermark for me, you know. Again, it's the stories behind the cars that make them so interesting, and so I said goodbye to the Pebble Beach show after 28 years and started that Quail show, like I said, 20 years ago, and that show's going quite well as well.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Going into more storage, I see you have quite the cabinet here with a lot of car models. What's the story of these?
Each one of those, Jamie, has a major story behind it. You know, these aren't die-cast models. These are handmade 1/43rd scale models that I've had an obsession ever since I was a kid with my Corgi toys and Matchbox toys that my mom used to give me for holidays and such. There's a story behind every one of these. It's either a car I had something to do with back when I was running the Christie's auction house, or you know, I know the owners currently or former. I'm inspired looking at them. You know, there's such great history in these cars. A lot of them are gifts. A lot of them came from a dear friend of mine, Ned Tannen, who was president of Paramount Pictures. Ned and I used to share our interest in these small-scale cars, and we used to trade them with each other. I mean, it's kind of like baseball cards with kids, right? But we're full-on adults. And here's a guy, powerhouse in Hollywood, running one of the 4 major studios, and his passion was 1/43rd scale models. Granted, he was a car collector as well, but I'd swear the models almost meant more to him than the cars. Yeah, so.
Yeah, speaking of studios, I see the director's chair, the McCall's director's chair. Do you like to sit in that and kind of
Yeah, I do.
direct some people around?
I joked a little earlier about trying to set a record of how many items could you put your name on, but yeah, that's what happens when you're in the event world. And fortunately, you know, being in that world has led to, you know, back when I was detailing and restoring, led to a few awards over the years.
Quite a few, I see.
That's what all these are all about. It's nice to get recognized for the labor you put into making cars look better.
Right. Do you have one that's particularly?
You know, I really don't. I'm proud of all of them.
Proud of all of them.
Proud of all of them. Proud to have been a part of that world. You know, and really impressed to see where it's come to today. Detailing has turned into a whole different industry than it was back when I was doing it.
Yes,
it's
sir.
Really impressive.
That's beautiful. Let's go to this side of the shop. We have McCall's Motorworks Revival 2007. Is that the original?
Yeah, no, that event was, I had 30 years of my wife and I, Molly, and I started that event in the late 90s, and we ran it for 30 years up until a couple of years ago. We sold it to Haggerty. So it's theirs now. They've changed the name, but we were the innovators, and I'm quite proud of this. We brought automotive and aviation interests together. Turns out it hadn't been done before in that kind of a setting. And
I'd say it's pretty unique.
It's pretty unique, and it's a great way to host a bunch of like-minded people to start Car Week, and that was our whole intentions. And so what started off as something that was like literally 100 friends,
right.
It evolved into a pretty major production. 3,000 people, 25 airplanes, 100 cars. It was quite a deal. So, but we're happy to pass the torch and move on from it. Yep, a lot of fun, a lot of fun. So motorcycles.
Yes, speaking of
yeah.
fun, I think Anthony Fisher would have a couple more questions about them than me, but what's the story on a couple of these Yamahas?
Yeah, so you know, most successful road racers from a few years ago started their careers on a TD250 Yamaha, which is what this is. It's a small displacement little Grand Prix bike, which usually led to something bigger like this Yamaha TZ750 from 1974. You know, there was a period of time, Jamie, if you weren't riding a Yamaha TZ750, you weren't going to win the Daytona 200, which is thought of as one of the premier road racing events in the world. So for 11 years, it was dominated by these motorcycles. They're ruthlessly vicious, difficult motorcycles to ride, but when they work and when the rider has talent, they win. So that's what that's all about.
We even have a little Heritage Award.
Yeah, won the AMA Hall of Fame Heritage Award, and my little homage here to a very dear friend of mine who's actually a neighbor here at our motorsport park, a gentleman named Wayne Rainey, 3-time world champion. Amazing guy, blazed the trail for a lot of other riders, and now he's president of Moto America, which is running it's the premier road racing series in the US. He's looking to find the next American star. somebody that can follow his footsteps. Wayne's
in
a great
between
guy.
the Motorworks Revival and the motorcycles, I see a particular New York World's Fair poster. That has to mean something to you right there. What is the story behind that particular poster?
Jamie, it looks a little out of context here, actually.
It does,
it's like,
yeah.
what is the New York World's Fair? Well, 1965, my father brought me to the 1965 World's Fair, which was, as a kid, I was an 8-year-old kid. It was just an amazing, over-the-top experience for me. They launched the then new Ford Mustang at that event. I'd never seen anything like it, and as it turns out, that was the last thing I did with my father. He passed away shortly after that. So
that's really special.
Yeah, so I'm reminded by him, or of him, daily now, you know, by having that on my wall. Yeah, it's a great reminder.
Yeah.
Great reminder.
That is a beautiful story.
Yeah, fun stuff.
Let's make our way, continue deeper into the garage. Now, see, we got us a working cart here, it seems like.
Yeah.
But all kind of nice P&S products.
Yep.
We got an old school. Is that a DeWalt down there?
That's a DeWalt steam powered buffer. I said I was old school, right?
That's right. So how often are you getting in here and really throwing down on a vehicle anymore?
You know, I have a bunch of cars, a bunch of vintage cars, and I do all the work myself, mechanically and cosmetically. Before I was into detailing, I'm a certified Ferrari technician from back in the day. My first business was a Ferrari restoration shop. And so that's actually what this toolbox is all about. That's a 1976 Snap-on Bicentennial toolbox.
Yeah,
you know,
toolbox.
I made my living with Snap-on tools working on Ferraris back in the day, which then turned into the cosmetic side. So I tear into my paint all the time. You know, whether it's motorcycles or cars, again, I love doing it. I'm blown away with the quality of the materials available today. I strictly use P&S, have forever, and continue to do so.
So we know P&S is the chemicals. You have a favorite polisher you like to grab?
I tell you, the DeWalt is hard to beat. When you cut your teeth, you know, I was around when the foam pad was developed, and that was a game changer when we went from wool to foam.
Yeah.
But I had a knack, and that's one of the ways I got closer, my friendship got closer with Bob Phillips. Bob used to call me when he had clients up in the Bay Area that were struggling, like car dealerships that were struggling with black paint. And I had a reputation for being able to produce swirl-free black paint, and I was doing it with a DeWalt. I had my own system that worked really well, and so, you know, it's not always the equipment that makes the difference.
Right.
It's the operator often, you know, and that works both good and bad.
Yes, sir.
You know, I've always believed that Hippocratic oath that they apply in the medical world, I think it applies in the detailing world even more so, which is first, do no more harm.
Right.
Don't burn the paint. Don't do something that, you know, don't dive in if you're not 100% confident in what it is you're doing. So I can't knock the early DeWalt buffers, you know, 'cause before that one, it was a Black & Decker. The thing must have weighed 50 pounds. But again, if you knew how to use it, you could really turn out some great finishes.
Yeah, they've been around for a long time.
They have.
Still.
They have, yeah.
First tools many people grab.
We weren't working with polyurethanes back then, you know, we were mostly working with lacquer. And you know, I did a lot of wet sanding and a lot of finish work with no machines.
Right.
I did a lot of it by hand. The old trick of Meguiar's No. 7 and Blue Magic metal polish. After sanding it down to 1000 grit, which back then was the finest paper you could buy. It's amazing what you could turn out though. You could get a finish, you know, like that.
Usually when we go to walk around a corner, that's where you sometimes maybe not want to bring everybody back there, but do you want to show us maybe a little behind
Yeah, absolutely.
the scenes back
Yeah, I know what you mean, Jamie. That's usually where you give up.
Yeah, this is usually where it gets good on a garage tour. We come around a corner, we got this little section here. Any hidden gems back here?
Well, you know, so yeah, the restroom's a little gem when needed, right?
Yeah.
I decided to put a restroom in here, a little kitchen, so you know I can have get-togethers, you know, heat up lunch, whatever.
I see a few track suits.
Yeah, so actually the leathers right there are pretty darn important. Those are Wayne Rainey's leathers.
Oh wow!
From his career, and then my driving suit for racing, and I finally found a place to put some of my lanyards.
Yeah, I'd say you did.
You know, all of us in the car world have lanyards, you know, for all the different events that we're involved in. And I finally found a place. So this is a fraction of what I've got. I think I might use the railing on the other side. You know, it's a little cluttered looking, but again, I'm inspired when I see this stuff. It reminds me of fun events.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. I see another working cart.
Yeah, you know, again, I don't have a whole lot of space here. This is about 800 square feet, 850 square feet, 500 downstairs, about 300 upstairs. I've got a lot jammed in here, but
these are the types of carts we get a little excited about. You know, this is really what you kind of reach for.
Yeah.
When it's really time to throw down. So we like a little sneak peek of that, of what you're working with back here.
Yeah.
Any favorites on the cart you might want to highlight?
Yeah, you know, not really. Just you never know what you're going to need when you're in trouble with something, right?
Yeah.
And that's when you usually end up concocting something on your own. You know, you mix a little of this with a little of that, and so.
Good deal. Do you want to? Oh, look at this here.
Yeah, we got a little
signed McCall's official detailing team
shirt.
So
that was our last year of our Motorworks Revival event, and the Detail Mafia, Bob and Rennie, put this together for me, which was really, really something else.
Yeah.
So I wanted to find a treasured spot on the wall for it. So every one of our spaces has a mezzanine. And a lot of people, when we built this place, said, look, I don't really want a mezzanine. I just want floor space. I'd like to be able to put stackers in so I can put more than, you know, a few cars in my space. But we ended up engineering this place so that they had to have this. This is an integral membrane of the construction. So what turns out is everybody is doing cartwheels over the fact that they have a mezzanine office space.
I bet.
Especially during the shutdown, you know, like the rest of the world, we got shut down during COVID. And a lot of people ended up coming here and calling it their workspace. So that's what I did. And you know, when you're having a bad day, you just turn the computer off, go downstairs and polish something or adjust the valves on a race bike or whatever. But I use this, it's kind of my library. It's where I come to work every day. So there's a funny backstory with that silver set. I get asked often.
Yes, I was about to ask.
What the heck is a tea set doing in a...
Take time for a spot of tea?
Yeah, so I grew up with that. That was my mom's. It was in her living room, and it was on my chore list as a kid when I was really, really young. I had to polish that thing. Oh. And it was on a monthly rotation, and so I credit that with my early interest in making things shine.
Right.
And so I like to look at it every day. She's sadly long gone, but it also reminds me of her. So between that and the poster of the World's Fair, I get reminded of my folks that unfortunately I didn't get to spend a whole lot of time with, but there it is.
Yes, sir.
I've got an interest in aviation as well, obviously, so I love having models of planes that I've had something to do with. They're a lot of fun.
Models of planes, I see quite the collection of books and magazines.
Yeah, you know, everybody likes to talk about how the internet is the answer, but I agree, but I also love books. I spend a lot of time, you know, for years I ran the car department at Christie's, the auction house, and had to do a lot of research on various cars that we were selling, and you know, I'd use books, you know, along with the internet. So lots of little mementos up here. The image behind my desk is significant to me only because, for one, that was my birth year, but also that was the first race at Laguna Seca. That was the first checkered flag. That's a guy named Pete Lovely that won the race in a Ferrari. And that has a special meaning now because as a kid I used to go out there, you know, every opportunity I got for the Trans Am races or the Can-Am races. You know, now I race out there, which is a lot of fun, but I'm also part of a group that just took over the management of Laguna Seca Raceway as well. So it's near and dear to me. And again, just simple lighting. I don't turn on the LEDs, the overheads. I don't even turn them on up here. There's a fair amount of natural light when you have the door up. So.
Right, you have that natural California sun coming in.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of artificial light because it's really tough to get it right. You know, it really is. So you know, you roll the doors up here and you get all the sunlight you need.
Well, there you go.
Good old California.
I think we go down and wrap this thing up.
All right.
All right, everybody. There you go. That was a quick, relatable garage tour of the one and only Gordon McCall. Gordon, is there anything on the way out that you want to tell the fine folks?
Whatever's going on in your garage, keep doing it. Spend time in the garage. It's priceless. It really is. And keep finding ways to make it better. You know, better suited for what it is that you're doing. You know, the garage often gets overlooked. You know, you see a lot of garages that have stud walls and a light bulb hanging from the center of it. It's like, do yourself a favor and find a way to outfit it. You know, get it set up so you can enjoy it and use it. And a lot of business is being run out of garages these days too. You know,
Yes, sir.
It's a great place as a detailer. You know, so I just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, and that brings up, is there any short-term or long-term goals you have in mind for this particular space?
I'd like to put an electric motor on the door that weighs several hundred pounds. It's the one unit we didn't put an electric motor on.
That may help
mine.
you out a little bit.
Yeah, but I've got some big graphics. I don't like graphics hanging off of railings, and so I need to get a scissors lift in here. I've got some big graphics from events that I do. I'm going to put up on the remaining wall space. But other than that, I'm pretty well sorted here. I'm pretty happy with with how it's turned out. So I love spending time here.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, thank you again for the incredible garage tour, and we hope to see it again in the future.
Awesome. You will.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Jamie.
How many countries does the Rad Company distribute to? Well, if you answered with 11, you are correct. Our question for you now is, what year was the Grambassador program started? If you answered 2019 to the year that we started our Grambassador program, you would be correct. Nice job. Our next trivia question is, how many foaming soaps does the Rag Company carry? A little tricky. 15 on the regular, but we have a 16th one that comes into circulation every Christmas season. Thank you all for joining and participating in our trivia. That's it for today. We're gonna send it on over to Jamie and the Cleaner Cast, powered by the Rag Company.
And just like that, we're bouncing into the halftime show. Hope you've enjoyed the show as much as we have. It's been a blast here at the biggest Rad Company event of the year, TRCMA 2024, Dewar.
That's right.
Which means it's been 25 years of the Rad Company. It's amazing. It's their anniversary.
Unbelievable.
Un-freaking believable. Have you enjoyed the full 25 years of the Rad Company, Dewar?
I have enjoyed the full 25 years, even though I've really only been a part of it for about 8.
Yeah.
So, but numbers are not important. But there is one big number this week
What's
that is
that?
important.
What is important?
It's 20%.
20% off?
Just about everything, including
Just about
some
everything.
stuff here.
Yep.
And 25% off the TRC related stuff.
25% off for 25 years. That is a massive sale. Head on over to the radcompany.com. We have Mr. Fisher here joining us with the limited edition 25-year anniversary shirt. Fisher,
give us
a little spin. That's the slow. There we go.
There it
25 years. Is it the golden anniversary or something? What's with the shirt design?
It is. Sorry, I don't know which mic to go to.
Just pick one.
Yes, 25 years. It's the anniversary shirt. This thing's pretty sweet.
It is pretty
limited
sweet.
time only, so once they sell out, I believe they're sold out.
Yep.
So pick them up while you can. Now, I wanted to chime in, just to catch you guys here on the live, because as you guys know, Jamie the Cleaner.
I'm here.
Our Grand Ambassador Showdown winner. Champion, right?
Grand champion of all Grand Ambassadors.
We found out that belts were quite expensive to make as far as like wrestling designed gold belts, and so we had to kind of figure out another option here. So I don't know if everybody knows this, but Jamie the Cleaner is going on a shopping spree later this afternoon.
Let's back up some.
Sorry.
Continue.
He's going on.
It's okay.
Sorry, he's going on a shopping spree later on down the road, and I found out just recently that we were able to kind of up the ante. So
there we go. Now we're talking.
Our manager, right, or John Green himself, said to
John Green out there
said just to keep it under $1,000. Under 1,000.
We'll
so
see,
I mean,
Mr. Green.
Toe up to that $9.99 area, and so Jamie will have a lot of fun doing some shopping. So, anyways, head to radicomedy.com, pick up some anniversary edition stuff, and enjoy the halftime show. That's all I had to say. Yeah, no problem.
No promo codes needed over there at theradcompany.com, and I'm going to look here. We got it pulled up here.
Yep.
Look at this amazing website. Got the golden anniversary here. Get that limited edition T-shirt. As it loads in here, it is looking good. It is looking sharp. 25% off on all TRC microfiber and ultraline products.
That's right.
20% off almost everything else, Dewar.
That's right. That's right. So, I mean, it's a great time to stock up because we are at the beginning of a detailing season for many of us.
It's kicking off. Yep. Now it's time to stock up for the whole year on microfiber. You'll be set till next TRCMA probably. Get you a case. Get you something good.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
yeah, all the good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, we kicked it off with our friend Chris Wheeler, Wheeling and Dealing Wheeler, as I like to call him, from Gtechniq. He brought some good stuff, and to recap that us with it.
That's right.
So pull up the schedule.
We're tired, folks. Yeah. We're tired, folks. We've been doing a lot of talking. Okay?
Give us the rundown of the schedule.
It's Humpty Dumpty Day. So 9 a.m. we had Wheeling Dealing, Master himself, and then dropping all kinds of knowledge on products. They have all kinds of coatings. They washed a bit of a Jeep situation, which was super fun. And we're going to be doing some experimenting a little bit later on. So
it's coming. Stay tuned for the halftime.
But got some V2 with G-Wash, which was super cool.
Yep, that's always good.
Little update. If you like to flex on your friends with the PPF game, you got the Halo PPF coating. So it's a little bit more flexible.
Lots of updates with Gtechniq stuff.
So tons. So stay tuned for that.
Speaking of updates, you want to update your detailing website? Detailer's Roadmap came on. I joined him. I was the guy who neglected the website game for a long time.
Were you expecting to be on that show?
No, I was not. I was told this morning you're going to join me on the desk, talk about the website. So it was a fun time. Definitely a must-watch segment, in my opinion. You got to go check it out.
Most definitely.
And we got some merch as well, T-shirts. We'll show that in a second. Rolled in the scan grip, Dewar.
Yeah, that was the brightest part of the day. No pun intended. But,
pun intended.
We have the wide variety. The biggest thing was the drill battery adapters. I thought that was super, super cool.
Yeah.
Because, if you're a Makita guy, if you're a DeWalt guy, Milwaukee guy, and on sale guy, they have options now, which I think is super great. You saw me with the headlamp earlier. We have the eye match, which is the headlamp. We have the sun match, the multi-match R, and I think all this stuff is on sale. Is it? If I'm not mistaken.
Is it part of the 20% off?
I think so. But even if it's not,
we'll get some high quality lighting. And then we ended the morning with Opticle.
Yep.
They phoned into the show, Jason and the team there, and they're doing a phenomenal job over there.
That's right. So our good friends over at CSW, we had Jason Otterness and Eric as well.
Yep.
So
E-Man.
You know,
they all phoned into the show. Good times.
Yeah, definitely. And
then coming later, we got our friend Iban out there. Let me tell you, IK's bringing the heat. It's going to be epic. Buff and Shine, Justin Lobato, Sydney Breakwin will be joining him, and then our friends at Stoner Car Care will be phoning into the show. Yep. Let's get back to the action here because we're bringing on big fan of Gtechniq. He is Matt from Dabbler Details joining us to help us recap the morning entertainment this morning. Matt, how's it going, brother?
What's up, fellas?
Good to see. Good. You happy to be here?
Super happy to be here.
You got the golden 25th anniversary shirt on.
I think we're the only ones that don't have that.
I know.
Yeah, you need to get this. Literally a warehouse right across
We need
the street.
to get on it, dude. Yeah, they got us busy, Matt.
Yeah, they do.
You win this championship, they put you to freaking work around here.
Yes.
So you better believe I'm going to be pushing that spending limit here shortly.
Good.
Matt, what'd you think of this morning's show?
I thought it was great. It was fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
I like the presentation done by Chris Wheeler. Is fantastic.
So you're a big Gtechniq guy,
yes.
right? You love all their stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me, there's not really any other brand you need to go with. So just focus on that sale. They got a sale going on.
Yeah.
Just focus on the Gtechniq, and don't worry about anybody else.
All the way from the prep to coating your vehicle to the maintenance.
Yeah, exactly.
You love it.
And I feel like TriClean should be up here because everybody knows TriClean, and it's probably the best interior cleaners on the market.
Yeah,
so
it's got that BioCoat technology.
Yep.
Antimicrobial. That's good stuff. What is TriClean is a highlight for you. What else is some highlights of Gtechniq?
Well, I did like a pick 3 type deal on my Instagram. You're gonna go citrus APC. You can't beat that. It's fantastic.
I agree.
TriClean, and then from there on, it's really whatever you want to pick. But I also like their citrus foam wash.
Yes,
it's a beautiful thing.
Right here,
is that
citrus foam.
Yeah, one of the 4. There we go.
That's a beautiful product. That's one of my favorite Gtechniq products for sure. It's thick foam. It has that extra cleaning ability. Really goes after bugs on the front of the vehicle. That's good stuff.
Yeah,
and they've been updating everything lately here at Gtechniq, so it's even better, Matt.
Yeah, I heard. Yep. I heard there's some added lubrication in G-Wash. That's huge. That's great news. That's fantastic. Yep. So I'm looking forward to trying that. So that's rad. And
if you don't follow him, Dabbler Details, like you said, he put a top 3 pick. You're going to get some educational, good, high-quality detailing content on Dabbler Details page, Instagram page.
Sometimes
but, when he's not too busy.
Yeah, there's a lot of brands out there, and I tried to pick a couple popular brands and pick 3 to start with, and sometimes I threw in a little extra one just because give
you
them
like
a try.
To dabble a little bit, if you will.
Dabble, that's why I dabble.
Exactly, that is exactly why I do. I dabble in a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
A little bit of that,
so,
a little bit of this.
I really like this shirt.
That is a sweet shirt, and that rolls into the Detailer's Roadmap segment. You're way more technical than me. Like I'm an internet dummy. No, you stay. You're staying for the full recap, bud.
Yeah, I thought that was I could leave.
No. What'd you think about what Detailer Roadmap got going on?
They're doing a great job. I think Chris is a great guy. He clearly knows his stuff.
Yeah.
And I do have experience in that world. That's kind of where I came from, a little bit sideways to it, but as what I've found, and dealing with a lot of small business owners, they know how to do their job.
Yep.
But when it comes to the back end side of things, they may or may not have a clue.
SEO, what is that?
Yes. So anything to help those guys, I think, is fantastic.
Yeah.
And
people stop at the price point.
Yeah.
And don't think about that you can recoup that so fast once they optimize everything, once they got more traffic coming in. Like, it doesn't take much to recoup.
Not only that, and I'm not a tax guy, so don't take my word on this. But what I've heard is it's a tax write-off since it's part of your business.
Okay.
So, but don't, probably consult a tax advisor.
Of course.
But, keep that in mind. You are spending money on your business.
Sure. Yes.
And if it's making, if it really does a great job, and anything to get stuff off your plate as a business owner and get it rolling smoothly,
That's right.
I say go for it.
Yeah. What else I like about them is not only they're good on that side technically, they're also, you know, great just humans, super creative, as you can see with the merch. Scratches are temporary. They're very into the industry as well. They're on top of it, and you can save over there on this merchandise with promo Jamie10. Might be live over there, so go check it out. And tell them the Cleaner Cast sent you if you are interested in some of their services. Then who do we roll into, Dewar?
Well,
wait.
What you got?
It's ScanGrip, but sorry. I must have missed this diffuser for the Multi-Match R, and I've got a couple. It's magnetic.
It's magnetic.
Sorry to steal your thunder.
That's all right.
No, go ahead.
I have a couple of these, and I've been waiting for a diffuser for these. So
and we got it on this bad boy as well.
Fantastic.
That big old thing.
They had diffusers, I feel like, on that, but we needed it on the Multi-Match R.
Look, me and Dewar can't afford a big one. We don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yep.
I'm no expert.
So, you're a big fan of ScanGrip as well, then?
I love you. Yes.
Yeah. Matt likes the good stuff.
They really light up your life, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, you really you need them. So, especially if you're a fan of hex grids lighting.
Yeah.
They really don't do much.
Yeah.
So.
So you're kind of on that OG floss.
No.
Okay, but you agree with that point.
I love them, but no overhead lighting is that great for finding scratches.
I smell what you're stepping in, man.
You got to be in the zone with the.
You got to get in there. You got to get in there with the ScanGrips.
Yeah, but I know I like.
What's that one? Do you remember?
Yeah,
that one was cool.
This is the little headlamp. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on, but this is the mini one.
Yep.
So I mean, let me just adjust that a little bit. But the nice thing with this one is that you can actually take it off and it disconnects, right? So if you want to be full incognito mode, you know, you can just
that was bright.
shine that on whoever. So
lights are bright here at TRCMA 2024.
Right.
And then we rolled into our friends over at Optical, and they had a great demo with E-Man.
Yep. That was a super,
awesome.
super cool.
I feel like just watching the demo, I could install a PPF right now.
Yeah. E-Man, another master of his craft, just like we had Justin Pate the other day with the wrap. E-Man with the PPF, he's the man.
He seems like he's super knowledgeable and also very patient.
Yep.
You know, you'll take the time with you.
Yeah.
And I was zoned in on that. I was like, I want to do my B pillars when I get home.
It's one of the things that get your attention, keep you zoned in, keep you focused.
Most definitely.
Having some technical difficulties here with the camera. I think we're still on audio-wise coming in, but we're about to get into some arts and crafts action.
I'm good to go, guys?
Yeah, Matt. We will dismiss you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Having you.
All right.
And, you know, we'll talk to you in a little bit. Like we said, TRC.com got 25% off TRC microfiber, ultraline merchandise. Look at that drill brush, dude. That Detail Factory dropped some heat yesterday.
That was one of my favorite drops.
Absolutely. That is amazing.
I don't know about you, but Jamie's running a business, okay? So Jamie, are you somewhat careless when you put stuff down and forget to find it? Ever lose brushes?
Oh, you know it. I lose everything. Yeah, I've lost chargers, brushes. They just walk off, Dewar.
Yeah, I prefer the bright colors. You know, here we got the bright lime green. And the pink and blue.
The neon green is definitely the way I'm going. I like to see that they are on the website, so all of the brushes are ready to go. That is fantastic.
And you know, Detail Factory is bringing the larger sizes, a nice variety. You know, mix and match because. You got low profile tires. You know, you got fat, knobby tires on your truck and whatnot.
You have the option to get the normal brush, or you can get with that XL size.
That's right.
Yeah, I love the tire brush. I think it's the best tire brush in the industry. Been using it for
would you
over a
look
year.
at that? We are back.
And we're back, and it's time to get into some arts and crafts action. And let's scoot some of this out of the way, Dewars. Move that way. Buff and Shine's coming on. They got some stuff for you in a little bit. We'll get to them shortly.
These are going to keep you on the edge of your seat.
That's right. But everybody, welcome to the Arts and Crafts section. Is Mr. Wheelin' Dealin' Wheeler himself, Chris from Gtechniq. Come on in, Chris.
What's up?
Come on in the middle here.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle is where we put the guests, Chris. You're live in prime time, and I hear you have some secret recipes for us from Gtechniq.
I do.
Yeah. They don't want you to say this on the main show, but when you come on the halftime show, it's all fair game. So, Can you explain what we're starting off with today?
So I have a special concoction I like to mix up sometimes when I'm just feeling like I want to wash the truck a little bit quicker than normal.
Give it some boosting power,
give it some
cleaning.
Extra cleaning power.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like
so
that a lot.
I like to kind of combine some of my favorite products into a nice little concoction, right? I'm no chemist or anything, but
so full disclosure, do this at your own risk, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna have some. Jamie has a little bit of experience mixing some products,
That's
but
right.
it's Chris's time to shine.
Yeah,
that's right. Chris's time to shine. And so this is a foam cannon mixture we're gonna do today.
Yep.
So put that over there, doer, because we're not gonna use that one because the mouth is too little. We'd probably make a mess. So what we got is a large container here.
We got our Lycan sub jug. Okay.
We got 500 milliliters of water in here. That's what I like to put in the foam can. Is that where you start, Chris?
Yeah.
It sounds good.
That's perfect.
All right. So we got the shampoo of choice.
W4.
Tell us a little bit about it.
So citrus foam, that's your guys' fan favorite typically. So
yeah, I love citrus foam.
This is just a wonderful shampoo with that citrus additive, gives you a little bit more bite to grab more of the debris and that
it starts breaking down those bugs on the front real well.
Absolutely.
It's a really great soap.
So it's a really great cleaner. So usually what I'll do is I'll take this and I'll add about 150 mils.
All right, do we get to it?
Into my mixture.
The mixer here. Yep.
So for those that don't know, the W line on here is for the wash process type stuff.
Yeah.
So they actually have meaning behind the letters. So
well, it's more of a simplified thing when you really look at the brand as a whole. So you look at C1.
So we're going to go to 650 mils on
So
here.
we're started at 500 milliliters of water. Now we're going to 600 mils
right
of
about
shampoo.
There.
All right, so we got the shampoo mixed in there.
Here, we got to do a sniff test.
That's good stuff.
Ooh.
Is it citrusy?
That
or
is
it
very
just
citrusy.
Chemically? I don't remember what citrus foam.
That is delicious.
Yeah, citrusy. It smells real good. Good stuff. One of my favorite shampoos.
And from there, I'll jump up to our other favorite,
Which
W5.
one are we going for? W5, which is this one right here. So tell us a little about the Citrus All-Purpose Cleaner.
So Citrus All-Purpose Cleaner, you can dilute all the way up to 10 to 1. You can also use it neat or straight. Us Americans would say. UK says neat. You know, they like neat.
Very
just
official.
Like bonnet instead of hood. You know, they like to use different words. Or tire spelled with a Y instead of an I.
That's right.
I don't get it, but yeah.
Canadians just say straight up
over there. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we invented the tire, so I'm not sure why they did that.
I think we should have control of the spelling for sure.
I don't know why they did that.
All right, so what's this going to do for us?
With W5, this is your more aggressive cleaner. So if you're not getting any soil off in areas, the lowers where it gets really contaminated, this is usually what I go with. You spray this on, you let it dwell on the surface for about 3 minutes or so, obviously in the right conditions, out of sunlight and things like that. But with this one, same idea. I'm going to add another 150 mils right into our concoction.
Very cool. So
chop mixer.
He's chop mixer.
He's the lead mixer.
I am the lead. So we're adding 100 mils?
Yes.
100 mils.
Okay,
let's do 100.
So if you're keeping track, that'll take us up to about
we're at 600
or 750-ish. Sorry.
Now we're going around 700, 750.
So we're gonna go
level of work truck comes in 750 for sure.
Right about there.
Yep.
I'll do a bit of a whiff test.
Yeah, that one's gonna be stronger.
Yeah, much stronger,
but it's still citrusy.
So I knew this one was going to be stronger, hence the didn't go straight in.
I can't wait for him to get the sniff test to the next one, because last but not least, we got a W6, the iron
I am leaving
remover.
the room because hands off. Chris is going to pour this one because if you tuned in last year,
nope,
a little spicy.
We're going to give Dewar one more chance.
One more.
We'll see if the
I will
curse
not
lives
let
on.
you down.
We'll find out. Chris, what's W6 going to do for us?
So W6 is your iron fallout remover. One of my favorite things about this is how viscous it is.
It's
how
a thick one.
Thick it is. Yeah. It really does what it's supposed to do when it clings to the surface, right? So that's the main function of this product is you want it to cling to the surface. It's going to pull the ferrous metals out of that material. That being said, it also has some other functions that often get overlooked.
What would that be?
For example, you have a anti-corrosion function.
Oh, okay.
So when you go to spray it on your wheels for the customer's car, it gets on the rotors, you rinse it off, that rotor does not have surface rust on it. So now you've leveled up that experience for the customer. When they come pick up the car, they don't have surface rust on the rotors.
Right. That always, you do the whole vehicle, and then those rusty rotors really like mess up the
I know it's kind
vibe.
of backwards, right? Because you know, when you go to wash a car, you usually do wheels first, right? So for me, I'll even go back at the end real quick when I'm done rinsing, and I'll spray this on real quick on the rotors, and then just rinse it.
Give it the full blast.
Nice. So that way they get that experience. You know,
that's a hot tip right there.
Yeah. So that way you're getting that surface rust off, and the customer shows up, they're like, "Wow, that's really nice."
So we got a super powered soap here with the citrus foam and the citrus all-purpose cleaner. Now we're going to bump it up with some iron.
And this is a pH 8. So it's really not that aggressive on the pH scale, just because of how it's formulated. You don't need it to be that aggressive. Whereas your W5, that's a pH 12 to 14, depending on how you dilute it. So a lot more stout with that one. And then W4, that's just a pH 8. It's a little bit more bite than pH neutral.
Yeah. So, all right, Dewar. So it's all in your hands.
Yes.
Let's see.
I need to clamp my hands in this bottle. So Chris, how much are we going to throw in here?
I would do another 100, 150 mils with that one.
That's a lot. Yep.
So that'll bring us up to about 850 or so. And one thing I want you guys to do in the comments is a fun little trivia. If you know what Gtechniq stands for, drop a comment.
Drop the comment. We'd love to hear it.
Oh my!
This is one of the more stinky ones as well.
We did a class last week, and our marketing guy Jordan has this yellow BMW M3. And
you know what, everyone, drop a like because I did not spill anything. Please and thank you.
We're gonna be very careful with this bottle.
We had to use iron fallout on his car 4 times.
Really?
4 times.
Wow, that was some heavy contamination.
The whole shop was just rotten eggs.
Yeah, it is quite stinky. So we got our mix now. As you can see, we're up here at about the 800, 850 milliliters. So a full foam cannon now of concentrated solution. This is a very powerful foam cannon solution. That's pretty powerful.
That's what I would call my ultimate decon.
The ultimate decon. I like that a lot.
The ultimate decon. You know, you just want to get a car as clean as possible, as quick as possible.
As quick as possible.
That's going to do the trick.
That's what I like to hear, Chris. So I'm all about this solution. It is attacking the bugs in the front, the traffic film, as people like to say, that's stuck on stuff, and then you're also going after that iron. You're gonna see some bleeding. I like this mix, Chris. I'm all about it. Dewar, put it over there away from us because it smells real bad. So, like the foam can situation, you gotta go to Foamtown USA there.
Yep.
Next up, what we got here, sir?
Easy Coat.
Ooh,
one of my
some fun stuff.
Favorite products to play with. It is probably the easiest wheel coating that you can apply to a customer's car.
Call.
So
that's where I really like to use the spray and rinse type formula.
Yes.
For sure.
So if you have a customer, what I always say, they're a non-believer. They don't believe 100%. In ceramics. Let's say it's a BMW guy. They get really bad brake dust. So what you do is you put a spray nozzle on this right here.
Here you go. You can do this one.
I can do that.
Yeah, it's easy enough.
So put the spray nozzle on, and then what I'll do is when the wheel is wet.
Because when this came out, it was kind of formulated. It came with like a foam cannon or a water hose attachment or something like that.
It still does. It has a garden hose attachment. Which not everybody uses a garden hose, right? So you guys aren't using garden hoses.
Yeah, I did this immediately, by the way. I did not use that. I did this immediately.
The trick is on a wet surface, on a wet wheel, you spray it on, you rinse it off. Pretty simple.
Beautiful. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple, right? And so as a booster for a contaminated coating or for a wheel coating, it's so easy. And the chemical resistance on it is amazing.
And you can tell them, like, this is not a full ceramic coating, but this is going to give you that coating experience for a month or 2 or 3 maybe. And if you like what you see, you come back and we can apply the good stuff.
So what I always like to dive into is the numbers, right? So this is $14.95, I believe, for a bottle.
Ooh, dang.
Super cheap.
Super cheap. Yeah.
Even cheap. Less this week.
That's actually really cheap for a spray on rinse off.
So this is very cheap product, and for that customer that's a non-believer, spray it on one of their wheels. Just one.
There you go.
Just one.
And when they go to wash it, they're going to notice the difference. For
when they're going out to their car one day, they're like, "Why is that one wheel so much cleaner than the rest of them?" Right?
That's funny.
Then they call you and they're like, "Hey man, so you detailed my car, right? And there's one wheel that's clean and the rest are dirty.
Yeah, sure.
Like, what's up with that?" And it's like, well, I gave you my entry level into ceramic protection because you don't believe in it, and I wanted you to see what it can do for you.
Come on back.
Now
we'll get you hooked up with the good stuff.
It's a great kind of value add over and above, and like like Jamie said, give them a taste.
Give them a taste of the good stuff. You know what I'm
Be
saying?
like, I can do this. This is what this can do. But if we bump those numbers up, we get a full ceramic coating. Wheels are not cheap.
No.
All right.
No,
you know,
they are
and you
not.
want to maintain those bad boys for as long as possible. And it's just a fantastic option.
But you know, that experience that you just gave the customer costed you $1.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep,
So
exactly.
you're giving the customer a whole new experience that they're never going to forget.
Yep.
Just by using $1 worth of product, if that.
Yeah, that's a great price for a product like that. We forgot to talk about the training center dealer.
Yeah.
So we got the new training center. It's full blown going now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Had a bunch of classes so far. How's it going?
Yeah, we had a class last week. We did a 2-day advanced paint correction class with Rupes.
Yep.
And then it led into an accreditation class on the 3rd day.
Nice. So the advanced paint correction has some sand and what it all entails on the advanced stuff.
So dry sanding. We had some test hoods. Teaching them how to kind of level off runs with a blade.
Okay.
You know, so we had some.
It's getting serious.
Yeah, we're getting serious now.
We really got into the depth of paint correction and paint gauge readings, teaching the guys about the fact that yes, sanding is scary, but it's actually the least intensive method to remove clear coat from the surface.
With a pad going to town, that kind of deal. So
And then we obviously got into the new tools. New tools, the new pads. They got the new, I believe, rotary compound. We used a bunch of rotary. So first day was sanding and rotary. Second day was kind of locking in more of the back end, getting the finishing touches.
And I like how the new training center's experience, like you were saying. Now you got all the switch tracks, you got the good Viper chairs. You're coming to also experience the good stuff too.
Yeah, because it's what we're trying to sell it as. It's the training center of excellence, right? So it's not just about Gtechniq, but it's about the industry as a whole and where it has evolved into. And from what I've seen traveling around the country, I've got 435 accredited shops right now, and I've been to probably over 100 of them. And the guys that are very successful, they built an experience for the customer. So that's kind of what we wanted to do with the work center, is build an experience for the detailer. Right. So we're building the experience for you guys when you come in. If there's tools that you haven't used because you don't want to spend the money on them,
you get to check them out.
You can check them out. You can use them.
Experience.
You can feel them and see why they cost how much.
That's exactly right.
You know.
Yeah, that sounds like a great situation. Dewar, why don't we go to some Q&A now that we've had time to have everybody contemplate of the foam mixture, the easy coat. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, we had Tim from Shine Your Light when I asked if anybody knew what Gtechniq stood for, and he thought he knew what he meant, but forgot. So it actually stands for Gloss Technic.
Gloss
is what it was, because these guys are all about the gloss. And like Chris was saying with the accreditation, I mean, Jamie and I are big fans of CSL and EXO. You guys dropped V5 at the Creator Summit around this time last year.
Yep. End of April last year. It's almost been a full year now.
That's been an awesome coating for you guys, I'm assuming.
It has absolutely blown us away with the, just the feedback we've gotten from the detailers, the customers, and everybody. It's done very, very, very well for us. We're very excited with how
already
it turned out.
One of the the easiest coatings to use in the industry. Got easier and stronger and better. So
single layer, like everything about it. Just they nailed that one.
Yes, going to single layer was a huge change. Huge change. Love that.
Definitely. So yeah, guys, if you have questions about the Gtechniq stuff, we'll keep Chris here for a little bit longer. Drop them in the comments there, right under that like button. And yeah, so with the training center, I'd almost go there for the Viper Chair experience personally. But so if people want to go there, if they don't know, how do they contact you? Website, email, how do they do it?
So we have a dedicated website for the work center. It's called gtechniq-works.com.
Nice.
And it's actually built by our buddies at Detailers
Over at
Roadmap.
Detailers Roadmap.
It's a big industry.
Comes full circle.
And that's the thing about the detailing industry. I mean, this TRCMA, it brings everyone together. And with you guys, everybody's friends. And you guys are doing great.
And one thing I wanted to mention too with the Detailers Roadmap, with Gtechniq, if you are a Gtechniq installer, you get a free Gtechniq page.
Dang!
So that's
free page is big.
That's part of his package that we've worked out with him. If you're a Gtechniq installer, take advantage, get that free Gtechniq page to get that extra info for the customers. And then what I also wanted to mention is, for the guys that are questioning taking the leap of faith with Chris, the one thing you have to look at is he has been in the industry and so he knows how to write what you want to write without you having to tell him.
That's very cool.
And so that's something that I think a lot of the website teams kind of miss on. Is delivering.
They'll be deep into, you know, how to do SEO and stuff, but they're not deep in the detail industry.
Correct.
Detailer's Roadmap has a base. Coming from the details industry.
And I think, go ahead, Chris.
And you know, he even sends his guys out for training.
Very cool. Yeah.
So
I mean, they're in it. They know paint correction, the steps, the processes, all that they need to describe on your page. They know it. That is great.
And I think one of the biggest takeaways from the Detailer's Roadmap stuff was they showed that the different kinds of engagement on your website is better to have, instead of after photos, have in-action photos.
That blew my mind.
If you're at the training center working on some stuff, people getting some photos, that's a great opportunity because you might not have someone at home in your shop to help you take photos.
And you get the nice background at the training center, that kind of. It's a whole package deal, man.
So if people want to go to the training center, Chris, where exactly is it for those just tuning in?
It is in North Atlanta, so you're about 45 minutes north of the airport. It's in Cumming, Georgia. So that's where our work center is, and right next door is the warehouse.
Beautiful.
So it's right connected to each other, so you know you get the full experience. You get to see the warehouse guys, the packaging, all the orders going out. It's the whole deal.
Get the bug Chris, ask him what other mixes he's got for you. All the good stuff.
We have our
Atlanta represent.
Yep, Atlanta represent. We're our good friend Cars with Keys.
Hyped up over there.
Yep, I think.
You know Keith?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he's mixing all of his stuff with the purest water.
He's got the purest water in his garage. I mean, this man has been on a journey making this system.
He is a unique individual when it comes to that. He is.
He's obsessed with just distilled water. It's a good watch.
Speaking of unique, we're going to, if you're just tuning in again, we have our like and sub jugs. So, Chris, let's just remind people what we got in here.
So,
it's powerful.
This is our ultimate decon concoction, right? So this is W4, W5, W6, about 100 to 150 mils each. What I would recommend is just keeping, you know, if you do 75 mils of each or whatever it is,
put it in the phone.
Do the same amount for each product, so that way you kind of get a mixture that's even throughout. Depending on how many cars you're doing, obviously too, you don't need to put that much in there. So this would be enough for at least a few cars.
Yeah, for sure. Powerful foam can solution, especially running NTM. It kind of stretches out the product there.
Got to put that over there. It's still kind of
it is quite strong. So. Do we have any questions for Chris, or can we get him out of here?
No, we can get him out of here. Really appreciate you, Chris. Great presentation this morning. You guys made that Jeep look
really
phenomenal.
Happy you were able to make it in this time. Last time Georgia had some terrible storms. I got here that Monday morning, barely made it myself, and y'all were unable to make it, unfortunately, last year.
No, thanks for having me. TRCMA 2024, you guys have been great. We always appreciate the partnership we have with the Rag Company and all that. They do a wonderful job with the brand. So just, thank you everybody for tuning in. If you ever have any questions, Gtechniq.com. You can reach out to us, Chris Wheeler at Gtechniq.com. Pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward.
Email me with any questions that I didn't go over, and more than happy to help.
Good with you. Chris, we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
It was good seeing you, brother.
Thanks, Chris.
Gtechniq got the good stuff. Mixing it up here on the halftime show. It's always a good time, Dewar. You didn't spill the iron remover.
No, that's a win right there.
Very impressed. That we still had to smell it though, because we put it in the topless jug over there. It's wafting in over here. But if you got any questions, concerns, comments, pop them up. We'll put you up on the chat. We're here to talk to the people, keep you entertained, engaged for the biggest Rag Company event of the year, TRCMA 2024. They got the shirts. They got the 25% off microfiber towels, the swag.
Speaking of shirts, Jamie.
Speaking of shirts,
the 25 one is cool, but what is this?
What scratches are temporary. That is a dope shirt over at our friends from Detailers Roadmap. That was very unexpected. I knew my website was part of his presentation, but he's like, "You're coming on too," and I'm like, "Let's do it."
And a bit of a shameless plug. What's a discount code they can use?
Discount code is Jamie10 for all this hot Detailers Roadmap swag, and tell them the Cleaner Cast sent you if you're interested in checking out their website packages. Over there at Detailers Roadmap. What a gang. Once again, TRCMA 2024 sales going on, 25% off at theragcompany.com.
That's right.
20% off everything else. So Gtechniq, our friends from Coach Kimmy are coming in the morning, Dewar. It's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to that. They're dropping some heat. You know who else is dropping some heat, Dewar?
I think I know.
Our friend at Bond.
He's
got the situation back here. Let's give him a sneak peek, Dewar. Look at this. Look at this.
My goodness. My goodness.
You can't see it, but
you can.
It's a little blurry.
Yeah.
But he's bringing maybe something new and improved.
Let's just say that little Toyota.
It's a can't.
It's not going to be
miss-
gray for long.
It's
okay?
a can't miss segment for sure.
He it's funny. Him yesterday showed up in his full IK. He wasn't even presenting yesterday.
Nope,
but he was
but he was
here
ready.
ready to go. He just loves everybody here.
Yeah, he gave us the full demo in the parking lot. That's how excited
That's right.
IK is
You know,
about this new product. It's
the,
phenomenal.
The
I'm
parking
very
lot
excited.
hangs at TRC are where it's really
They're
at,
wild.
right? So
we got something hot coming in,
Oh!
and just like that,
all right.
5th anniversary, 25 years and counting for the
that.
Rag Company.
Now,
Look at
Jamie, are you
this.
going to wear this shirt, or are you going to hang it in your shrine with
Since-
your sign polisher and your almost $1,000 shopping spree?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang it up somewhere. Look, since 1999, Boise, Idaho, it's the golden anniversary of the Rag Company. We're here to celebrate and all that good stuff. So go check it out over on the website. It's gonna be a good time.
Most definitely. So again, those that missed this morning, I absolutely I love this.
That's
This like the little like it's not
It's
the
hilarious.
full on headlamp. You've lost about 1,400 chargers.
Yep.
Right. So you just buy them.
Yes,
you can
I
buy
have.
them online. But you know what? This right here, just gonna go right in the pocket. All right. We're not gonna worry about that.
There you go.
But last year, TRCMA they
Came out
with
with
this guy. I'm not spraying this because I have
Don't
no idea
spray
what's in here.
anything,
and
dealer.
I want Jamie to survive today. Okay, we got a big afternoon to cover.
The evolution
But,
of IK through the years here at the Rag Company has been absolutely phenomenal. You started off, with kind of sprayers that weren't specifically targeted for the auto detailing industry, and through the years were a help from TRC, giving them feedback, from the feedback from all the consumers. They've developed some amazing products through the years. They're about to drop the hottest one in this next segment coming up.
You thought it was hot last year.
Yep.
Like,
It's about to go down.
You know,
we got any hot comments coming in? Speaking
So-
of hotness,
we have Shine Your Light saying they wanted the teal gang. Still have the teal. Oh my goodness! It's been a heck of a
it's
week.
day 3.
It's Humpty Dumpty Day. We're ready to go. I still haven't used teal microfiber from TRCMA last year. That was a super fun towel.
yeah, that was a towel. Wolfpack kind of design, had the TRCMA border. Eddie Cologne's favorite towel. Loved that towel. He was a big fan of it. And,
Definitely,
it was
it's
a beautiful color.
staple in his cabinets.
Definitely,
if you will.
he uses it all the time.
Most definitely.
What
Most
else we got
definitely.
going on?
But yeah, a lot of big fans looking for the new USS sponge tomorrow.
Oh, USS
But
sponge.
I mean,
They're taking off.
that we used it yesterday.
We got to do a full rinseless wash with it yesterday off camera, and it was a treat. That is a nice sponge.
It's soft, but
I'm very impressed.
they're not going until tomorrow, so you got to stay tuned tomorrow. And this event, one more day, tons of work going into it.
Yep.
And I mean, overall, it's been fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Tons of behind the scenes stuff, and following IK. I feel bad, okay, for Buff and Shine because they have to follow.
They have to follow the
IK.
intense heat from IK. But Buff and Shine's got some good stuff going on too. So get the packs. Let's see here. We got the big pack of the Edge Guard 4-pack buffing kit. They're going to talk a lot more about this in their segment. Then what else they got, Dewar?
Yep. So they have
the 3-pack mini kit.
The 3-pack mini kit. Now, what this does is that gives you a bit of a taste.
Yep.
Okay.
We're teasing it a little bit.
If you want to,
It's good
because
stuff.
there's the maroon, there's the blue, there's the black, there's the yellow.
Yeah, Sydney's favorite's the blue. We know that. Blueberry.
It's a blueberry.
Blueberry for life.
Definitely a favorite fruit around here.
Yep.
But it's certainly something that you can get this, and then if you want to dip straight into the blues, straight into the black, straight into the yellow, you have an option. So it's a nice little sample kit.
Yeah. There you go. They're coming up as well. Justin Lobato, Sydney Breakwin will be joining him as well. That's going to be a fantastic presentation. Who are we in today with? Stoner Car Care friends.
Stoner
Rich
Car Care.
Skyler's going to be phoning in. I don't know if Rich is, I don't know how his situation is going to be, but he will be presenting what they got going on. I know they have the odorless iron remover. I think they've made a couple updates to it. They've had some ceramic coatings, the glass coating, the trim coating, the paint coating. So Stoner's got it going on these days,
And because with the revisions, I mean, that's the customer feedback that not only Stoner's is doing, but Gtechniq listens, IK really listens.
IK really listens.
I mean,
they
you got
bring some
Scan
updates
Grip.
every
I
year.
mean, these great diffusers. Dabbler, who we had on earlier, is a huge fan of that.
Great brands like the ones here at the Rag Company always take the feedback, always take the updates, that kind of deal.
And
What you getting, Dewar?
Speaking of Scan Grip,
bringing in the big boy
again. If you have a, you can't really see it here, but we do have a drill battery on here, which is super handy because ScanGrid came out with the battery attachment. So what kind of drill guy are you, Jamie? Are you an on sale guy, Milwaukee guy?
Definitely on sale. I have a mismatch of I just catch whatever.
Yeah.
I don't have a clear system.
Yeah.
So yeah, mine's a mess.
So hopefully they can hook you up for the Swamp edition of the battery holder. So.
Hit me up.
Are you a big IK fan?
Am I a big IK fan? Bond's one of my favorite dudes in the industry, and the products are simply amazing. Love the minis, especially for interior detailing. Put your interior cleaners, all that good stuff in there. And you know I love the IK Foam Pro 12. And we filmed a video this week, over at the iWash Auto Detailing Studio with Sydney Breakwin. For years, she has literally been telling me that the IK Foam Pro 12 doesn't foam. I don't know, mine's magical or something, because hers just doesn't cut it. And I'm like, Sydney, I'm going to show up one day. I'm going to fix this sprayer. I guarantee it's going to foam before I leave. And we showed up. We filmed it. It was amazing cameraman.
Yeah, I did my best.
We filmed it news reporter style. It's a really fun video. So she didn't have the Schrader valve implement attached. Yeah. And she underestimated that function of it. You know what I'm saying? Of how much better the sprayer would be with that function. Just pump it up, it should work just fine. But you use that air compressor, you get it fully filled up and full powered. Fisher, you're an IK guy. Get over here. You know you need to drop some stuff on the IK sprayers. But we got her fixed up. She was running tap water in it. I always suggest running some good Target distilled water. Fisher, what'd you think about the situation?
I was a little embarrassed about the situation, if I'm honest.
She comes to the rag company all the time.
Sydney, what's happening here?
I mean, you're the IK master, maintenance master.
It's kind of the whisperer back in the day. And, and she goes, my IK's broken, so I need Jamie and Alex to come fix it. I go, so what am I, chopped liver?
I had to fly all the way from the swamp.
She needs an international presence.
Put on a halftime show. Go to Sydney's shop and fix the dang sprayer, Fisher. So what happened? Why were you slacking on
it? She didn't even ask. I mean, like, she would have asked, then I absolutely would have helped. But yeah, I had no knowledge of this until Jamie said, hey, do you know anything about Sydney's broken IK sprayer? Like, no. And he goes, yeah, apparently it's been broken. They go over there.
Quite a while.
They find out that she hadn't even installed the Schrader valve, which is just very embarrassing. The filter was clogged.
She didn't think it made that much of a difference. She thought you just pump it up, it's just as good. But it is a game changer.
You compress that thing with air, and it is a different level.
It's a different beast.
A different level of foam. And so, anyways, you guys do not want to miss the upcoming segment with IK.
No, it is.
Most definitely.
It's awesome.
Like, let's just say that I was surprised. I got to witness something for the first time just yesterday or last evening, and Abon showed me something, and I went, when did this happen? Like, when did this start being created?
Why are you keeping this from me?
And he goes, well, we didn't want to show you yet because it wasn't quite ready. So now the prototype is technically ready, functional, and so we're going to be going over that today of whatever that may be. And then there's something else that's a nice treat that's coming as well.
So treats, Fisher.
I'm looking forward to that segment. I know everybody else is. For everybody that's a big IK fan out there, we're also going to be covering a lot of the stuff that was launched at SEMA for anybody that may have missed that as well. So understanding how the 360-degree nozzles, sprayers work, understanding, how, what are the benefits of that in a detailing, tint, PPF environment, and so on. So a lot to learn. We're going to cover more of it. So just stay tuned.
So Sydney might not ask you something, Anthony, but I have something to ask you. How are you staying hydrated this week? Who's helping us out?
Oh, thanks, Alex. That's a great question. So thanks to our friends over at PepsiCo. We're able to enjoy delicious delights from our friends at Levi's favorite beverage company. And so we have everything from Diet Pepsi to Pepsi Original, full flavor, full sugar, some Starry we have, and we have some other things as well. I know we have some of the new Rock Stars, which are delicious.
They were pretty good. I tried that yesterday, and it worked, and it was delicious. So
keeping us energized. Pretty thanks to our friends over at Pepsi. Thanks to our friends at Brooks Running for keeping us comfortable, because honestly, there's a little bit of sitting, but there's a lot of standing. And keep in mind, we don't have cushiony floors here at the Rag Company, so it's tough on the feet. So being able to stand in Brooks keeps us going for longer. So anyways, that's all I got. I will see you guys at 2.
Sir.
Okay?
We'll see you there. All right, good stuff.
And Jamie, one thing I will add is that the Brooks are not only great on this beautiful Swiss Tracks floor, the concrete floor, the carpenter floor, it's also great for nature hikes as well.
Sure is,
which is absolutely fantastic.
Nature hiking at Dane Hennon's establishment. He's got a fantastic compound over there.
There's if you want to see a compound, I mean, I think he's going to have tours.
I wish I'd have vlogged it.
Next fall.
It was great.
Absolutely.
What's we got in the comments going on, Dewar? So, good people, let's get some good questions. Some
our good friend Yves Jacques has been waiting for IK since Monday.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it as well, and they're going to deliver. They are definitely delivering with the presentation this year. So do not tune out. Tune in. Tell your friends. Tell your grandma that IK's got something new coming. It's going to be awesome.
And we all know Tim, Shining Light Detailing. Treats. I like treats.
I like treats as well, Tim. We've been getting some chip cooking. And we're going to keep the treats coming for you at TRCMA this week for sure.
And I did notice somebody put the different colors of IKs. So there was a blue one in the back. That's the IK Elky, which is the
our friend Rick at Rad Garage likes that one.
Yes, our good friend Rick at Rad Garage, the international traveler
he's in Japan right now, right?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's going to be buying a Japanese princess, possibly shipping it back. I have no idea. Yeah. That's a car, not anything else. Don't get weird about it. Now,
let's make that clear.
That's right. That's right. This is a family-oriented show. And you can share this show all week with your family at home. Smart TVs have apps. You have laptops, Chromebooks, iPads, iPhones, Android users.
Interaction is key, Dewar, when it comes to this big live event. We're pumping out 8 hours of straight content. There's no breaks, and dropping new stuff, all that good stuff. And it's up to you to like, subscribe, drop all the comments you got, share, like I said, share to your mama's house, all that good stuff.
And we can only keep our cookie vlogs happening if you like and subscribe, because we got to help that cookie fund going, Jamie.
Don't forget to head on over to my channel and like and subscribe on the cookie vlogs.
And a shameless plug for our good friend Fred Shaker Sandwich.
Glove Box Detail, my friends. TRCMA 30 can save you at Glove Box over there. They got the they got the Glove Box RX system. It has all some nice TRC towels in it.
Most
color match towels, all that good stuff over at Glove Box Detail. They got some awesome shirts too.
Our good friend SH is I use foamer for wheels and APC pre-treatment on the outside, IK Mini for the inside. That's
beautiful.
Great.
That is exactly what you should do.
That's kind of what you do. You had a bit of a shop tour. You like the minis for the inside.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's where I use them.
And
makes total sense, right?
Oh, absolutely. So you have a little bit of a slogan, Foamtown USA.
Foamtown USA. So I like the the Foam Pro 2, Foam Pro 12, my favorite tools in the industry.
And Elevated Shine does have a love-hate relationship, but you know what? This afternoon is going to be all love.
It's all
That's all
love.
I'm gonna say.
When Ibon is on the scene over here in the IK demo section, you're going to be blown away. Get ready. And go watch the latest video on my channel. Maybe it'll help you out, give you the tips you need to fall in love more with your IK sprayers.
That's right. And that's the thing with the IK sprayers is that, Sydney, as world-renowned as she is, always needs a bit of international assistance.
That's right.
Some swamp assistance because we're here to help. The detailing world is such a great supportive industry.
Not everybody's detail nerds like me and you know. We take the deep dive, watch all of Anthony's 45-minute sprayer breakdown. There's a lot to these sprayers. They got filters, they have maintenance kits, you can change the whole tip. I run distilled water only through the IK Foam Pro 12. Just keeps it running cleaner, better, all that good stuff.
Where are you buying your distilled water, Jamie?
I'm buying it from the lovely Target establishment. They got the best distilled water in the game.
Most
you can get it wherever you want to, as long as it's still water.
Really appreciate that. So but whoops, so sorry here. Y'all really hyping up
You will not be disappointed, Mr. Enthusiast.
Enthusiast is an enthusiast. We're IK enthusiasts.
We are. Look, Ibon's one of our favorite guests. He's like Oprah when he comes on the Cleaner Cast. He's like, you get a sprayer, you get a sprayer, you get a sprayer. Everybody gets a sprayer.
That's right.
And you should be ecstatic about this presentation. If you're not, no one's leaving unhappy, Dewar. It's going to deliver. Ibon is the man with the plan. It's going to be awesome.
And, one of those things is that, yes, Gtechniq a couple years ago did upgrade their sprayers, but these guys don't only sell in the 1 liters, 500 mils, they also sell larger quantities, So if you like to buy gallons, 5 liters, depending on where the products are coming from, you can fill up your IKs or you can fill up your other existing bottles. But, you can have some great labels, like we have here. Those are available online. C2V3, great product. Use it to top some of the Gtechniq coatings, perhaps, right? So,
great topper for that CSL XO, the designated topper, actually. So if you got those on your car, definitely check out some C2V3 because TRCMA is
hyping a sale.
Corresponded with the 25th anniversary of the Rad Company. It's been 25 years, and they got 25% off over there at TRC Microfiber, all the Ultraline products. We got it coming up. And then 20% off almost everything else, and that includes Gtechniq and IK Sprayers, Detail Factory, all the good stuff. Head on over there. Get you a Gauntlet. Get you an Eagle Edgeless 500, Dry Me a River Liquidator 1500, Creature Edges, Premium Window and Glass Towel, Eagle Edges 350, Eagle Edgeless 300, Pluffles, Diamond Weaves, FTWs, my favorite, Chanel Wash Mitts, Applicator Sponge, Spectrum 420, Wolfpack, Cyclone Wash Mitts, Terry's, Waffle Weaves, Car Wash Towels, the big ones, they got it all, Doer.
Holy smoke. You didn't talk that fast during the Grandmaster segment
so thirsty,
yesterday.
Doer. I'm ready for an ice cold Pepsi product. The throat is dry. We got 10 minutes here left in the halftime show. I'm going to keep the energy up.
And I can't wait till this 10 minutes is over because we're going to hit your shopping spree.
Oh, I forgot to show off the shirt.
Is this shirt going to be part of your shopping spree?
You know it. I'm going to get me a couple of these 25 golden anniversary edition TRC shirts here. They are styling and profiling. Got the logo up the front, 25 on the back. It's been 25 years, people, of TRC. Hope you're excited as we are. It's got it all going on.
And a great question here from Howie Gleason. Distilled water only, or is DI water okay?
Yeah, as long, about the same thing. Less minerals in the sprayer, keeps the filter running longer, that kind of deal, easier to clean out. Sydney's, is black because of her. She just runs tap water through it. Yeah. So keep it clean, all that good stuff. It's just better.
Yeah, because these chemicals are made with the highest quality ingredients.
Yes.
Whether it's from Gtechniq, any other brands.
Good point. So when you add it with tap water, all those minerals actually can have an effect on how well the product works as well. So not only is it bad for a sprayer, it's bad for the products you're mixing in there as well.
That's right.
Yep.
And a little hot tip is that if people don't know where I'm from north of the 49th parallel, and I like to heat up the distilled water.
Ooh. Put it in a Yeti bucket?
Get a little bit of hot action. Yeti's outside my pay grade. But,
mine too. I ain't got no
I'm
Yeti
running
buckets.
the Homer special. All right. So our friends at the Big Orange Warehouse.
What's the PPM over at Canada Land?
I'm only running about 350, 400 depending on the day.
That's about half of what I got going on. I got about 550, 600. So I could not use my water in the IK sprayers at all. It'll clog that stuff up.
I'm worried that if I come down to visit you, I feel like there's going to be like alligator scales in the tap water because that's how hard it is.
Potential for sure. Yeah, there's all kind of stuff in Louisiana tap water.
Yeah, most
You
definitely.
don't want that in there, and like we said, it just makes it run better.
Yep.
Speak of the devil, SPG in the background.
She's
getting ready.
She's too afraid to talk to us. She's like, I can't talk about my IK.
She's waving us by. Buff and Shine's coming on later with the edge guards. They're gonna have. I think they got a little demo coming on.
I think
We're gonna learn about the history of Buff and Shine. Justin Lobato is he's the man with the plan.
And I mean, we have a Japanese princess in our presence. Dane's Forever car.
Yeah,
is going to be. Good. Man, that thing has been used and abused this week.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. There we go.
There it is.
Gabe coming in with the quick camera shot.
Look at
Beautiful.
that. Our good friend Gabe and the amazing behind-the-scenes crew.
Media team here, keeping us running smooth. They had it all planned out from the mic situation to getting us here on time to making sure it all runs smoothly. Man in the cameras, it's a phenomenal team. And the shipping department's over there running full steam ahead. It's a full, well-oiled machine here at the Rad Company, and it's a full compound now. Like it's a whole.
It is.
It's a whole thing.
Is. We you got a tour coming out here pretty soon.
Yes, I do. I got to edit it.
We were able to visit MVP Detail yesterday.
Yep, which is now the acting storefront here at the Rad Company.
Yeah, and I got a kick out of it when he said Connor is over there. Was saying, "Oh yeah, I got free shipping." I'm like, "Man, you can just walk over and just roll it over. It's great."
Yeah. So if you're local, anywhere around here, a couple hours away, that kind of, come on down to the Rad Company. Go visit Connor at MVP Detail. I'm glad you plugged Doer. MVP Detail Supplies. He needs get that business going for him because it's brand new. He's only been here about 6 to 4 months.
So
what's Gabe saying?
We have assigned.
All right, come here, Gabe.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got some hot Roops talk, folks.
All right, viewers. Here's the deal. We have a signed nano kit from the Jason Rose.
Oh, snap. The legend
I will say one thing. This morning, we were having breakfast at the wonderful Home to Suites by Hilton. And who did we see at the front desk, Jason? Or not Jason. We saw Jason.
I'm guessing
Jamie,
Jason.
We saw Jason.
That's right.
Last year, Jason touched down, did his bit, and was out.
Got out. He's a man.
He got to enjoy himself this year.
Yeah, he had a relaxing time.
But get this. Get this. This Sign Nano is a kit. It's a one-of-a-kind kit. The next person to purchase a Nano from the Rag Company, a Nano kit, will get the signed Nano kit from Rupes.
I might buy it and resell it. Is that allowed?
I bet you Luke is already on the computer right now.
Look, we don't have any screens available to us viewers, so we're out. But everybody in the comments, head on over there.
Really nice kit. And, of course, that awesome sale.
And you get signed by the legend himself.
And if you do buy it, drop a comment. If you want us to sign it, or Gabe to sign it.
No, you don't want my signature.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
So, but yeah, I mean, even if you buy in, we appreciate that. If you want anybody else to sign anything, drop in the comments on the order, not here. If you have questions for us, drop them in the comments. And I have a question for Dane.
What you got, buddy?
What's going on?
Well, I came in because really I was just going to steal my shirt back because Chris told me that's mine.
Oh, okay.
I thought I'd steal that. But you know what? No. That's all right. I'll hang out for a second.
Scratches are temporary. And our shirt on this show is also temporary.
Jamie 10 over at Detailers Roadmap goes to the one and only Dane Hennon.
I love this.
It's a great shirt. So Dane, what'd you think of rolling into day 3? We're halfway through it. What's the vibe?
The vibe is chill. Today is like a little calmer, I think, than the first 2 days, but in a good way. Everybody's comfortable. Everybody's having a good time. This is the period where, you start to like, oh, is there going to be a lull? But IK's coming up. I know everybody's really excited about that. So there's no concern really about anybody falling asleep at the wheel here. We're going to have a good time.
The next half of the show, IK, Buff and Shine Stoner, is 3 back-to-back, just home run, Grand Slam presentations. So
we do have a question from...
we got a question. Let's pop it up.
From Mr. EC Details.
Okay.
Eddie in the
Nano
chat.
Kit, what is that?
Oh, what is a Nano Kit?
So the Nano Kit is one of the first Rupes battery-powered polishers. They have a long neck, a short neck. It's a little 1-inch guy. If you're doing really intricate work, I don't have one myself, but I have used it on mirrors. I've used it on little door jams, things like that. So, Eddie, that kit would fit right in the shop, and I think everyone here would love to sign that polisher for Eddie.
That's right.
Nooks and crannies. That's what it's there
Nooks
for.
and crannies. Yeah, you get all in there with the Nano
Kit. On the back of my Miata over there, you got those flying buttresses. Perfect place to deal with it around those corners.
To get in there, right, Dane? Yeah.
And we absolutely have to smash that.
Dane, how important is engagement and thumbs up and commenting?
It's only the most important.
The most important.
It's the most important.
So you can put on this big event, but if no one, is hitting that like, commenting.
This can't happen.
All for naught,
this can't happen.
If a bear blanks in the woods, right? You know, right? Yeah, totally that.
Yep. So it's up to the viewers out there. Drop the like Shine Your Light said, our friend Tim. Comment, engage, share to your grandma's house, your mama's house, your cousin, whoever that might be interested in some hot soap talk, IK sprayers. EC already has one.
Apparently, he already has one. But you know what? You have to back up. Okay, you need to back up.
Yeah.
All right. You can't have just one.
We know. You got the hot. Hot action. Yeah.
I don't think you can just have one of these T-shirts either because these are hot. They're limited supply. If you want to be part of the cool kids club, we may not have a sticker, but you know what, Dane? I think this is better than a sticker.
That's right.
Honestly, I think so too. Dane, it's a sticker you can wear everywhere.
It's been 25 years. What's that mean to you, Mr. Hennon?
Holy cow! It means wow, I don't have gray hair yet, so must have something.
Still
right?
killing it. Yep.
Yeah, no, we're okay. Compared to being in the garage, though, I definitely like this shop, this garage. A little better, but you get sentimental sometimes when you think about where you've been, where you're going. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed the ride.
Yep,
so I'm just happy to have a huge group of wonderful grand ambassadors and folks who are just like expanding the family every time.
It is.
And I know people are like, oh, it sounds culty or whatever. No, it's just, it's nice to have friends, right? So that's really what it comes down to is we're expanding our base of friends.
Yep. All right, Dane. Well, where we're headed now is out of here because we got about 2 minutes left here. Let's run down the schedule one more time.
All right.
We're going to run you through. We got the second half of the day coming in hot.
Everyone needs to just sign everything. That's right. Shout out to Josh. Thank you for the comment. Up next, we got IK Sprayers, top of the hour doer. Do not miss it. It's going to be awesome.
We're going to be sitting in a quiet room with the noise-canceling headphones on, listening to the grace of IK.
I guarantee the people in the back are going to be huddled around the monitor, paying attention to what a bond got. Then we got Buff and Shine, Justin Lobato, Sydney Breakwin. You know that's going to be a killer presentation. And wrapping it up is our friends from Stoner Car Care. Definitely. It's going to be some good stuff. An epic end of day 3 here on Wednesday.
And we had a great time with our good friend Aaron yesterday. So what do you say we send it right back to Aaron?
Let's send it right back to him. How are we doing that? Oh, yeah, we are sending it right back.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you later.
See you later on the halftime show.
Wow. Wasn't that an amazing show? Jamie and the Cleaner Cast always put on a stellar show. Well, what we've got up for you now is a dose of trivia, TRC edition. For you PNS fans out there, tell us, what year was PNS founded? If you don't know the answer, stay tuned and find out.
What are some misconceptions about auto detailing you'd like to address? Paintwork, limitations of machine polishing and paintwork correction. You know, you can really only take out fine swirls, make that paint shine, get rid of that hazing. That's the main thing that a good machine polish does, and a good machine polish is probably the most powerful detailing thing, isn't it? Along with other refinishing stuff.
Probably one of the biggest misconceptions I see is that rinseless washing scratches your car, which it certainly does not. You know, if you're doing a regular soap and water wash, most scratching actually occurs in the drying phase if you don't wash the car properly. So if you have a good quality rinseless product, you can use it and be very, very safe. But again, be smart with it. If you have a really dirty car, you pre-rinse it first, then you do a rinseless, and then work within realistic expectations, and you're going to be just fine. Rinseless is such an efficient, quick way to do things and gives you fantastic results.
It's a misconception that it is a low-level job, entry-level job into a body shop or a dealership that doesn't take skill or training or knowledge. I think most successful detailers have spent years being educated, both in hands-on approaches as well as in the trenches, but seeking out other educators and like organizations like the IDA and through peers, other detailers and manufacturers, vendors, people that can give them further education, further knowledge, and that's what's growing the industry.
I have been very vocal about the idea that detailing is not just one thing. It's a very vague definition, really. Detailing as an industry encompasses a heck of a lot. I mean, there are detail shops that don't do paint correction. That is an aspect that can be a part of a detail shop, but it does not make you a detail shop. And I think for some detailers, they kind of draw lines as well. If you don't do paint correction, you're not a detailer. And I think that's just not true. There are plenty of shops that don't elevate to that level, but still do a fantastic job of incredibly detailed cleaning and restoration of surfaces through that process. So, being able to shampoo an interior and pull stains out of leather and decontaminate paint and apply a protective layer, be it wax or whatever it might be. But there is a place in the market and in the industry for that service level. I think there are plenty of shops out there that kind of get looked down upon because they don't offer these elevated, quote unquote, high-end detail services. So I think that's a misconception that's both interior and exterior of the industry. We have a long ways to go to educate consumers that just because a guy has a hose and a bucket doesn't make him a detailer. On the other end of the spectrum, detailers have got to stop thinking that it requires some certain level of service to qualify to be in the detail industry.
The misconception is that we need to continue to provide better information and adequate information to the consumer so that the consumers understand exactly what it is that we're doing and what it is that we're trying to achieve. So the misconception about auto detailing that I would like to address is how do we figure out how to improve I don't want to say our marketing, but improve our ability to be able to speak to the customer so that, you know, the everyday customer can be caught up to speed on what it is that we're actually doing.
I'd like to think that one of the most common misconceptions about the automotive detailing industry is the fact that every car has to be perfect. You know, yeah, I'm just gonna let it at that. Not every car has to be perfect. What we have to do is focus on our customer and exceed their expectations, not ours.
How do you ensure quality and customer satisfaction in your auto detailing services? I work very hard.
Listen to your customers. Actually let them tell you what they want. Ask intelligent questions and then shut your mouth and listen. Ask them what they're looking to achieve. Ask them what their pain points are, and address those. Provide solutions that fill those needs or address those pain points for them. I can promise you that most of the customers that come to see you don't care about the water contact angle of the water beading. They don't necessarily care about a gloss meter reading. They don't necessarily probably even care about the degree of paint correction. They have something in their head that they are not educated on that they want. They have a level that they want.
I've always had a sheet where I walked around the car with the customer and I pointed out what was wrong with the car, what I seen. I asked them what they seen, and then I wrote it on a piece of paper. You know, I had a work-in, a check-in sheet, and they would see me, you know, marking and checking everything. And then I get them to sign that sheet and say, hey, listen, this is what we're obligated to do to your car. This is what we want. You know, this is what you want done. This is what we're going to get done. Below are some suggestions that I made that you didn't want to do or you did. And then to get that customer satisfaction out of them, take that exact sheet and walk around that car when you're done with the customer. And bring those memories back. Bring back how the paint was swirled. Bring back those few scratches, how the wheels were dirty and loaded with brake dust and all that stuff. And walk around and say, hey, look, you know, we addressed these areas and here's the sheet that we have. You know, is everything good? And have them sign off on the car. You'd be surprised.
If you approach a vehicle the same way every time and have a starting point and an ending point, always overlapping, I use commonly the 60% rule, never just stopping halfway, but always going, you know, farther. And, you know, always having built-in kind of quality control inspections. You'll never miss anything. If you're jumping around and you know, you have, you know, kind of a scatterbrain approach of, you know, I'll start here and then maybe I'll jump over here, and you're going to miss things.
So I like to use high quality products. Of course, you don't need to use the best or the most expensive for anything like that. Just use chemicals and products dedicated to detailing. That's what they've been curated for and designed for by the powers that be. That being said, also having great communication with your customer and your clients, because if you have an expectation that's realistic, then you'll explain it to them, they'll understand, and you can tell them what you can and cannot do.
Well, I'm a YouTube detailer, so I ensure satisfaction by only filming it when it looks good. How do you ensure customer satisfaction, though? Get someone else to eyeball it for you. And perhaps if you don't have someone else to eyeball your work after you've done it, have a checklist and go through and check everything that you've done. Would be a good thing as quickly as you can.
For you PNS fans out there, tell us, what year was PNS founded? Our beloved PNS was founded in 1961. That is the correct answer. What year was the TRC podcast started?
It's a vast list, isn't it? You need pressure washers, you need snow foams, you need a good vacuum, you need a good extractor, you need a good set of machine polishing tools, you need good chemical tools, high quality, good pads, good abrasives. The list really is vast, and I could spend an hour on that, and I have done on the Forensics Detailing channel.
I really, really love a pressure washer. You know, especially in the Canadian climates, we have a lot of dirt and crud on the vehicles, and I'm always doing a pre-rinse, so I really love that. But also just good quality sprayers, you know, good quality chemicals, and most importantly, good lighting. If you're doing interiors, having a headlamp of any kind, if a car has a sunroof, pop that sunroof open, get as much light as you can inside. And if you're doing any kind of paint correction, sometimes turning the lights off and using a headlamp or a spotlight is ideal to get the best results possible.
Color lock. You gotta get the interior, gotta get the interiors going. I think that we're missing a gap in our services with interiors. A lot of money to be made. So I would highly recommend looking into color lock and finding out how you can up your ability on your interior arsenal.
Obviously, high quality towels is huge. You've got to have towels for all the various purposes. Having towels for interior use, wheel use, coating use, polish use, wipe down use, drying, having towels that are specific to the different purposes and the different service levels that you offer, very key. Same thing goes for things like brushes. Anything that you're using that I consider a durable, it's a reusable thing. Having quality versions of those, having an alternative in case something breaks or you lose something or it fails or whatever happens. Those are the things that every detailer needs to have in their arsenal. And what that mix is looks different for everybody. It's going to be a slightly different mix.
Well, besides anything Simonize makes, I would say knowledge and training. You know, if you can understand how to identify issues, what is safe, you know, what is unsafe for the surfaces you're working on, I think that's paramount. You need to make sure you're not causing harm, ultimately, so you have to know, you know, especially when chemistry is there, you need to know, you know, what chemistry is safe and not safe.
I'm gonna say probably safety gear. Yeah, the older I get, the more I detail. The more I wish I would have wore certain things, like a dust mask, eye protection, gloves for my hands, my feet, better shoes, boots. I'm getting old, man. These things caught up to me. I'm getting pretty beat up at my age.
What are my top tips for maintaining a vehicle's appearance after professional detailing services? Well, if you live close to an auto wash, that would be my first vote. But obviously we are not everywhere. I think designing a maintenance schedule and system for your clients that fits their lifestyle, their needs. If they've invested the time with you having the car and the money of having you do, you know, a very, very thorough correction and a coating before that was even sold to them, you should have probably had the conversation about what the maintenance requirements of that will be in order to keep it at that level. If you didn't have that conversation and they come to pick the car up and the first thing they say is, I can't wait to go through the tunnel wash with all the brushes and scratch this up, you missed the mark as a detailer. You failed there. That is not a failure on the customer. Now you have to try and educate them and try and unwind the part of their routine, their lifestyle, their expectation, their budgets, and try and tell them that that's not what they can do now. That's a conversation that needs to happen on the front side.
The top tips would be to educate the customer. Make sure that the customer understands exactly what you did and help them understand how they can best respect the work that you just did.
Certain detailers will actually give product to their customers that will allow them to maintain their vehicle, or they'll schedule a maintenance product. So even if you just set up maintenance details, so you can kind of keep an eye on a coating or any kind of protection you're putting on, is really invaluable because they know that that protection is going to be looked after properly. And also, if they want to wash it themselves, give them advice on good quality products, and they're going to be more than happy to keep their car looking perfect with the recommended advice that you give.
Well, I think in between details, routinely wash your car. You know, protect it any way you feel comfortable with. If you know, a quick detailer or spray wax is in your wheelhouse, then you know, wash the car and use that. Any sort of barrier or protection to protect against the elements is going to be beneficial.
Put it in a garage, put a dust cover on it, sheet, and don't drive it. It will stay beautiful. you're going to drive it, maintain it regularly, wash it carefully, a nice, gentle, safe washing process. Keep that protection topped up to keep the zing going as well.
They forget that there's a lot of loose dirt on there. So the biggest tip and advice I could give any consumer would be to, when you go to wash your car, before you put a mitt on that car, soap on that car, anything, take your pressure washer, start from the top, and blow all the loose dirt down. Work your way around the car, get all the loose dirt off as possible. Then hit your wheels and your wheel wells, and let all the loose stuff off. This way, when you go to wash the car and you put that mitt on the car, there's a whole lot less of loose abrasives in there rubbing around in your mitt that could actually cause scratches. Golden rule for me is, if it can scratch a CD, it can scratch your car's paint.
what year was the TRC podcast started? The correct answer is 2017. All right, how long have we been partnered with the brand Optimum? 10 years is the correct answer. We appreciate you joining us for today's trivia. Now back to Dane and the rest of TRCMA.
Hey guys, welcome back to day 3 in the afternoon session of TRCMA 24, and what an amazing day it's been so far. And I want to thank all of you for joining us for this afternoon session of day 3, and we still got one more day to go. But first I wanted to talk about a couple things that maybe you didn't know about. We've got a 25% off almost everything in the store on TRC products, and 20% off almost everything else available at theragcompany.com. And I do know a lot of our other distributors around the world are offering the same kind of deals, so make sure you check out theragcompany.shop and theragcompany.co.uk. Now, some of the other stuff that we've got happening is there is a custom signed hybrid nano from Rupes, signed by the great Jason Rose himself. There's only one of them, and the first person to order it gets it. So if you've been looking at wanting to pick up an hybrid nano, the tiny one with toothbrush, the small polisher, you will be the first to get the signed Jason Rose one that we signed in yesterday's afternoon session. So you can check that out. As always, guys, we've got a great afternoon plan for you, and we had an even better morning for you. So if you hadn't watched the morning session, go back, watch Gtechniq, Detailer's Roadmap, Scan Grip, and Optical. It was a great morning session with a ton of knowledge, ton of great options for folks at home that want to maybe are doing some DIY stuff, or maybe even looking to go professional. Then we had the halftime show with the boys from the Cleaner Cast, and now this afternoon we're going to be kicking it off with IK Sprayers, Buff and Shine, and Stoner's Car Care. So as always, guys, make sure you don't miss a single minute of this. Make sure you give us a big thumbs up. Make sure you comment in the chats any of your questions or concerns or anything you got for the team back here behind me, or any of the other companies coming up. And as always, we want to thank our friends at Pepsi and Brooks for keeping Anthony and I on our feet, and Dane over in the podcast studio, as well as keeping all of our guests hydrated. So, and again, we couldn't do this without the Hennon family and Jeff and Carolyn putting on TRCMA for all of you at home. So without further ado, let's go see what IK's got to offer.
right, and we are out here in the Wild West with the IK360 sprayers. I am here with the team from IK. We have Aban and we also have Ruth here. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I have been looking forward to this segment ever since the beginning of TRCMA 2024. We've had an amazing week so far. It's just going to continue to get better, and I think that this segment is no exception. I know plenty of people are chiming in right now because I've kind of teased a little bit of stuff throughout the week, and trust me when I say it's all going to be worth it. So don't go anywhere. Keep the screen open. Keep watching because this segment's going to get amazing. So again, head to theradcompany.com right now for up to 25% off TRC products, as well as 20% off brands such as IK, so you can stock up on some of the stuff that we're talking about today. But without further ado, we have some new stuff to talk about and plenty of educational bits to cover with Aban and Ruth here. So Aban, where do we start first?
With the foam.
All right, with the foam. All right, I like that.
The famous saying, with the foam. We will change it a little bit today, right?
What the foam?
What the foam.
We'll always remember that. I think people may remember some of our first videos, right, with IK back in the day, and we've been having fun with this brand ever since, and IK is absolutely one of our favorite partners that we have here. So let's kind of cover, right, what we have kind of done over the last year.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I have to say, thank you to the Rad Company for
thank you. Yeah, of course.
Giving us the opportunity of being here again and discussing about our passion, that is sprayers.
Yeah.
and of course, I have to say good afternoon and good night to all the audience in the other side of the Atlantic Ocean.
Do we have any of the IK team possibly watching from over there?
Probably.
Yes, okay.
Before going to bed, Hey. Hi. And especially to our technical department, because they have been running as bats out of hell to bring some goodies.
I trust me.
Yeah.
Thank you for all of your hard work. People are going to appreciate that. I promise.
So for starting, I would like to refresh our audience about what we launched last SHIMA show.
Yeah, of course.
Been said that, well, we have been trying to implement the upside down feature in our sprayers.
The 360, which I think people have been very receptive to. So, about where did the 360, where did the need for the 360 come from? Like, who had the biggest request for it?
Well, I will remark three concepts, like accessibility. I think it was too difficult to reach certain places in the interior of the car, or ergonomics. You can work in more comfortable. You don't need to do really strange things to spray.
Yeah.
And the third one, I would say efficiency. You probably know how tough it is when you are spraying and you are in a horizontal position.
Yep, correct.
And the tube is not absorbing liquid, and you're spraying air. So by having this 360 feature implemented in our sprayers, what we get is a continuous flow, and continuous and a regular flow.
Correct, and I guess it was kind of prompting me there because some of the people in the PPF and tint industry, right, they will turn sprayers sideways, like this, upside down, right? Even detailers. I mean, we'll be here in the studio and we'll be cleaning fender wells or cleaning some of the inside of wheel barrels, and we're noticing that, okay, well, we can't spray like this with certain sprayers, so now being able to go upside down, we're able to really hit everything that we need to, at 360 degrees, whether it's the smaller mini version or now even the larger TR1, it's amazing. We're very happy about that.
That's right. You mentioned it before, we've seen that a lot of detailers, they are moving or feeling attracted by the PPF, the wrapping, the commercial color change. So we understood there was a need in the market, to implement this 360 feature in, well, not all our sprayers, but in some of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
back to the 2022, we launched the Mini. It was a home run, as you say.
Home run, yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's close enough. I'll take it. Yeah,
it was a home run. So
it was. You hit it out of the park, is what we say here in the U.S. You knocked it out of the park. I mean, you hit it over the fence. A home run, yeah.
Home run. So as you always Americans, they like bigger stuff. You force us to implement the 360 in the Tier 1.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And so, on top of that, with the Mini version, right, there was an improvement to the previous TR1 and now with the Mini, now with the more ergonomic trigger, right? So now the attachment has been added on there, which is going to relieve the pressure points there from the thumb to the finger, and it's more comfortable for you, more comfortable for me, more comfortable for Iban, and you're able to spray for longer, and now with even more product in the container, because with the TR1, now the TR1 360, this holds a lot of product, right? And so the weight of that was kind of digging in. Now you can hold this all day long. It's comfortable. Now I can spray it upside down. And what more could you want? So an amazing sprayer, and I'll still never forget when we were initially talking about trigger sprayers, right? Yeah. We were talking about trigger sprayers to the team, and it was, well, why would you want to have a trigger spray when you can have a pump? And now we've seen the trigger sprayer is, I think it's become the detailer's favorite.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that we changed the color of the ergonomic clip, and for identifying the 360, we have chosen the white color.
I think it looks good.
So white color also in the trigger in the Multi Pro to 360. We have implemented the white color.
It looks really good and really clean. I really like the way it looks.
Don't know if you know how it works. It's kind of easy. Instead of having like a rigid tube, we have this flexible tube with the weight
that is
moving all around. So it allows you to absorb the liquid in every different position.
Yeah, and with the multi-sprayer here, the 360, this makes a massive difference, because for some people that are maybe even using this to rinse or using this to apply a lot of product, now being able to use every last drop of product makes a big difference, because as you know, the pump sprayers here require a combination of liquid and air, right? That's how these things work. You have to have both in there, otherwise it doesn't work properly. But now being able to have liquid, air, and be able to use every last drop makes just a huge difference, because you used to have to try to pump it and be like, oh, there's a little bit left, find the right angle, and now it's just not that way anymore. So it's just been a massive improvement in the IK line.
Correct. Yeah. So going to bigger, broader, and you remember that was a couple of years ago we launched the Phone Pro 2?
Yes.
Phone Pro 12, sorry.
Yep.
And well, the idea was to make life of our detailers easier. We wanted to always keep the manual pumping. I know it's a pain in the neck, but
Yeah. It makes things easy, and you get a good workout in, so you can build some nice big muscles, right?
That's right.
I think that's why you two you're the strongest people here in the whole building, right? You have done a lot of trade shows, and you've pumped a lot of sprayers, all right? So you guys are getting a workout in every day.
So remember that we were providing the manual pumping.
Yeah.
And we thought that there was especially in the foaming units, because the demand of air is bigger than in a regular sprayer. We were thinking about implementing this rudder bulb. So implementing this valve, we will be able to connect an external compressor.
Yep.
Or last 2022, we launched our battery-operated compressor.
Yes.
So will fits perfectly in the unit. It's portable, so it's the perfect attachment to the unit. So you don't really need to have a big air compressor. You can work with this. We can work like 70 minutes. It takes like 10 minutes to empty completely the tank. So that's are the main features. But you were telling me, Ivan, there are like foaming applications What about the non-foaming applications?
There are plenty of non-foaming applications because I had been telling you that rinseless washing is something that we do a lot here at the Rad Company, and it's something that as an industry whole that people are doing every single day. I mean, for some people it's the lifeblood of their business, and rinseless washing sometimes requires a pre-spray, right? Which means I'm spraying out liquid, and I want to spray more liquid than what this will hold and what this will hold. So what is my option?
Yeah. So we created, you always laugh about our names, but you know, it's the Multi-Pro 12 Plus.
Yes.
The Plus means that it's coming with the Schrader valve.
Yep.
So you will be able to connect, again, an external compressor or our battery operated compressor.
Correct. Yeah. Amazing. And again, with the name, we don't know where it will go next, but it might be the Multi-Pro 12 Plus 360 for people that live an action-packed life. You know, you could be jumping out of a plane upside down, and you could be like Mission Impossible, right? You could be rinsing something off, right? And, you know, maybe we'll get Tom Cruise for the next IK commercial.
We're trying to.
Yeah, which would be an idea.
Do you think it might,
why not?
might be a little expensive, but maybe he might enjoy the outcome.
Yes.
So, but no, just an amazing thing for rinseless washing, spraying all-purpose cleaners, spraying just pure liquid, and to your point there, being able to use the compressor attachment is amazing, right? For people who have, who maybe aren't able to pump something up, maybe have bad wrists, or maybe you know, you can't get that final bit of pressure. This makes sense for that. Or for people that do have a compressor at home, that can take that, zip it on, and bam, you're ready to go.
And the most important thing is, like, instead of having 70 minutes of proper foam, as we have with the eFoam Pro 12, we will have about 3 hours of continuous spraying.
3 hours.
3 hours, right? Three. So that's 3 hours of spraying that amazing rinseless wash that you love so much. You will not have to recharge this. You're going to get 3 hours of runtime out of that, which means you have no excuse not to wash every car in your fleet, every car in your block, every car in your shop, or you know, whatever it may be. So,
and if you need more battery, you can always get an extra battery.
Correct.
So you will get another 3 hours.
So yep, and you can just keep going all day long. So that is way cool. So this was SEMA 2023, a little bit of 2022 in here as well. But just for people that may have missed the last couple of years, maybe you've been living under a rock, or perhaps maybe you still have your original foam 1.5 or multi 1.5, right? There's people out there that still have them, which is great, fantastic, but there's some awesome options that are now available.
We will talk later about it, but you know, after working intensively with sprayers, you need to change them. You know, you have to think about it. So like, you know, it's like another tool, like you know, gets old, and especially, as I said, if you have been working intensively, like 8 hours or more per day, you have leave the unit out in the open air. You never depressurize it. So it's a bunch of things that
there's some of they go through a lot of use and abuse, and you know that's just kind of how it is, right? I mean, there's a lot of sprayers that get dropped every day, like you say. They'll keep them pressurized. They'll forget about them. It's happened to me here. I've gone inside our cabinet over there, went to go pull out a sprayer, and I went, oh no, right? And I go and I let it out, and I go, oh, how long has that been sitting there? A month? A month, you know what I mean? Like that. So it will slowly but surely wear out the seals, which, you know, you have to replace them.
So we're not perfect, and we know that our professionals are not perfect.
Yeah.
So Ruth will help us to.
Ruth,
you know.
So Ruth has a solution or some helpful tips
some
and
helpful
things.
tips, I would say, yes.
Okay.
So what I wanted to transmit is the importance of keeping in the proper way all of our sprayers, because it's an investment for our business. It's money that we have invested in the units. So the best thing we can do is to treat them well and to make sure we're going to make them last as long as possible. For these things, for these sprayers, excuse me, the best thing to do is first of all to follow the maintenance rules we always recommend. So as you were saying, first thing that we have always to keep in mind is to depressurize the units after the usage, to make sure we are storing the units in a proper shelter place. So don't forget them in the van, don't forget them behind your pickup, or maybe outside when it's very cold, or maybe outside when it's very hot.
Yeah, either one, right?
Either one,
it's hot and cold,
This is a huge continent, and there are situations for both cases. So we usually recommend the units to be stored between 41 and 86 Fahrenheit degrees, which is more or less 5 to 30 Celsius degrees. We recommend always to check on the nozzles to make sure they are clean, they are not clogged, to change the small filters inside, to make sure that when we are going to use the sprayer, the spraying pattern is going to be perfect. We, of course, always recommend to take care of the units in steps. Don't let them fall, don't kick them, or let any other object to kick the sprayers, because some pieces might be delicate, and once they are broken, the only thing you can do is to follow with the following thing. This is the maintenance kits. So we have many different maintenance kits available for all the units we have. Some of them provide different nozzles, felts. Some of them contain different spare parts that are usually more frequently damaged by the chemical attack or by usage. And we recommend that over the time we always check our sprayer and not only clean them and empty them and depressurize them, but also change some spare parts inside. This will make you available to use them for longer time and spare money and spare time.
It's a full refresh. I mean, you're able to really bring a lot of life back to your sprayer without having to invest in a whole new unit, and you're able to maybe solve some things, and I even have some spare parts on hand if anything goes wrong in the future. And so I am really excited about the maintenance kits, because I'm just looking at these. You're able to pick up your color cards, right?
Correct.
Which I've lost a few of them. I don't know what happens to them. They fly out. I look on the ground, the wind gusts, and they're gone. So that's going to be really helpful for that. Having the seal kit, it's going to be amazing. And then here is another area that people will sometimes break your nozzle ends, or you'll lose them, and whatever it may be. So having all of that's going to be fantastic as well. And then filters, right?
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many people get an IK sprayer and then they use it and then they say, oh, hey, Anthony, my sprayer's not spraying right anymore. I said, okay, well, just probably change the filter. And they go, filter? Where's the filter? And I go, it came in your sprayer. And they go, what? I threw away everything that came in the sprayer. And I go, you threw, there's a filter kit in there. And they go, I threw that away. I go, well, that was going to last you for the next, couple of years, and you've thrown it away. So now you're able to pick up some filters separately, along with an additional nozzle for foaming here, which is really cool. So really, you have no excuse now. You're going to be able to refresh your sprayer, continue to use it, and I'm really looking forward to that.
May I say something else? Yeah. Those kits that we have seen here are tool-free kits. So it means that you can change every single part you see in your sprayer without the help of any tool. You can do it by your hand in just 3-5 minutes. And if you are thinking that maybe it's difficult to get all these pieces changed, be calm, don't worry. We have a YouTube channel, a YouTube IK Sprayers, where you can download and see different videos showing you how to change every single part, how to do it step by step in a tutorial. That's the one we're gonna see in a few minutes. So do not worry, just go ahead and get your maintenance kit ready.
Very cool. Can we play that? Is it possible? Do we have a video of that?
Yeah, we do have a video.
Is it okay if we see that, Nick?
That it would be perfect.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool to see. Wow, I am so pumped. I mean, okay, literally I'm pumped, but to be honest, I am so proud of you guys as a company that you guys have created something like this. I mean, I remember back in the day when we first started carrying IK sprayers, and I was taking everything apart, putting things back together, you know, helping customers troubleshoot, and there was always the question of, oh, this seal, I pinched it, or then maybe something went wrong here. What can you do about it? And we had little spare parts, and we'd say, well, we'll send you out this thing and an envelope, and hopefully this fixes your problem. And now you guys have created a solution that is going to really completely refresh these sprayers and get them back into working order. And so, I mean, I think the whole idea is fantastic. Congratulations to you guys for coming up with such a great idea. I think that you guys are always innovating over there at Goisper and IK, and yeah, I'm just proud to be a part of your guys' journey. So that's amazing to see. So now, Ruth, the next big question that many people have is dilutions. What the heck do you do about dilutions?
Oh, yes, that's a very important thing to talk about. So first I was telling how important it is to maintain properly your sprayer. Now the second part is how to choose the right sprayer for the chemical you would like to use, which is going to be a very important thing to take into account, because if you don't use the right chemical, if you don't check the safety data sheet the manufacturer included with that chemical, probably you have a higher risk of getting your sprayer damaged before time. Yeah. So what we usually recommend is when you want to use a chemical, the first thing you have to do is to check the SDS of the product, check what the manufacturers recommend for dilution rate, and then go and check what sprayer is more suitable for your work. So choosing the right chemical and choosing the right dilution rate is the most important thing in the second part of the maintenance of your sprayer. Now, what is a dilution rate? And now I'm talking to detailers, to professionals. Everybody knows. I've seen hundreds of videos showing how to dilute, how to do it the proper way. But what I just want to mention and remind is that a dilution rate is just a proportion between the chemical, which is the solvent, and the solution, which is the, in this case, most of the times, distilled water. And we can call it 1:4, 4:1, 1:6, 16:1. What is important is to know that the highest number is always the solvent, the smallest number is always the chemical, right? So when you want to use one of our sprayers, as they may have different volumes, we have realized that sometimes it's not as easy as it may seem. Because if I say 1 to 2, it's obvious why I'm taking one part of the chemical and one part of the chemical and 2 parts of the solvent. But if I go 1 to 14, 1 to 15, then it becomes a bit more complicated to calculate how many ounces I need. So we were talking about, with our technical department, we all prepared chart with the dilution rates most recommended for different chemicals, taking into account the different volumes we have for our sprayers. In fact, if you see in the video, we have the Trigger 1, 32 ounces, D models 1.5, the foam Pro 2 that can be filled up to a maximum 42 ounces to leave enough space to get the liquid pressurized, the Multi Pro 2, which is up to 50 ounces because we don't need so much air inside, and same thing with the bigger units, foam Pro 12 and the battery operated units. Why this difference? Because the fact of having a compressor attached to the unit allows us to pressurize it easier and without needing to have so much volume of air to get it fully pressurized to the what is the best pressure inside the tank for the correct spraying pattern. Okay, so once you know what sprayer you want, once you know what the product is recommended to be diluted, you just go downwards and see the dilution rate, and exactly on the right you see how much product, how much water you need to mix. No more calculations, no more breaking your head. It's everything on the table chart.
That is extremely helpful. And I think you're right. Nobody has to make excuses anymore. And so truly, I think that chart needs to live at theradcompany.com on each IK sprayer listing, which I think that Maddie and our team can probably do that, get that as just a little clickable thing where they can go through the photos, click that, and now they're going to have access to that information.
Correct.
So because we do get a lot of questions about that, right? And so there's a couple important parts about dilution. It's not just the measuring part too, it's kind of what chemical you're using, right? There's different ways chemical will react with water, and so that's another big factor, to keep in mind as well. So it's really cool to see that and have that as an option now for people to reference when it comes to mixing. So fantastic job. I love it. Good job.
She's a professional pharmacist.
Oh, well.
Yeah, there you go. No, she is. She's over there mixing cocktails and stuff like that. Are you good at making drinks too?
Sometimes I am.
Hey, who would have thought? I mean, that's awesome. So very cool. So from here, right, we do have some chemicals laid out, right?
Yeah, yep. So we just decided to get some of the chemicals for the companies we work very happily with.
Yeah.
In fact, you see here that we have the previous explained product from Gtechniq, which is the all-purpose cleaner. We just prepare, as we did with the dilution rate chart, some slides for the users to see what we recommend, what kind of chemicals, what dilution rate are recommended, and how we use it with the different sprayers.
Yeah.
Right. So if we will go it through, if we check on the multi-trigger sprayers, for example.
Oh, sweet.
That's
cool.
The all-purpose cleaner could go from 1 to 5 if you want to do a heavy cleaner, to 1 to 10 for a light treatment.
Yeah.
Then so you can see it very visually, very intuitive way, how much product, how much water you need to add on one bottle just to get the proper dilution rate.
Sweet, I love that. This is cool.
Yeah. This has to be also considered that we checked on the pH, we checked on the components, because not every sprayer is suitable for every single chemical.
Yeah.
In fact, on the webpage ikesprayers.com, you will see on the support file that we have a chemical compatibility table where you can see what is most recommended and how to use it. Like, for example, the HC trigger sprayer, HC stands for hydrocarbon derivatives, can be used for all those harsh chemicals that may have some solvent-based petrol derivatives, hydrocarbons, that would be more suitable to be used with this type of sprayer.
Okay,
right?
very good.
The dilution rate, as always, is from 1 to 5, 1 to 7, up to 1 to 10.
Yeah.
Right?
Amazing.
Yeah, I think it's the most important thing is for you to see what it means. The dilution
making
numbers.
it simple.
Making it simple for everybody, because work is hard enough
to
be
absolutely.
complicated with numbers
and people in the comments are saying right now that there needs to be a printed and laminated version that is sold as like a banner, and then you just put it up next to in your garage, and so you go to your chemical mixing station, which is usually just your cart and or the top of your refrigerator or freezer, whatever you have out there. And you could reference that and be your own little chemist, in that time.
Yes,
so,
of course.
Very cool.
We prepare something else too. For example, you were talking before about the rinseless chemicals.
Yeah.
So we have, first of all, we have the shampoo. So we didn't have enough space for 200 glasses.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That's why we said, okay, go ahead to 200.
Yep.
But the idea is that when you're using a foamer, the Foam Pro 2, 2 Plus, or the Foam Pro 12, you just need to add just a bit of shampoo. So in this case, 1 to 200. So it could be just half a cup, maybe, for the whole container. So it's going to help you spare money on the chemicals you use, spare time, and do more what you need to do, which is wash and prepare more cars, which is going to bring money to your business.
Yeah,
right?
no, I agree. And I think back in the day when we were first starting to sell some of these foaming sprayers, people were mixing up soaps, right? And I would see them, and they would grab the soap, and they would go glug, 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 and I go, and I'm looking, and I go, oh my gosh, right? Like they're like 2 shots of vodka. I'm like, they're putting the whole damn thing in there, right? So less is more, in the performance out of the foamers as well is going to be better with less typically. So just know you are getting more bang for your buck. So Ruth, you're absolutely right that they're able to spread that product even further.
Yes, of course. And then probably our friends, our chemical manufacturers won't be happy on this.
I know. They're going to say, hey,
sorry,
we're not selling enough of this stuff.
Yeah. But sometimes I receive some requests for people using like sprayers and chemicals saying, oh, it doesn't spray well. It seems it's too thick. The filter is clogged. And why is it that? Because maybe too much soap was included.
I see,
right?
Ruth, I see so many clogged filters because people love to foam this chemical right here, right? And this chemical, right, we love Brake Buster. It's one of the best, but it will turn the filters black. Like you will look at a filter and it will be black, right? And that you can't even get product through it after a while. And so people often go through a lot of filter changes, and I say, what is your dilution of this? And some people are saying, oh, I'm using 4:1, 5:1. I go, you're using 5:1. You can go higher. You can go 7:1. You can go 10:1. Less is more, and it's going to be better for the sprayer, better for the filter, and it's going to save you a little bit of money too.
Oh yes, that's what it's all about.
Yes.
Okay, so I hope I help you all.
You
with
did.
These and now I step back.
No. You're not going anywhere.
The most important time is arrived.
No, you've done an amazing job. I think that while we have some really good goodies coming up here in just momentarily, the dilution chart and all that information and all of these maintenance kits, amazing. It's already like Christmas, but now it's just going to keep. We've already eaten some dessert, but we're going for a little bit more.
Just one thing.
Okay.
You see here the blue one that actually is not probably the most known of our sprayers. People probably don't know about the existence of the blue one.
Yeah.
Is the we call the alkaline one, and the reason why we have brought it here is because we've seen that more and more in the car wash industry, in the auto detailing industry, we see that products are moving to more alkalines.
Yeah.
Except for, well, instead of acid-based products, they try to to alkalinize the substances. So we have this model especially for high alkaline products. That we're talking about pH 13, 13.5, 14. Talking about caustic sodas, potassium.
This is 14, right?
Yeah. Yes.
The alkali wheel cleaner from Gtechniq is a 14 pH, which is extremely high. I mean, for what it's worth, I believe Breakbuster is somewhere around 12 or within the range of a 12. This being 14, I think this is actually our highest alkaline wheel cleaner that we have right now. So something like this would probably be beneficial.
Yeah. And the real thing is that we don't really face a lot of problems with our multis, with the foamers, because the foamers are ready to resist acid-based products. So let's say from 1 pH, neutral products, 7 pH, up to 11.5, 12 pH. So I would say low alkalines. But when you really, as we said previously, when you really have to spray a high alkaline product, you need to change some of the materials of the sprayer. So some of the rubber materials we use in this unit are completely different than the ones we use in the multi. So it's not Vidon, it's EPDM, for example. So,
and they resist more.
Well, that's why you guys are the professionals, because I wouldn't even know the difference there. I thought Viton was the best, but for alkaline, this makes the most sense. So very, very cool. So this is just the 1.5 here, but this would probably be a very good option if you were spraying pure liquid, maybe a little bit of water in here, a diluted version of this, because as some people know, when it comes to chemicals, right, not to get too far into the realm of that, even though you'll change the dilution, you'll dilute a chemical, the diluting it with water does not necessarily change the pH, right? Or at least by not enough to make a difference, right? So even if I were to dilute the alkali wheel cleaner with a decent amount of water, it may still be around a 14. It may be at a 13.9, 13.8. But just because I dilute it doesn't mean that it's going to drop down the pH to a 7 or something like that. It's just not how it works. So just something to keep in mind there if you are using alkaline-based products. So very good.
Okay. So now's the time.
So well.
You have created.
We've reached a little bit of a crossroad here, Abon. So
I think we have a video first.
Do we have a video?
Yes.
Video.
Okay.
Let's see the video.
We'll roll the video.
Have a video.
No
Yes way.
way.
Yes way. Yes way.
I can't believe it. You guys have no idea. So when Amon showed up yesterday, he says, "Hey, I brought something for you. I brought you a gift." And I was thinking there was a particular thing I thought he might be bringing, which he brought that as well. But he pulls these out of a bag, and I nearly fainted. I said, "This is crazy." So these right here are prototypes.
Correct.
But essentially functioning prototypes. So now we have an all-in-one compressor and sprayer in the IK Foam Pro 2 and Multi Pro 2.
Yes.
So this is the E version.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right. You're right. That's the natural evolution of our. You remember the 1.5, the foam 1.5?
Yes. Believe me. I remember the 1.5. I probably have more hours with the 1.5 than most people would like to admit. I mean, I slept with that sprayer at night and next to my pillow, whispered sweet nothings to it.
After the 1.5 came the Foam Pro 2.
Yeah.
They said like, hey, we need more running time.
Yeah.
And for making it, we have to make it bigger. We need more room for the air.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make it bigger and better.
Yeah, people are freaking out in the comments right now. I mean, this is truly game changing. So I hope I didn't overhype this because, as you can imagine, this is kind of a big deal because this is something you don't have to pump. This is something that you don't have to use the Schrader valve with. Not that the Schrader valve, anything was wrong with that. Now you have an all-in-one solution to where truly all you have to do is add liquid. So here in front of me, the IK E Foam Pro 2 and E Multi Pro 2. I got to know what's this compressor look like? Can we talk about that?
Yeah. Well, the first thing we wanted to keep was the possibility of pumping it manually.
Yeah.
If you run out of battery, you're in trouble, right?
Yeah, you are in trouble because if this pump did not exist and we did this, cool, right? Yeah. But I'm out on a job and I don't have a charger. What do I do then?
Oh wait, look what I have.
Oh, what?
Look what I have.
That is a charger.
You don't have a charger.
I can have a charger. It's USB-C.
Yes.
So I think most people have a USB-C, so this is not a proprietary thing. No. Amazing. Okay, it just gets better and better.
So so first thing was to keep the manual pumping.
Yeah.
And then we wanted to, as we did with the eFoam Pro 12 and with the Multi Pro 12, we wanted to keep the compressor and the battery integrated.
Yeah.
But not in direct contact with the chemical.
Okay.
By doing like this, we are not going to contaminate the compressor. That is probably one of the risks. If we put it on top of the unit, all the gases that are created when you make the mix, when you create the mix or the chemicals inside, that evaporates. They could damage or they could damage somehow the compressor and the battery. So the idea was to have something integrated and out of the sprayer, not in direct contact with the chemical.
Of course, 100%. And I think design-wise, I can't believe you brought it. I thought this would probably just be a video, and I thought I'd probably see a glimpse and say, oh well, I wish I could feel it. I wish I could have it, right? And now I kind of can have a little bit of the real thing, having this prototype here. And so, how many prototypes have I seen before many people? I think quite a few.
Yeah.
You guys have been very gracious to me, and I really do appreciate that over the years, right? I feel like every SEMA and TRCMA, I get spoiled with something new, and I get so excited about it. And so, I can already envision, right? This is just something that is going to be extremely usable for most people. You're going to have that constant amount of air. I can clean a wheel, set this down, let it fill, right? Or put it on my cart, and by the time I'm next to my next wheel, this is ready to go again. And truly, I'm just going to have a never-ending supply until I run out of chemicals. So you guys can check out that base there, that bottom. That's the multi version We do have the foam version right here. Well, that's so cool looking. And it's comfortable too. It's the same comfort level. And because of the ergonomics you guys have done originally with this design, that extra weight on the bottom is almost unnoticeable.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, just absolutely incredible.
That was another challenge, you know, to make it not pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Because yeah, we understand that with 50 ounces of liquid plus the weight of the battery and the compressor, it could be a problem. But yeah, I think we got it. Talking about the running time, it's going to be a little bit different if we spray foam or we use it as a regular sprayer.
Okay.
Because as always, you know, the creation of foam
requires more.
Requires more because you need the air for pressurizing the unit, and you need the air for creating the bubbles.
Yeah.
So you know the difference. We always like to talk about tanks, instead of running time. You know, but you would be able to empty around 8 in the foaming version. 8 to 10 tanks.
8 to 10 tanks.
Yeah.
Off of one charge.
Yeah, takes about 2 minutes to empty the. You will see that it's pretty fast.
Holy smokes!
And we consider that with
tanks?
2 tanks you will be able to cover completely the bodywork of the car.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. 8 to 10 tanks on the foam. Now what about the multi?
On the multi, we're talking about probably 1 hour of running time. So probably about 20 tanks.
What? 20 times? It'll empty a tank 20 times. We're living in the golden age, boys and girls. I mean, this is, everybody watching, I hope you realize how amazing this is. We've had Ego come in and blow everybody's minds with a lot of the new battery technology. We have the new cordless root biz machines. We have, obviously, IK sprayers raising the bar. We have new pad technology coming up here soon. We're living in a pretty cool age for detailers and even home and hobbyists. And so this is pretty amazing. So would you be able to show me, because I'm assuming this might be able to turn on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, we have first of all we have like a color LED.
Okay.
From
so an LED.
Well, I mean this is a prototype, so don't pay too much attention to the blinker right now. But yeah, we have like from the factory is gonna come with 60%, around 60% battery charge.
Yeah.
And yeah, what you have to do is like fully charge the unit.
Okay. Yeah.
The 3 different LEDs color will appear as soon as you are losing power.
Okay.
So the green one is gonna turn into orange when you miss the 60%.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay.
Yeah.
Easy to read.
From 60 to 30 will remain orange, and when you get 30 or less than 30, it will turn into red.
Okay, all right, so so it gives you plenty of notice when you are halfway through a charge and you're coming up on the end of it.
Didn't say that, but yeah, the maximum pressure would be around 50 psi.
Perfect, okay.
So when you start the unit, you will reach up to 50 psi. And when you start spraying, will go down till 35.
35-minute kicks back on to get you back up to 50.
That's right.
Correct.
That's right. So,
somebody wants to know, is it waterproof or water resistant?
Yeah.
Right.
We made it in the same. I've taken into consideration the chemical compatibility of the multi.
Okay. Yeah.
So that will be suitable for spraying like. From 0 up to 11.5 pH chemicals.
Okay, and so, but when I'm filling this, right, I probably want to fill from the top with maybe a bucket or a funnel or something like that, right? So I don't want to probably dunk the whole thing in a bucket, right?
No.
Okay, don't do that. Okay, so basically, yeah, you would have to probably change the way you fill in comparison to 360. But I mean, if you have like a canister, if you have like a gallon or something like that, then it makes things quite easy. So can we go back to the button right here? Can we turn this on?
Yeah. First, if of course, as always, people could damage it, or Yeah, in certain cases, the compressor perhaps wouldn't work. So in this case, what we're going to offer is the, I don't know if we can call it like a puck. You know, puck would be like a hockey puck.
Okay.
Yeah, hockey puck. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe. You know,
Yeah.
it has the same shape, right?
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha.
So it will come with battery and compressor. So you could unscrew this part and place a new one.
Oh, sweet. Okay, cool.
So idea is not to, you know, to leave the interior of the compressor in the hands of the user.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. All right. Should you do the magic?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So we'll press it for 3 seconds. You see the light screen.
Lights up.
And we press it one more time.
I guess.
What? That is nuts.
Okay, it's ready.
Ready to go?
No way. This is crazy. That's it.
That's it.
Do you know how many years I went like, dude, there's probably like 50 gigs of footage on the internet of me just, oh, Jimmy said more than that. So there's hundreds of gigs of footage of me pumping things up. How do you guys think my forearms got this big, right? I mean, it was literally the IK sprayer. So amazing. I don't have to do that anymore, but hopefully I can keep a little bit of the muscles around. Yeah. So can I spray this possibly?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
Jimmy.
sir. Please.
You want to go? You want to go on an adventure over here to this little 86?
We're trying the
frostbite. Okay.
We did the dilution of 13:1.
Yes.
Okay.
13:1.
The Sydney recommendation was 10:1, but that was more for the phone Canon.
All right.
So yeah, we reduced the dilution. So we'll see how it works.
Okay, we'll see how it works. So this is my actually first time using frostbite in an IK, so this is gonna be a new experience for me as well. So we're gonna just come over here to this 86. Jimmy, we're gonna find a good spot for you. Maybe we'll kind of, Ruth, can I hand you these? I'm gonna hand you those.
Oh,
There's
sure.
one. So I can use the wheel for an example, because I think this is probably gonna be one of the most used things. So coming down here, we still do have the trigger lock, right? For safety reasons, we're gonna go ahead and make sure, safety reasons for that. So let's go ahead and see what happens. and it turns right back on. So that's the coolest freaking thing ever. So right now, I've foamed my wheel. I've started cleaning. What's that? I don't got to foam again, or I don't have to pump again. I just go like this. This is amazing. So, all right, let's do some continuous spray time, because I know people are going to want to know. Anthony, keep spraying it. By the way, this frostbite soap smells incredible. I'm getting like whiffs of it right now, and it's like euphoric for me. So let's go ahead and spray the side of this 86 here. Wait for it.
There it is.
Sold. How many people are losing their mind? I'm losing my mind right now. This is crazy. I think I've used about, I don't know, maybe a third of the liquid. I still have quite a bit of liquid in here when I say that. So I got a ton of liquid. I could do this over and over again. And what's crazy, right? It just gets better the more that I use it, right? Because what's happening is that I am getting more air pressure, right? Because it's filling up more. I have less liquid, more air, which means I have a better overall impact, more spray time, and just a better foam in general. So I'm gonna hit this one more time here. Jimmy, can we get an up close shot just to kind of show you how thick I can lay this on? Press it once, turns it off.
Yes, sir.
I still got a green light on here. I got plenty of charge left, right?
Yep.
And then maintenance-wise, Ruth, what do I do when I'm done?
Depressurize the unit. That's great.
Easy peasy.
Amazing. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that people are. I think people are excited. So I do have the. Oh, and then I'll hold the button here for 3 seconds to turn it off completely, in which the light goes away. Perfect. And then now I have the multi, so I can do a quick little demo with this, right?
Yep.
So we're going to go ahead, multi. Going to hold that, turn that on until the light turns green. Perfect. And now we can. Over here. Sorry,
probably losing some air. Yeah, probably.
There we go. Got it. Perfect. Need another quarter turn. Almost there. Perfect.
Okay.
So this, right, would be for like a rinseless wash. So, and also, by the way, once you start the air filling, right, the first one takes the longest, right? It seemed like, and then after it kind of picked it up, every fill up seemed to just get faster as I was using it, even though it is putting more air in. So, all right, so come in here, pretending this is my rinseless wash, or I'm just rinsing off some soap. Go ahead and do this. I can adjust my nozzle and do my rinsing. Now, is this going to be what you use for rinsing off soap off a car? Typically, not really. Maybe for rinseless washing, small areas, maybe your wheel, right? But what I'm noticing here is I can just keep this going. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. That filled up fast. That filled up really fast that time. This is so sweet. Oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing. Tap this, turns it off, let my air out.
3 seconds.
3 seconds, and we're off.
Good.
Correct.
Man, you guys came in hot. So, all right, everybody's gonna want to know. I mean, the big when is the availability? When is this happening?
Hope SEMA show.
SEMA show?
Yeah. Yeah.
So SEMA 2024.
Yeah.
These should be available. Hope I'm fingers crossed, right? I know you guys like to make sure everything's perfect before things get released, and so I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yeah. And well, for ending this marvelous season.
Okay. We have let me make a little bit of make a little more room here. Okay.
We wanted to to name you from now on the IK leader.
Okay.
And yeah, for that reason, it's probably the most demanded accessory that you have been demanding
for years.
Every single live show, you have been asking for the the famous lid.
Yes, yes, the famous lid.
So here it is.
It exists. It exists. It actually exists. I can't freaking believe it. The new IK lid for the Multi Pro 2 and the the Foam Pro 2, 360 or non-360 version. So check this out, right? This is my Multi Pro 2 360. I have finished using my chemical. I've removed my sprayer, and this turns on like that, and then bam, look at that, storage. And what's crazy is that now, for people that have had their sprayers that they've broken over the years or whatever has happened to them, they go, I don't want to get rid of this because it's so nice. It's blow and molded, it's structurally sound, you know, it's almost indestructible, but I don't want to throw it away, but what can I do with it? Now you can use this to store chemical between using different heads for whatever you're doing, right? Because many people, you know, may or may not know, but the base here is shared between the foam and the multi-version. So now you have a lid. But wait, there's more. When I requested that there was a lid, I asked for a simple lid. I said, can we have like a peanut butter jar lid? Can we have just something that literally just closes this? And you guys said, we have to make it more than a lid. So what did you do?
Well, a combination of two things: the famous lid plus a measuring cup.
Plus a measuring cup. Did you guys heard that right?
And not only a standard measuring cup. Know that you're a little bit different than we are in Europe.
Yeah.
And we use a different kind of system for measuring the liquids. So we have the two systems. We have the metric system, and we have the American standard.
Yes.
So you can choose.
We're actually getting Levi to grab a light right now. He's grabbing our friends over at Scan Grip. Thanks to them, they've got a light on hand. We'll be able to show you this. So we understand it's kind of black inside this this hole. So we're going to get one of these lights over here. But so metric, standard, measuring. You guys can't tell, but they have done essentially this kind of notched, almost like a. Let me see if we can get Jimmy to get a good visual of that. So awesome. Look at that. Amazing. I never thought I'd be this excited about a lid. So now you can take all of Ruth's work with the dilution chart, right? Take your lid, now ready to go for diluting your chemical, and you can go fill, right? Fill, whatever it is, and go like this. Mix in with your water, throw this over the top, and store it. This is freaking crazy, man. You could shake it up, you could bake it up, you could do whatever you want. So this is incredible. The grip is amazing. It's extremely high quality. I think that everybody needs like at least a couple of these for your sprayers. And the good news about this is that once you have your lid on, right, you're thinking to yourself, well, what am I going to do with this? Well, now this isn't resting in your chemical, right? Whether it's caustic or not, you don't have your tube sitting in your chemical for long periods of time. You're going to be able to have this out. You can store this away, and it's something that's going to keep all of your seals more intact as well, right? Because guess what? That's less pressure on your Viton seals, right? When this is cranked down, everything, you have a little bit of pressure on there, right? Now you're able to let that breathe, and you're going to be able to hopefully get more life out of your sprayer with the use of a lid as well. So, what about the lid? Availability on the lid? SEMA?
No.
Before.
Yeah, in a couple of weeks. Oh, sorry, a couple of months.
A couple of months. All right. We'll play it safe. We'll say like 3 months or so or something like that. But you know what? What's amazing about all of this stuff is that the Rad Company will hopefully be one of the first to be able to carry all of these amazing new goodies. And so the second they're available, you guys will be the first to know, and we'll hopefully be distributing them as soon as we can. So let's jump to a few questions. I know we've gone over a little bit in time. I'm sorry, Dane. What do people think?
I only have about 10 pages worth of questions. People ask, and fortunately you did answer a few, so I'm going to be quick about this because I realize we're running over time. But let me, rather than posting, I'll just ask you, because I definitely saw some trends here.
Okay.
Number one, remind people when the lids are coming out and when they could expect to see the E2 you had there as well.
So lids, couple months.
Couple of months.
Say 3 months, plate safe. And then the E Foam Pro and E Multi Pros are going to be available around SEMA of 2024, so it's going to be fall.
So yeah, like November-ish.
We got treated today.
That was a wonderful surprise.
We teased everybody, right? And I know it's a tough tease, but like, what an amazing event to be able to release something like this for the detailing industry. It's amazing.
Absolutely. And of course, I was so worried if a lid didn't come out at some point, because I had so many people going, there has to be a lid. Please let there be a lid. And they were just freaking out. Yeah. So in addition to the lid, they wondered if they'd be able to buy bottles separately. So say you wanted to get an extra bottle, you could put a lid on it, call that a day, rather than having to buy a whole sprayer. Maybe you just get the bottle with a lid as an option.
It's a good, maybe if demand, if there's demand for it, then if demand's there, I'm sure there will be an option. So I think it will probably release on its own initially, and then we'll probably go from there. But guys, for storing chemicals, we all have been there, where we literally don't know what to do with something, right? We've taken a head off of something, or we have soap that we don't want to throw out. We have wheel cleaner that's already diluted that we don't want to throw out. We go, what the heck do we do with it? Bam. This is a chemically safe thing that can store a ton of product, and it doesn't get better than that.
It's what everybody's asked for and wanted for years, so I'm so happy to see it here. Thank you so much, guys. As one additional one, just because I want to throw a technical one at you, there were a lot of people asking if it would be possible, you probably hear this a lot, switching between multi and foam and like the level of complication, not just switching off the head and replacing it with the foam, but if it's technically possible to turn one into the other by changing like pickup tube and the nozzle and all that. Is that a limitation, or is that something where you just can't do that to a foam to turn it into a multi or vice versa?
It is possible. It is possible, but we don't really recommend it because of the cross-contamination.
Yeah.
You know, because if you have been working with, let's say, no compatible chemicals, you know, and you change from one to another, you could, damage the job you have been doing. So possible it is, but we do not recommend it.
Well, and you would also have to have the parts to be able to do that. So I'd probably go with what they say. I don't recommend it, but I think for the most part, most people do own or should own a multi and a foam version of the sprayers.
Yes. And the last one I'll throw your guys' way is just actually more of a us problem, is whether we'll be carrying the extra replacement parts, those kits. I had a lot of people asking if TRC would have those and when they might expect to see that.
Dane, that's a question for your father, I think.
Okay, I've got one other one here for you.
We got to get Jeff out here. Come on. Yeah.
Another one that also came up, a bonus one, was on those dilution charts. People, before we got to any of the new stuff, people were probably going the most crazy over that dilution chart you guys had. And in addition to obviously what they saw and wanting to know where they could find it, they're looking on the website saying they couldn't find it there. Everybody wants a laminated copy or something. They were also wondering if you had metric versions, because it looked like it was an imperial unit, so they wondered if you had a metric version available.
Okay, so the dilution chart will be for sure available at our webpage. We can download it to anybody who wants it. We can send it to you. You can add it on your webpage.
It's not on there yet, right now, yet?
No, because we were presenting it now.
Okay, all right. So it's launched here, so they'll get it out soon.
It's going to be available.
Yeah.
And if you think that there are requests for having it in the metrical system, of course, we can recalculate it and leave it available too.
Yeah.
No worries.
Very good.
Yes. So Eve was extremely excited I asked that conversion question because he was dying to know. So now we got a straight answer. You got it from the source, Eve. Glad we could help you out. All right, guys. So final thoughts from you.
No, my final thoughts from me is I'm jazzed, dude. I am pumped. I can't believe this all this was a lot of goodies today, right? A lot of useful information, a lot of goodies, and I think just an amazing presentation from both Ruth and Yvonne here. So thank you guys for coming out so much. It's always a pleasure, and I believe we got more detailing goodness with Buff and Shine.
Yes.
In every artist, there's a masterpiece waiting to be unleashed. It starts with inspiration, an inner desire for greatness, and a pursuit of the ultimate finish. artist in the world of reflections, precision and perfection are required at every step. It's work that demands tools sculpted by legacy, sharpened by innovation. For over 37 years, Buff & Shine has been more than a brand. It's a promise to help bring out perfection in every detail. Because the best tools don't just do the job. They become an extension of the artist and a safeguard for their craft. Choose Buff & Shine. Empower the artist within.
All right. Hey, Justin Lobato here.
Sydney Gwynn.
And we are here live at TRCMA 2024.
And we are super excited, except Justin, this year we brought somebody special with us, and I have heard that he is in the podcast studio with Dane.
Yes.
Can we jump over to that real quick? Maybe they're not ready.
That's okay.
So we did bring a special guest. Oh, there they are.
All right,
Yep.
welcome. Yes.
Yes.
Hello and welcome. Please introduce yourself for the audience if they're not familiar.
Yeah, hi. If you don't know me, I'm Rich Umbrell. I'm the founder, the owner, the president, and the pad man, the pad creator. I am Buff & Shine.
You're the pad man.
I'm Buff & Shine, yes.
Nice. You are Buff & Shine.
I am Buff & Shine.
All right, very cool. Well, obviously, I have you here in with me to maybe talk a little bit about the history of the company.
Sure.
Wanted to just kind of ask you for a little bit of maybe like a Cliff's Notes version, if you could, from, beginnings to where we are today.
Okay, well, we've been in business 37 years, and I started the company when I was 17 in my parents' garage.
Oh, wow.
So there was no Buff & Shine 37 years ago. So coming out of high school, wasn't going to college, wasn't that kind of kid, very mechanical, worked on all kinds of things growing up with my parents, boats, cars, building cabinets, very mechanical guy, learned how to machine steel, weld, do all this stuff.
Very cool.
So luckily enough, the buffing pads, you need to build your own machines to build buffing pads. You can't go on Amazon and order a buffing pad machine. Just not out there, right?
It's important to know.
So you have to create the equipment and then create the product and build the whole assembly line. So at 17, I was learning how to do this through, with my dad's help, but turned it into a buffing pad company. And then the focus was always high quality, the best product I can make, because I know if it works good and it doesn't fall apart, they're going to buy it again.
Sure.
So that's 37 years is a long time to be in business, and we're always, recreating new products, and I'm always trying to make them better and better. We grew up in size. We're roughly 50 employees now. We have a manufacturing plant in Southern California. All of our pads are made in the U.S. And even today, just this last SEMA, we launched about 65 part numbers for orbital polishing pads.
Oh,
and I put all those pads together with 37 years of experience, and I did it all in under a year. So, we're talking microfiber wool buffing pads for orbitals, foam pads for orbitals, and then we also have this top-notch line, the Edge Guard, which is unique, that nobody has anything like it. It's got patents pending all over the world. The company has a couple dozen patents as well on other products. So it's been a long journey, but I love it, and it's not really a job for me. It's fun. I'm passionate about it, so I think I chose to do the right thing at 17, which is a tough thing to do.
Yeah,
I'm
not
still
many
doing
people
it.
are making great choices at 17. So I'd say you did a pretty good job.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So obviously the biggest thing I gathered from that is incredibly you're developing the machines that make the products that you make. So you're not just finding some off the shelf components.
Not at
doing
all.
That. You're actually doing the engineering and development to do the engineering and development, which is
right. And
amazing.
we're doing. So I would say maybe 20% of the equipment in our factory we purchased on the outside, basic things, but most of all of it is custom made. And we have a lot of robots in our plant now, where we're automating the process, because pads if you make thousands of pads, they all need to look the same.
Oh yeah.
They can't be up and down on quality, edges rough, different sizes. You have to really focus. So I've focused on the manufacturing all these years to make it where the products look the same all the time, and the quality's good, the adhesives are good, the materials we use are good. We're not we're not selling junk. We're selling, you know, high quality. That's the focus.
You take your time and you focus.
Right.
So that definitely shows.
Right.
So thank you so much for sharing that. I really appreciate it. And let's go back out to the studio, see what Sid and Justin have to show us.
All right, thanks. Listen, that's always a great story, especially hearing it from the source himself, what we call, or who we call, the pad father.
Yes.
And so what we want to get into today with you guys and the viewers is something that we've been working on very hard to design for the last 2 years, which is our flagship line of pads called the EdgeGuard. This pad line was made and designed to improve the standard orbital foam polishing pad for the detailers.
Yeah. Yeah, we're super excited about it. Like Rich said, he builds a lot of the machines. So I think probably part of my favorite thing about the EdgeGuard is just remembering a couple years ago at SEMA, I was chatting with Rich. He had some samples of the EdgeGuard, and you know, we all thought, oh, this is so great. And then I remember him saying like, okay, now I have to build the machine to make them, right? And so just in conversations over the last couple of years, it's been really interesting to hear him talk about the fact that he actually hand built the machine to make these pads, which, you know, I always love the story. And I think that is so cool that, you know, the thought, the ingenuity and all of that went into this from Rich, which is so cool. And so it was just last summer, I think, when the machine was finally up and running and pumping the pads out, which is so cool.
Yeah, it's nice that we were able to actually bring this to market and address a lot of the issues that we found with traditional pads.
Right.
You know, traditional pads still have their place, obviously, us being a pad manufacturer, making so many, such a big range of pads to say, but overall, this has really been something that time, effort, and development and innovation, like you said, having to make the actual machines after coming up with the idea of the pads, that's a whole nother world in itself. And that was something that was amazing to see happen.
Yeah, so you mentioned overcoming some of the challenges, so let's actually go through those. So lots of features and benefits of these. So kicking it off, what's the big one?
So first one is the quick and easy centering. So that's one thing that, you know, whether you're a professional detailer or you're in a shop where you have multiple employees, you know, the biggest thing to centering a pad on an orbital machine is being able to have the balance, but effortlessly, being able to just take that right in the pocket there and boom, it's centered. It's one of those things that are ready to go. Now, as a professional, obviously most of the time you're able to get this right off bat or center it from the middle itself. However, you know, having a shop with employees, it's nice to be able to have that so you get that balance. So when you run the machine, it runs to its optimal performance.
Yeah, yeah. And so like you mentioned, we know, you know, those of us have been doing paint correction forever, we know how to get them centered. But what I find in my shop is just for efficiency. So, you know, if I have a lot going on, I have other stuff going on, even if it saves me a couple minutes for that correction, minutes mean everything to me. So I love the efficiency of it. Is, you know, I do a lot of pad cycling, a lot of pad rotation, and it's so nice to, you know, have my pads laid out and I just grab my machine, I'm slapping them on, tearing them off, slapping them on, and I really don't even have to think about centering them. So I think that's so great. But then also from the training side, and I know you do a lot of training as well, from the training side, it's so great when you're running a training and you've got, you know, 8 people that have never done paint correction before.
They've never really placed a pad.
Yeah, and how great is that to be able to, you know, you can't keep your eyes on everybody at one time. So it's so great to know, you know, that they're getting that perfect centering and perfect balance, which is going to lead to consistent results, which can also be a benefit with employees, right?
Yeah.
So I love that. I love the easy centering. That is really, really nice. So one of the other benefits that I love so much is the backing plate protection. So I know you guys all know this, whether you want to admit it or not. We've all done the back of an SUV and have gone down where, you know, the pad meets the bumper plate and you end up hitting your backing plate, right? And you make a little scuff. Now, most of the time we can fix it, but that's not an ideal situation. So what this has is it has the backing plate protection. So it has this lip on here, the edge. So, you know, we do the centering, but then it's got that edge protection. So it's not going to, your backing plate is not going to hit parts of the vehicle. And the foam wraps up around that edge, and that is going to give you the backing plate protection. So I know we all know exactly what that means.
Yeah, that settles right in there, which is nice. And no matter the manufacturer of the tool, right? Because there's different backing plate materials. Some of them have a little bit of a harder edge, some of them have a little bit of a softer edge, but either or, when you skip across that surface, you know, whether it's up against a door handle, a side view mirror, it's a pain in the butt to remember to have to revisit that, or the time it takes to have to go back and revisit that.
Yes.
It's just one of those things to help with reducing steps and issues. That's where that helps fix that.
And if I can point out what my favorite part that I've noticed, this was when I first started using these pads, there was an area where it really screamed to me like, this is amazing. And that was where the truck bed meets the cab, right? So you're doing the truck bed, and you're right up against the cab.
It curves right in, you got the bed right here.
And you have that protection. And the first time you see that hit and you see that it's not hitting paint, right there.
Or if it's the first time you see that hit and you don't know
have it
you
on,
think you damaged it, then
right,
your heart drops down to your stomach, and then
that was the point where I went, that is cool. That is cool.
Yeah, so having centered it and having it on there for the edge protection, those are a lot of really good benefits. One of the biggest things, and male, female, it doesn't matter, is of course the easy peel aspect. And that's something, I mean, when you have, doesn't matter the size of the machine at that point, some of these with the new backing plates and the new Velcro, they could be a bear to pull off. I mean, you've really got to muscle these things to pull them off, right? So as that, you're, on let's say, for example.
Here, I'll show you what I used to do. I will show you. Well, that's a live battery, by the way. So, classic flat pad, right? Not usually a problem, but for me, I have nails, right? And I tend to be a little bit aggressive with stuff.
You don't want to get in there with your nails and
jack
them up?
That's the, no, but I do. That's the problem, is I don't want to jack up the nail, so I tend to crush the pad more. So, some of these backing plates, they're meant to be really strong, right? And so we end up, you grab it, and if you can see that, can you even see that, how I...
Messes up the shape of the pad.
And so we know that, a couple years ago, we talked about this earlier, you came to my shop, and my pads were looking a little rough, right? So this was before I had a lot of pad knowledge. And so my pads were looking really rough. And it was because of the way that, I was just constantly, ripping on them and crushing the foam, and the foam would split and all of that. And what is cool is with that, you can't crush that edge, which that edge provides so much balance and stability. So that is one of my favorite things. It's just the easy peel.
You've got a lot of stress there too. When you first put a brand new pad on out of the package, it's firm, it's dense. After time, it gets soft and seasoned to say. There is stress with the movement of the actual pad on the machine. The compounds, the polishes, the cleaning, and the on and off. So that does stress where the actual backing, the glue, and the foam meet. And that also creates to where it could create premature lifting and delamination issues. And it's not always necessarily a pad failure thing. It could be just the way that the pad is being taken off the machine because of how much that Velcro actually grips it. And that does weaken that area there.
So that it gives it just enough room to grab that ring and pull it off nice and safe. Super great. Okay, definitely don't hurt it as much.
No, and that's going to help keep everything, in the integrity of the shape of the pad on point. And that's something that allows that ring and that whole area there to be super durable.
And I know that's important because, like I mentioned, you came to my shop, all of my pads were split, they were looking a little bit rough, and so I've been using the same batch of edge guards for a year, and I don't have any splits. So that tells me that ring is really helping, protect the integrity of that foam. So really, really nice. So let's talk about why is it protecting. So we see that there's, an indent for the pad to go in, right? But what's cool is that there is a thermal polymer ring here and that's what's giving you that area to grip. It's giving you stability, and this is great. It doesn't crack, it doesn't, warp or anything. And I wash my pads in the washing machine, and they've done great. It doesn't warp or crack. It's great. Even with me pulling on it, I don't know how many times now, they hold up really, really well. So that ring is really unique. No other manufacturers have that level of protection for the pads, and it really makes a ton of difference in the integrity of the pad. But if you will notice,
just not to interrupt you, but if you say unique, it is truly unique because everybody thinks plastic's plastic, right? And it's really not. There's so many renderings of this material, this polymer plastic that was made to make sure that it actually holds up. I mean, because you could get cheaper versions of this material that will prematurely crack and do other things, and we've gone through some renderings of this. And I'll tell you, this will, I think this will outlive some of the landfills.
Yes.
I know for sure it will outlive the pads.
Yeah.
And that's where this helps a lot in regards to really sealing everything down and allowing the actual disbursement of weight and pressure from the pad and the backing plate to work properly.
Yep.
And of course, just overall pocket right in there and be able to sit right in there perfectly.
Yeah.
And not leaving that imprint.
Right.
You know, that footprint.
Yes.
That
of the backing plate. Yep.
Bingo. Yeah. And of course, some of the machines that have the smaller backing plates that go on to a standard flat backing, it leaves that footprint behind and it likes an indentation.
Yeah.
So it eliminates all of that.
Totally, totally. So we talked about how it protects the edge and all of that kind of thing, but it has lots of different benefits. So if you'll notice on here too, this is not a solid plastic ring. So the ring is just around the edge, and the backing plate, the Velcro, is still open. So it's still totally breathable. You know, you're still gonna have that heat displacement. So you're not, you know, trapping the heat in the top of your pad, which is great because we all know that once a pad gets heated up, you know, things just don't go well. It's not ideal for paint correction. So because this stays breathable and it holds it off that backing plate just enough, even though that the ring is around the edge, it holds it up just enough to allow airflow, keeps your pad cool. You know, through the testing process, you know what me, I love to test and kind of break everything down. And I noticed if you use a traditional pad and you use it too long, you can actually feel the heat. And I've ran these and they never get hot. Which I think is so cool.
And they work well with every orbital polisher that's on the market. And that goes from as little as a 5 mil to a 25 mil. It doesn't matter. Everything in between they work very well with in regards to that. And that's what they were made for, is your orbital polisher. That's that has become more the standard. Obviously we still have our rotaries and they have their place, but because the dominant category being more orbital than anything, that's what these pads really play out. And you know, with the way that these pads are made, they still follow over to have some of our traditional and successful ways of how we make pads, such as our actual glue. You know, we still use our proprietary blend glue that is used to help construct these pads and put these pads together very well. But now with the added value of that thermally sealed ring, I mean, that just overall just put the icing on the cake to make this thing to where it's indestructible.
Yeah. And I just have to laugh because I think of, you know, that visit a couple years ago where my pads looked so bad. And I have yet to be able to make one of the Velcro backing plates come off. I have not figured out the code to get it off. So that is just, it's awesome.
And I know, I mean, it sounds so simple, right? We're talking just pads.
Right.
But as a detailer, as a detailer, the excitement of that is not just, you know, being part of the company and watching all these great innovations, but watching the innovations as a detailer right there, you know, seeing this happen, you know, I'm almost 16 years into operating a shop and still playing in the field as an operator. And so seeing this from where it was to where it is a huge difference. And going from a one-man band to an operation and seeing how that benefits, you know, having employees, it's such an eye-opener.
It's crazy.
Because
it's crazy.
It's so simple.
Yes. Yep.
But yet so different.
So simple and so genius. And I mean, such a great, I mean, for me, like I look at, you know, guys just coming into the business, I think what a great opportunity to not fail as hard as some of us had to, you know? So I love it. I think it's so great. I think that's my favorite thing in trainings, is to show those that are just learning paint correction, like how far things have come and how much manufacturers like Buff and Shine have set them up for success, which is really cool.
So again, going from that thermally sealed ring into the actual pad itself. The good thing is the full line of the EdgeGuard pads, it's an open cell structure. Now, there are a couple different types of open cell on the market, and of course that's going to be the biggest benefit to why they worked with all the orbital polishers, but also being able to displace heat and then of course disperse product evenly and more effectively. And that helps in regards to an overall end result in the finish.
I think one thing that I notice about the foam is I've always really loved Buff and Shine foam, right? They use really high quality foam. I love it. But one thing I've noticed about the EdgeGuard is that they actually wash out better. So, you know, I don't know if it's the ring, or I don't know if it's maybe because it doesn't allow the pad to get heated up as much, but they just wash better Like they're easier to clean, which again, everything for me is about efficiency and, you know, keeping your tools, you know, in tip-top shape. And, you know, I just do a little pre-soak pad spray and then wash them. And, you know, whether you're using a pad washer, washing them in the washing machine, I feel like the compounds and polishes wash out of these pads better.
Well, there's something to be said about that because most of today's compounds and polishes are water-based, so that does help. And, you know, I like to touch on that too because that's something that I feel that we lose sight on. In order to get the best return on investment with these tools, these pads, is cleaning them, right? And that's one of the biggest things I think that are overlooked. It's like, here, I want to sell you a pad. Just use this pad. It's used for compounding. It's used for polishing. But, you know, as a retail storefront, I would love for detailers to come in and buy more pads because they damage theirs, they misuse them. But at the same time, teaching them how to maintain their pads, that's huge. And that was something that I never had the opportunity to get taught to me unless I went to a show or something like that, or even, you know, the viewers now with TRCMA. This is a great opportunity for them to learn that. But with cleaning them, you know, it's one of those things, cleaning your pads on the fly helps, you know, whether it be compressed air, a brush, pad brush, a terry cloth towel, or like you had said, you know, being able to spray them, rinse them. And with the spray that you use, what are you using in your shop?
I use rags to riches, diluted, about 1 ounce to 16 ounces of water, and I just keep it in a spray bottle. And so right when I take it off the machine, so I'm done polishing, it's on the machine, I spray it, take it off, throw it in a bucket, and wash them when my bucket's full. So I do a lot of pad cycling. I'm a big fan of pad cycling just to, you know, keep them in great shape, not overuse them, not over abuse them. But that's where I come in as the customer, where you want to sell me more pads. I would rather have 10 of the same color pad and not have them wear out for a year or two than to have, you know, 2 pads and wear them out in 2 months and repurchase. So I still purchase the same amount as a consumer. So I'm a big into pad cycling, but the pre-spray, I mean, that helps a ton.
That does. And what we do at our shop in our setting with having multiple employees is we'll actually take them out and throw them into a bin of water, usually about 6 to 8 inches tall, in maybe a storage bin, face down, back up. That way they soak. And of course, that breaks down a lot of the compounds and polishes that are in there, just the water itself. And at the end of the day, somebody is designated to cleaning the pads. And at that point, they have the spray bottle, like Sydney mentioned. They're able to agitate the face. They're able to rinse it and compress it. We're not folding them over like a dish towel and trying to wring them out, but we're able to compress it. And one of the real cool tricks that we have at the shop is we actually got one of those wiring racks. And we have those $20 cheap box fans that we face up and put on the lowest setting. And when we're done, we just put that pad face down like that, and overnight it's dry. And that way we come in the next day and they're ready to rock and roll for use or storage.
That's awesome.
But you had mentioned pad cycling. Dive into that a little bit more because that is one that it needs to be full send.
Oh yeah. So pad cycling. So I know when we all first start, we think, oh, you only need 1 pad for a car. But so I really like to just have a lot of pads because as you're filling up your pad and the foam, it's filling up with product. As it becomes more full, you're getting less cut. So you might notice on the fender that you started on, you've got really great correction. So you just keep going, right? You're going through your paint correction. You get around to the back bumper and you're thinking, well, suddenly, you know, the correction's not the same level, right? And it's because your pad is full, and so that foam is not making contact with the paint because it's so full of product. And so that you'll notice that your paint correction starts to, you know, diminish. And you'll notice, you know, if you start on the fender, you might notice that your passenger fender now doesn't match your driver fender. So for me personally, I like to cycle my pads. You can either do it, you know, well, back when we used to have to let them cool down, I would pad cycle, but now I kind of have a rule that I do 1 pad per panel. So on a typical car, I'm like 8 to 10 pads in the same color.
And that's your standard size. That's your 5-inch.
That's
You're not talking about your micro polishing, your 3s, your 2s, your 1s.
Just the just the 5-inch on the panel. Once in a while, like on this car, I would probably do 2 panels. But on big, I'm usually working on trucks and SUVs, so I'll be 1 pad per panel, and there's about 10 panels on a car. So I like to have at a minimum 10 of each color just in case I need it. But if, you know, like I think I always tell people a good place to start is 6. I think a lot of us can get around with 6. And if you can't, you can usually use a pad washer, you know, wash your first couple and let them air dry a little bit and you're set to go. So pad cycling for me is huge. And like I say, I've had the same set of edge guards for a year, and I have done a ton of paint correction this year. I'm not joking. And I have put these things through their paces, and I'm still kind of on the mission to destroy them, and I have yet to. So I have like narrowed this down and said I'm not adding any new pads to my drawer. I'm going to put these things through their paces. I'm going to try to destroy them. And so, you know, the three that are my favorite, you know, the blueberry, the maroon, and the yellow, those things have been washed. I can't even tell you how many times, but they may have only done one panel on each car, you know, and so here we are still a year later, and my pads still look really, really good. So
yeah, and pad cycling is very important.
Yeah.
I mean, these are just little tips that, of course, we want to add into the viewers. There's so many different levels of viewers out there. I know that the Rad Company has, from novice to, you know, weekend warriors, DIY, professionals, prosumers, you name it. There's the whole spectrum and we want to just make sure that you guys have all the right information in regards to that. This is something too that is exciting for us to be able to present to you guys. So that's why we want to give you that much more information overall. And you know, going into the different sizes and everything you see here and the variations, you know, the edge guard pad itself, that's one thing that we're excited about. We've, again, over 2 years of going over this, we've had the 5-inch, but now we're able to introduce the 6 and the 3. And they have their advantages as well.
Yes.
Along with, of course,
yes, so we have new packaging, which is super exciting. So this was one thing that this year Buff and Shine really wanted to focus on, you know, really emphasizing their brand and, you know, kind of making it fun, you know. And so went through a little rebrand, wanted to give something, especially for the storefronts, you know, for even online, and we just wanted to put forth, you know, a really nice presentation. And so packaging is a big deal. So this year we went to new packaging. What do you call it?
The potato chip
bag,
bags,
and I call it the Eggo pack. But
well, I mean, think about it. When you go down to when you go down to the
Yeah.
supermarket and you look down that potato chip aisle, you see all the major players, all the major brands, and some of them have these. I mean, they really dump some money into marketing and making some really cool bags. That's what's happened here, and this is something that you could see that obviously Buff and Shine is putting money back into their business to not just be innovative with the end product for the end user, but for the user experience. You know, the presentation.
Yes, so really, really nice. So great packaging. One thing I want to point out on this packaging, which is cool, is you see the on the package with the so it comes in different like kits and specific colors. So on the ones that are specific colors, this window where you see the blue there, that's actually clear. So that's actually the actual pad showing through, the color, which is really nice. So I love that. That's super fun. That was kind of a fun addition. And then on the backs of all of them too, you can see through. There's like a window that you can see through. So new packaging, new sizes. So the 3-inch and the 6-inch. So one of the ones that the other thing I really wanted to focus on is that we forgot to mention is that there's a patent pending, right? Which is so exciting. So multiple patents pending. So that's a great thing that's coming. And then 3-inch. So the 6-inch is going to act similar to the 5-inch. It's just a great addition because I think for me especially on the 6-inch, that's where the backing plate jumps out.
Oh yeah, when you have you know, boats and RVs, larger flat surfaces, that's where you're going to find obviously using that. But there are areas on those types of vessels to say that you could bang up against that you got to be careful for, and they could be sometimes more delicate, especially some of the metal surfaces.
Yes, so I am very thankful for the 6-inch, and because I think that's really where that edge protection is going to come in for me, but also on the 3-inch. So the 3-inch was one that when it was announced, when Rich said, you know, I've got the materials and I'm ready to go on the 3-inch, I was so excited because once you use the 5-inch and you have that edge protection, when you're working with a 3-inch machine, that means you're in intricate spots, right? And so that is where you need to be a little bit safer. So I was so excited about the 3-inch, just, you know, using the machine, going around those tight spaces, you know, especially like, and we'll move up to the car here shortly, but, you know, in the spaces where you're doing, you know, in front of headlights and grills and bumpers and things like that, you're very thankful for that edge protection.
Goodness,
super, super excited about the 3-inch, and they're just so adorable.
And you said, and you mentioned earlier, you know, with not just the packaging, but the kits. When we say kits, you know, obviously these are going to be offered in the range of colors, which we'll go over and what the purpose is. But that's something where you have a 2-pack kit with the 6, the 5s, the 2s.
Yeah.
You also have a
these are so nice.
Yep, a kit that allows you to kind of what we call a tester kit, where you get 4 different colors of the pads. That way out the gate, it gives you an opportunity to play with the different levels of polishing and compounding that is suitable for the service or job you're trying to complete. And then from there, you could choose which one's the best fit for what you're trying to achieve all the time or how often you're using them. But that is down from the 6, the 5s, and the 3s with that offering. So you have that, of course, and that would be through the Rag Company as well.
Yeah, yeah. And then they come in the 2-packs, like we said, and these, like the 3-inch and the 2-pack. What I like about these packs is I tell people a good place to start is obviously with the combo kit, right? You're kind of hitting all the levels that you need to do those paint, the test spots with. What's cool is that you will find, and I know I do in my shop, is you'll find that certain colors you use more of or you need more of. And so you can start with this kit, you can start building with a couple of these, and then fill in with the single colors where you feel like you need more pads. So lots of versatility, which I love, lots of options, and you can build out your pad collection.
Your arsenal.
Yes, your arsenal as you see fit.
Yeah, and as you see here, diving into the colors, the purpose of the pad, that's the thing is, there's no rhyme or reason in the industry for color coordination from every manufacturer. So one thing that we always make sure that you understand is that you want to read what the purpose of the pad is. Don't just go off of saying, oh, this orange pad I use from this manufacturer must be the same orange pad.
Right.
That is not the thing at all. Obviously you don't see any orange pads up here, so that was a perfect example. But with this lineup, we have 5 different colors to choose from. Maroon being the most aggressive, that's going to be our medium cut pad. That is great for your compounding applications, and in some cases, a one-step approach to allow you to be able to get a good cut and finish, of course, depending on the paint system at hand.
Right.
And then from there, we have the blue, which is obviously both of our favorites.
Yeah, the blueberry.
Yeah, if you want to elaborate on that one a little bit.
Yeah, so the blueberry has always, in the last couple of years, it's really come across the market as the staple one-step, right? So it's really good. It's got a lot of cut. It does still have some flexibility, and it does a great finish. So unlike some stiffer pads that will do more on the cutting, maybe they don't finish down well, requiring a second step. So the thing that's made the blueberry so nice is that you can get a good amount of cutting, but it also finishes out, meaning it doesn't leave that pad marring that sometimes can happen. So the blueberry for me has been, an 80% winner when I'm doing my test spots, because I always, I know you guys all hear me say it over and over again. I like to just do one steps. A lot of what I'm dealing with is either new cars or older cars, but you always want to do the correction in which your customer's paying for. So a lot of times they want to pay for a one-step correction. And so this is going to do the most amount of cutting when paired with the right liquid. It's going to do the most amount of cutting, not leaving behind any, it's not damage, but marring that is generally needed to be cleaned up. So it does a lot of work for you. So the blueberry, the blueberry is awesome. Love the blueberry.
To her point, this day and age, a lot of the shops and a lot of production, or even the world we live in, is not as much into multiple steps anymore.
Right.
So for that reason, that's where that blueberry pad is a perfect fit. For a lot of guys, though, that do production style shops, tongue-tied here. This is something too, if they're using an all-in-one product, this is a great pad that fits almost every manufacturer that has an all-in-one. That would be your HD Speed, 3D Speed, what is it, the Playmaker, all these manufacturers have their own category of an all-in-one. That pad itself has always been a great fit for that category overall.
Yeah, and I love that because like I said, when we're doing one-steps and we want to give our customers, for me, I want to give them the most correction out of that one step. I don't want to grab, a super fine polish and a super fine, pad and not give them very much cut and go, well, I did my one step. I want to find the combo that's going to do the most. If I have to go through that, I want to get the best correction out of that. So just a really, really great option. Another pad, this falls right in the middle. So this is going to be, you can still do cutting with it, and it's very chemical dependent. So if you're using a compound with the yellow pad or a polish, you're going to be great either way. So this is going to be right in the middle. It's a nice flexible foam. So this is a polishing pad, but you can do some cutting with it. It does, remove defects, of course.
Just grabs that paint really nice.
And it's just nice and flexible. It's just a really good middle of the road pad. So the yellow is definitely one in my shop that gets used a lot as well.
When it comes to just the polishing step itself, I'm in agreement with you. That yellow pad is the go-to pad for just standalone polishing, and it does very well. And again, working with multiple manufacturers with different polishes, that pad really stands out for that reason.
Yeah, and this is going to be one that can go either way. It can polish or it can be used with a compound.
It can.
So maybe even like on softer paints, you know, you might want to use a more of a polishing pad, but you need that compound. So that's what's really cool, is that they're very adjustable depending on what liquid you're using. But this is one that, I mean, very, very adjustable.
Then we step down into the white polishing pad here. Now this pad, I like this pad. This is for you know, polishing some of the softer paint systems that are on the market. But because of how soft the pad is itself, this is something that could be used to also apply a wax or a sealant. Now you're dropping down into that category to where you're not going to compromise your finish. And this will give you great results when it, you know, the yellow pad might be just a tad bit more aggressive than what you want. That's where you could drop down into the white polishing pad. And that will allow you to kind of finalize the job overall.
So great for waxes, things like that. This one, I think that I definitely like to use this, especially if I'm doing a major paint correction. So, you know, a classic car or something like that, and you kind of want to do that last step, you know, almost a jeweling step, right? Yeah, just that kind of that pop. This is a really great one. Really, really great one. So I love the white, love the white.
And if you're not able to achieve the result you're looking for using white, that's where you get into the black pad. Now that's a personal favorite of mine.
Mine too.
It's GM black paint. Like,
GM black and black Audi paint. Right? Black Audi. So here's the crazy thing, is I found on a black Audi that you can actually, you know, I feel like, and GM, you need a lot of cut, but you can make a mess real quick for yourself,
you can overcut.
And you're just constantly chasing it, and you're, you know, the towel wiping and all of that. You can actually use this black pad with a compound to do cutting, and you don't get the marring from the pad. And so on things like the GM black and then a black Audi or something like that, I have found that I can use this for my cutting pad and just let the product do the work. So it's kind of crazy. So I love this one. And then also that fine jeweling. I mean, my goodness, this one is like, this one's like the ultimate massager.
Or that last pad. That last area for that 3-inch. Your B pillars.
Oh yes.
Your A pillars, your B pillars. You know, the things that kind of scare people in paint correction in general, because they're fighting it and fighting it, not getting the finish. And this right here will allow you to achieve that.
Yes, this one spends a lot of time on my 3-inch for sure. I use a lot of black in the 3-inch.
So that's where, you know, again, having the 5-color lineup, this allows you to achieve all the different levels of paint correction from your maroon, your blueberry, your yellow, your white, and your black. And this comes in the 6, the 5, and the 3. And this is something that should complete the majority of all your paint correction needs. Obviously, if there's something in this lineup that doesn't achieve that, then Buff and Shine has all the other pads you need as well.
So why don't we jump over to Dane's car now? So we're not going to put you guys through the noise of our polishers, so we're not going to actually polish live for you, but we wanted to give you some scenarios on, you know, where you would use these and why. And so this one's going to be super obvious, right? But we're on our big panels and we're using, you know, the 5-inch. So on your larger panels, you're going to use the 5 or the 6, and you know, you're going to be doing just fine there. But when you get to the front end, and I'll have you demonstrate that, when you get to the front end, this is where you're going to see that that edge really makes a huge difference.
When you get down to a splitter or a recessed area, this allows you to really be able to get in there and work the edge, but it also gives you the insurance to where you're bumping that upper part of the bumper with the actual foam, not the backing plate, so it's not damaging. And the same thing with when getting up into here, it allows you to get in close, again, without damaging or bumping into anything, with having that edge guard protection that's wrapped around that backing plate.
And then even if you're still running your 5-inch up here, you know, and you want to do this pillar here, this is what's nice, is see how that just sets right in there, and that whole edge just protects this panel. That is so cool. I mean, I remember when I started using these, I was like, wow. Like, that was the visual for me that was so crazy, because you can just see how it totally protects your backing plate from ever making contact with that. And so as far as efficiency, this shows you that if you don't have a 3-inch or you don't want to be constantly switching out, I could easily do that B pillar with the larger machine. So very, very cool. And you'll notice that when you use them. That was for me. You see where that foam edge
much
catches
bigger.
you. Yes.
And this thing I could probably get a whole
That's a big polisher for a little tiny car.
this is the thing here. Boom, look at that.
Yeah,
it allows you to get,
cool.
I mean, obviously we have tools that allow us to get into that door handle cup, but when you're really getting all the way up to the door handle and around that door handle, this really allows you to confidently get in there without damaging anything. And it gives you the edge protection that's needed that no other pad on the market in the world can give you other than the Buff and Shine EdgeGuard pad.
Yeah, because I used to have to grab out my 1-inch polisher and trim those out and everything, and that's just time, right? And everything, you know, in the detailing process, you know, what you make per hour, what the value of that is to you, you know, it all comes down to efficiency. And all the minutes that you can save and, you know, switching between machines and all of that makes a huge difference. So I love that you can knock out a lot of those trimming out pieces with even the 6-inch polisher.
Yeah, and if you have these, like we have here, just set up for demonstration purposes, but if you have something like this set up in your shop, even just between your 5-inch setting and your 3-inch setting, and these are ready to go in your arsenal, locked and loaded, it allows you just to go and be more effective, more efficient, and be able to get the job done at a higher level as well.
Yeah, and I love that they all come in the same colors, and that's exactly what I do. Like, I will get out all of my blue, you know, 5-inch, all my blue 3-inch, and everything's lined up, and then I know that I'm getting the same level of cut no matter what machine I'm getting, which is awesome. So I think that's about it. Do we have any questions, Dane?
Yeah, there's a handful of them here, you guys.
Perfect.
I think a lot of people were curious. Some people thought you were going to polish, and I'm like, well, this is more about demonstrating the scenarios. Nobody wants to listen to that the whole time.
Well,
plus,
the machines are loud, and then Dane said no, so.
He's got PPF. Well, there's PPF
it's already
on the
been
vehicle
PPF
too. Yeah,
and they coded it, if you guys remember from the live last week. So he told us no. No, I'm kidding. We didn't.
No, it's all right. So yeah, I mean, like Air here saying, I hate that bit behind the door handle. Yeah, it's a pain. So at least when you're doing broad sides and you get to an area like that, it just kind of cuts out any of the whoops that could happen.
And they happen.
No matter how good you are, you're still going to have a whoops moment sooner or later.
Totally.
Oh,
yeah. Let me pull up the queue here. I think a lot of folks were asking availability, so like those 3- and 6-inch pads. Super Auto here, Al was asking when they'll be available in stock.
They are in stock, and I believe I have heard a rumor that they have landed here at the Rag Company. So the Rag Company should have them online in no time. So they are here. They are in production. They are in the bags, the packaging. They're set to go. So you should start to see those roll out, you know, everywhere. Amazon, the Rag Company.
Yeah, and if you ask me, I mean,
they're ready to go.
This is the source. This is the plug right here. The Rag Company is the plug for you. When you want your EdgeGuard pads, you know, 6, 5, and 3, here you are.
Yeah, and then I got Super Auto also asking, Sydney, is this the pad that you love, the blueberry, as your go-to?
Yes, the blueberry is, love the blueberry. I go through a lot of blueberry.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, the blueberry is definitely a go-to pad. And like you had mentioned, it's that one that allows you to set the stage for your test spots.
Yeah.
Will you go up or you go down?
Yep, I always start there. Yep, I always start with the blueberry.
Yep, and then he also asked multicolor combo pad kits. When will those be available?
They are available now. Yep,
there you
totally
go.
Available.
Okay, very simple. Now, here's one that's a little different. Fred here, okay, it's not letting me send it, but Fred was asking, what pads do you like to use on boats? So marine-style polishing.
Okay. So
that's in regards to marine polishing. There's a lot of variables in regards to the type of finish you're dealing with, right? Obviously, you're dealing with a gel coat surface, but what condition is that gel coat in? You know, that's really what you have to look at. You know, if it's lightly oxidized or heavily oxidized, most of the time, the marine detailers, I'm from Florida, so I deal with a lot of marine.
Yeah.
Not personally, but a lot of marine detailers. Let me correct that, because a lot of people know I don't do marine detailing. But the point to that is a lot of those guys will actually sand first before they rotary compound and then come back and polish, just because even though it's extra steps, it actually makes the finish way easier to get to and more consistent. So the end results are that much better. However, they charge accordingly, but in that case scenario, if you're dealing with, you know, let's say you're starting with a good finish, then a lot of times the maroon and or the blueberry is going to be one of two to be able to get the finish results you're looking for in one step. And again, that's applied to a finish that you're already starting with a good foundation. Obviously, if it's oxidized, good luck.
Yeah.
And I definitely think you, in particular, Justin, probably see a lot more of this kind of stuff than we do necessarily here in our landlocked state. We got boats and lakes and stuff, but you have open water where you are. So
I see a lot of it. I just don't touch a lot of it.
Okay.
Yeah, you see real water. Yeah, I don't do a ton of boats. I think you guys have all heard me talk about my boat experience. I like to do small new boats. So on the small newer boats, I like to do small, new ski boats is kind of my thing. But again, even on those, I still like the maroon and the blueberry are probably my most commonly used on boats. Just because I think you'll find that the softer foams, you're not really going to get a whole lot of those out on gel coat. Gel coat's very hard. And so I still tend to go blueberry or maroon. Gel coat's it works very well with those two, and those are my two most commonly used.
Okay. And then Al also asking, are these pads
Great
for
question.
both DA and rotary?
I'm going to let you take this one.
So obviously when we created these pads, we intended them to be for mainly orbital use. But because they're open cell, they can still be used for rotary. We don't promote it that way, but they can still apply that way as well. Typically, with the edge guard, we reinforce those based around the idea of the movement of a dual action polisher orbital. But it doesn't mean they can't be put on an actual rotary.
Yeah, you just want to turn the speed down a little bit.
Bingo. Because here's the thing, there's open cell foam, there's different types of open cell foam. This type of open cell foam is based around a DA polisher, dual action orbital polisher. So can it be? Yes. Not highly recommended. However, it doesn't mean it's a no.
Yeah, just slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, that totally works. Well, Mario here, I know Mario seems to have been coming across as a bit of newer to this stuff, so he's kind of saying it's just a little confusing, the pad selection and stuff. Not necessarily just you guys, but just in general, there's so many options.
Absolutely.
Maybe just kind of simplifying the lineup in a way that someone who's newer at this might better understand.
That's what I really actually like about the packaging. And this was one thing that we knew this was a challenge in the industry. We knew that it was confusing with all of the colors. And we talk about the colors and we can feel the foam. We can tell by feeling it that the softer, it means, the finer polishing it's going to be, the stiffer, the heavier, compounding it's going to be. But that's what's cool is on this new packaging is it actually tells you right on the front what each pad is for. So it gives you the color and it tells you if it's a heavy cut, medium cut, light polish. So that's kind of nice because you can look at the packaging and it gives you a guide of where to go right out of the package, even when you don't fully understand the texture yet. That's a learned thing, but that's what's great. We did think about that, and so we wanted to make sure that was on the new packaging.
Or the color.
Yeah.
That's I think that's also the confusing part is, like I mentioned earlier, when I say orange pad, it's because I've seen anywhere from Harbor Freight, you name it.
Right.
I've seen an orange pad category. And as a early years detailer, I just thought that the colors were, if I got an orange one, it was an orange one. I got a white one, it was a white one. Completely not true at all. Every manufacturer, you just got to pay attention. Hopefully, they have something information-wise, directions, not just a clear packaging. That's, again, why we've been innovative in trying to give as much content and information to help guide the end user.
Yep. And that's another thing that this year we've really tried to focus on, getting that education out there, getting the help, and I think that, through the packaging, through the events that we do, through the distributor work that we do, we're really trying to get out there and help with that. Because it is
by
confusing.
education.
Yeah, because it is very confusing. We totally feel you.
No, very fair. I think that that helps a little bit. And yeah, your packaging is fantastic. I think it does help clarify a little more maybe than some other manufacturers that are out there. We've got Howie here asking, which pad would you choose for a fiberglass motorhome with a base coat, clear coat style paint?
So fiberglass, so fiberglass is going to just be the substrate. You're still dealing with base coat, clear coat, so it's going to be treated the same exact way. Just like with a Corvette being a fiberglass body or composite, however you want to call it. The substrate sometimes will change the reaction of how the paint corrects or doesn't correct, how it gets overheated or not, because you'll have metal, you'll have plastic, you have fiberglass, you have carbon fiber. that, you know, does give you some idea of foundation, but it's what you're dealing with on the top is what you're really correcting or finishing, and that's going to be your base coat, clear coat. So that doesn't change anything, to answer your question.
Yeah.
You still treat it the same. You just look at, you know, doing a test spot and figuring out what those results yield so you could understand how to move forward and where to move forward.
Yeah, yeah, and just like Justin said, make sure you do your test spots, because what I have found on doing, you know, motorhomes and campers and things is that that base coat, clear coat is even thinner than a real car. So because we can't use a paint thickness gauge, you know, definitely do your test spots. And here, what you're looking for is where can I get the correction level with the least aggressiveness. So, you know, that you're going to kind of be taking a little bit different approach to it, in that, you know, you don't want to be over aggressive, just because they are very, very thin. So just do your test spot and you should
And that
be good.
would be for the application. I do have a gentleman who does a ton of RVs that buys from me, and he'll buy a case at a time, and he actually flips between maroon and blue. And that is like the set pads for him. Now, what liquids he's using, it's hit or miss. He buys this, he buys that, but those are the pads that I know help him get to the finish he's looking for.
Okay, no, that's fantastic. And I think kind of a fun one. They told me I got one question left, so I'll throw this one out there.
Okay.
Stefan here wondering, any pads for polishing planes? So I imagine like exposed aluminum, leading edges, that kind of stuff. So be careful with the plane.
Yeah, it's kind of an easy one, you know, with myself, Sydney having the opportunity as well to be part of the Air Force One detailing team. It's kind of exposed us to some aviation and, of course, polishing on some old paint, new paint, aluminum. Yeah, so when it comes to aluminum, that's a very finicky surface. You know, depending upon, again, the finish you're starting with is going to depend upon how you dive into that. Sometimes you could go wool pad with different types of metal polishes, rouge, and then sometimes with foam.
Yeah.
And that's dependent. It's kind of hard to say which ones will work best. Obviously, the categories for polishing foam are going to be the more beneficial ones to get the finish on the metal finish you're looking for. But when it comes to the paint, you got to be careful, because that's something that some of those areas of spray are not all consistent because of how they have to spray those planes. So I would say between probably the blueberry and the yellow finishing pad is really going to be where you need to be for the type of finish you're trying to achieve, just getting that high finish and just enhancing the surface.
Yeah, and you know, across planes you're going to find a lot of different surfaces, but also planes are exposed to elements unlike anything else. They really are. And so, you know, if the paint is painted, and you know, there's just gonna be a lot of different factors there. So again, test spots, making sure you know what you're doing. You know, plane detailing is a whole rabbit hole that we probably don't have too much time to go into, but again, just test spots. What surfaces are you working on? You know, metal polishing, there's a lot of wool comes in on planes, to be honest. A lot of wool. You kind of start with the wool and you finish out with foam. But absolutely, we went through a lot of pads.
In most cases, too, with those planes, you have such large vessels that they're spraying, and it's usually a unified paint system of some sort.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a single stage or a base coat, clear coat. So you want to look into that to see what type of paint system you're working with, so you don't go in overkill and remove too much material.
Yeah.
Because it's not like where you could just go to a body shop and have that panel resprayed if you make a boo-boo.
Yeah.
It's
well, and I don't know about you, but if somebody wants a full correction on a plane, I'm out.
No.
Like 100%.
Clean,
no
shiny, and
scratches.
protected. And more aerodynamic.
Yeah, let's just shine and be protected.
All right, guys. Well, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for Buff and Shine presentation. Really got a chance to see those up close and personal. Love that. Any final words from you guys before we go along?
No, just, thanks for having us here. We love TRCMA. It's a great week, great time. So, thanks for having us.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to show you how innovative we are here at Buff and Shine Manufacturing.
No, thank you, Justin. Thank you, Sydney and Rich. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. That was Buff and Shine, folks. So, the day's not quite up. We still got one more here in the tank just for the day. This afternoon, we are coming up on Stoner Car Care. Let's see what they're about.
Really in-depth, detailed analysis of how this stuff works at the microscopic level that we'd love to share with you guys. So stick along with us as we jump into that. So to get started on how we learned more and more about this iron remover technology across the board and how it really works, we wanted to see it working at the level of the iron. So we invested in some technology with our R&D team to really get down to the surface level of what's going on. So what we're going to do is going to show a video that we shot in our lab to get down to the surface. I think up to some of the shots were up to 2000x magnification to see what's actually happening at the surface level. So we put this video together to show you what's going on, and we'll talk over that. So when we were talking about this video, we really wanted to see how the iron removers are working down at the microscopic level, and are they removing all of the iron, or what is the method for that, getting the iron off of your vehicle? So starting that off, we had to go and find a vehicle that we knew had iron on it. So we went, tested this panel at a junkyard, pulled this off of a van, and then we took it back to our workshop here, and I protected it. And to prevent from having any of those hot sparks ending up on the paint, while we did test that as well, you can definitely tell which one's a fresh spark because it's fresh metal, it doesn't have any kind of oxidation on it. We wanted to keep that out of the samples to have the best possible testing for this. Real life, so it's a real life scenario. Exactly. So what we did is we put painter's tape over top of there, even had some clear plastic wrap to kind of protect and keep those hot sparks from hitting that painted surface, and just try and make our sample sets just a little bit cleaner. So as you see in the video here, we're cutting that panel off of the door there, and then we cut it into small manageable sizes that we can put underneath a microscope. So we took them back into our lab here, and we covered up the edges there just so we don't have sharp metal just scraping up our lab team here. And we labeled each one so that way we knew which one was dirty, which one we've cleaned. And we're just going to take a quick peek under the microscope here and show you that's what a dirty panel looks like. No car wash at all, right off the street. It probably hasn't been washed in a few years. This is a completely unwashed sample. So as you can see, there's plenty of dirt particles on there, all kinds of who knows what that's been, whatever that van has come in contact with. Now this wash sample, we've washed about as well as you can possibly wash a car. We had it washed with a waterless wash, scrubbed down real well. Then we hit it with an all-purpose cleaner, so we did like a high pH wash to it to kind of get any kind of dirt or debris or anything off of there. Then we came through finally with a tar and sap remover just to make sure we had all kinds of sap, tar, that kind of thing completely wiped off of that surface panel and make sure we have a clean panel to start with. So what was kind of surprising for many is even after you've done this 3-step washing process here, and you think your car is clean, and honestly, from a naked eye, it kind of looks clean. When you put that under the microscope, there's a lot more to the story there. So while that looks like a clean panel, when you put that under the microscope, you'll see there's still contaminated, like embedded iron on those panels. So that's what we're trying to do when we go after these iron particles. We're trying to target those with the iron remover and remove that. It is very hard to see with your naked eye, but super easy to see under a microscope. I think this is important to point out. People will see a clean car, and you'll see a lot of the detailers will actually go to like the feel method. Like you can feel there's still contaminants. You can feel that dirt there. So as you can see with those panels, you got to a very clean from your eye level panel. Under the microscope, you can kind of see what people are feeling when you rub it over a dirty panel. And really what we're trying to do there, as Rich said, is remove anything other than things that were actually embedded into that clear coat. So the only things left, not all of these things were iron, but a high percentage of them were iron. So what we're looking at here is that panel that's been thoroughly cleaned at 50 times magnification. You can see all those things that you would typically feel on your paint after it's been fully cleaned. Now, as you'll notice that we've applied the iron remover to this, and it's starting to bleed orange in all the spots where there are ferrous metals or the iron particles onto that surface. So when we zoom out there quickly, we can make a quick pause at that spot, and it'll show what that looks like to the naked eye. While that was just a drop of iron remover on there, it reacted in all those spots, but while you look at it at 50 times, you can see all the individual spots of where it's reacting at. So now zoomed into 2000x, you can actually see what's going on at the surface of an individual piece of iron. And what's happening really is the whole piece isn't dissolving. You can kind of see the orange going in and out as it's dissolving and indicating, but just that exterior of that piece is starting to get broken down. And every once in a while you can see like a bubble form up and run to the surface. That very exterior surface is starting to get dissolved to help kind of dislodge that piece. Yeah, you can start to see some of the fragments kind of fly off there. So again, this is a individual piece. Now we're zoomed in even more to see some of the bubble action on the perimeter, and then zooming back out. So kind of really showing what's going on at that microscopic level.
Now this part I want to show when you use a clay bar, how that mechanical step really helps take that iron particle that the edges are dissolved and break that free from where it's embedded. Now we put a piece of clay bar onto that, that scrubber there, and we just went through and scrubbed it using the clay, or using the iron remover as a clay lubricant. And as you can see, as we rinse that clean versus the spot that hasn't been rinsed, hasn't been clay barred, it is able to just get a completely clean surface with no embedded particles whatsoever.
And then here where we're setting up, we're not necessarily just comparing to our own. This is a phenomenon that happens across this class of products. So all iron removers are working functionally in the same way. So the indication works a little bit differently with what's on the market versus our product. However, the functional action on the iron is the same. So that edge out dissolving of the iron to loosen it is how that's working. And what we're going to show here with that recommended time frame of dwell time is none of these products on the market, we're not saying they're bad, but none of them on the market work without that contact step, that clay bar step that we did in the demo that Rich talked about. None of them work without that. So we had a rinse. So you see these are rinsing clean. This is basically simulating the wash down after you use the iron remover. And then we are going to reapply the same iron remover on that panel. And you'll see, yes, they make it better, but they are not removing all of the embedded iron. So you need both steps at that level to truly get that panel clean.
Yeah, and just to reiterate there how you said they don't work, while they may be indicating and they may be dissolving particles, to go from a panel that has iron on it to a panel that has no iron on it, really the only way to guarantee that is a two-part cleaning, chemical clean with the iron remover and a mechanical clean with a clay bar. That's going to get you down to a bare surface with no embedded particles in it.
Yep. And then that last shot that we just showed was actually a time lapse over, I think it was like 12 hours of an iron particle in iron remover dissolving for 12 hours. And what you see is there's essentially no major functional structural change of that piece of iron. So what that means is these iron particles are not being dissolved. The edge is being attacked, so it helps loosen it. So again, you go back to Rich, I think originally came up with this demo. We were talking to I'm Josh V. The iron nail in a piece of wood, and you can use the clay bar to buzz it off, and then you need the clay bar to help loosen the rest what's in there. You need both steps for this to function and work. We actually replicated this test with just phosphoric acid, and again, overnight, that is not going to dissolve your iron. So anything you're putting on your clear coat for 3 to 5 minutes is not going to be doing what I think the perception has been that it's doing. You need both steps.
It's essentially just like when you're going through an automatic car wash and one that's touchless. If you go through with a filthy car, it comes out and it's just chemically cleaning it. It's not scrubbing in any way. Your car comes out the other side. It may be cleaner, but you can still see your car's dirty. Right. It's going to be a similar situation with the iron removal step. But you go through a regular car wash, and your car might be clean, but then you might also be scratched if it's touching the car. So in an ideal situation, you need to have the chemical and the mechanical step and as much lubrication as you can to prevent scratching. To get the optimal results where the car is perfectly clean and free of debris, which is really important if you're trying to put any kind of ceramic coating and get good bonding or any kind of surface protection you're looking to do in your vehicle.
So now that we saw that happens at the microscopic level, we're going to jump to a video of using this door as our demo in the real life. So we're going from that microscopic, what's going on in your clear coat, to what happens in the real world when you're actually doing an iron removal process on your car. Today we're going to do just a dedicated paint decontamination odorlessly with our new products. We're going to explore both our traditional indicating iron remover that turns orange in the presence of metal ions and our brand new, just released indicator-free version. That's going to be for those of you who are doing this on the road and mobile and might have that unsealed concrete because as we've pointed out, there is some risk of staining with unsealed concrete. So if you're going to be spraying or cleaning or detailing around that, we're going to recommend using the indicator-free version, but both have the same active ingredient to remove, dissolve, help lubricate that iron off of your paint without the indicator. So what we're going to do with this panel is we are going to prep it with an all-purpose cleaner. We're going to wash it with a contact wash, and then we're going to go over this whole panel with our iron remover. Then for half of this panel, we are going to use our contact with either a clay bar or a clay mitt to really get that deep clean, again, in that one step. And then we're going to go back over this with a traditional iron remover to show you what's left on when there's not that abrasion. And that's really going to get us to explain and understand that the iron is both exposed on the outside and embedded. And so you need the iron remover and mechanical to truly decontaminate safely, effectively, easily, and with Stoner's product without any stink. So since diving into this iron remover technology, what we found is there's just as many techniques as there are people who are doing iron removal. Everybody's got their own little niche way of doing it. A lot of people like to spray iron remover on the panel directly on a dirty car. Something just rolls into the shop, they hose it down with iron remover. Looks great because all the colors pop out. But really there's a lot of non-iron abrasive things on that surface that you're gonna agitate. So we always recommend doing a normal wash first. And you'll see in our videos, you saw in our live video, we basically do an all-purpose clean like a prep soap, then we do a wash, and in the video we even did a Terminator. For today we're just going to do all-purpose cleaner and then a contact wash to get any additional abrasives and dirt off. So the only things that should be left on here are kind of embedded contaminants, including those that are kind of ferrous materials that'll indicate with iron. Ready to use all-purpose cleaner and our RIK sprayer for our prep wash. We'll let it go for a minute. Moab. From the smell of it, it's green apple, which I love. So for the sake of the demonstration, I'm going to spray this half with a traditional iron remover. One of the ones you know, you're used to it, you know the smell, it's going to turn purple. But we're not trying to rag on it, so we're not showing you what we're using or who we're using. The products all work fairly well. Our differentiator is odor, so we're not looking to rag on them. So we're going to spray this half with the purple, we're going to spray the left side with our product, do the contact, and then come back over the entire panel to show you that you need both steps to really work. This half then we're going to use our original iron remover before we do our contact. So we've let these sit for a couple minutes. Again, there's no denying purple shows up more dramatically than our orange, but both of these are clearly indicating the iron particulates. And if you want to be Insta-famous and have it look great, that's fine, but it genuinely stinks in here because of this, and now my shoes are somewhat ruined. And this is still doing the right job, so this is still decontaminating. So we're going to take a clay mitt, add a couple more sprays of our iron remover. And again, this is doing two things. It's putting more of the active on there, but it's also got quite a bit of lubrication in here that we can use to decontaminate this panel. And basically you're just doing the same thing you do with a clay bar or clay mitt that you traditionally do. And this is basically incorporating a mechanical clean alongside of the chemical clean to really get both the surface and the below the surface embedded metal particulates and other items that are kind of in your clear coat. And as you're doing this, you can actually tactically feel your paint getting cleaner and smoother like you do when you use a clay bar. So we're going to rinse both of these off. So now we're going to show you the difference of what happens with a chemical and mechanical versus a straight chemical. We're going to go back over with that original kind of traditional style iron remover to show whatever differences there are. I will tell you already from just tactically being here with the paint, there's no comparison. So this feels like a clayed smooth surface like you would expect with a clay nit. This side obviously is much cleaner than it was when we started. However, there's no comparison. The whole replacing clay with just a chemical, that really doesn't prove itself out. And you're going to see more of that in the chemistry and the science behind this next week. But these are two very different panels, even physically touching them and being prepared to be decontaminated. If you're going to do an additional step with polishing, this one's much closer to being ready for that. And then we'll see what the iron looks like. So as you can see, with one pass of the treatment with mechanical, we have a significantly cleaner panel on this side, on this left side of the car door. And you know, the right side without that mechanical is still lighting up extremely well, indicating there's still a lot of metal embedded in that clear coat. Again, this is primarily done for prep for next polish or correction. You could either go over this again with your iron remover and your clay nit or your clay bar, or you can move into your polish step, which is also going to help get those contaminants out as well. But you can see the point of this was you need both to make that difference. And although it's not perfect, it's significantly better than we were with just the chemical. With, again, our competitor, we're not hating on it. This is just going to happen with all the iron removers. And you'll see more about that, again, next week in the science video. So what we're going to do just to finish this thing out, we're going to finalize, we're going to spray again with our indicator-free version just to save our noses a little bit. Go over the whole panel again, hit it with our clay mitt, and then try to see what happens when you're on 2 wipes with this side and then your first contact wash again with this, just to bring it back. And we'll do one final wipe to indicator to see where we are after that step of the process. So as you can see, as we had hoped and expected, now that this side has been done twice, it is almost completely removed. You can still see a couple spots here. I'm gonna put that mostly on user error, making sure we get the even coating. But now that this has had the contact mechanical wash and the chemical, it's significantly cleaner. But again, because it's only done one time, it's still a little bit more indicating than the side closest to me. So as you can see, you need both mechanical and chemical to truly decontaminate your paint. A product like this, you can do that without the stinky odor. It's got the lubrication involved, so you can basically do this in one step and get to a decontaminated clear coat as fast, safely, and stink-free as possible. So really, when you look at those two videos, we look at the microscopic level, what's happening with the iron remover and the iron particles, and then the real-world application, we get the deeper learning what's going on with iron removers. None of the iron removers on the market, including ours, including Stoner's, none of them actually dissolve the entire iron particle. What they're doing is just starting to break down that outer layer of the iron particle so that it loosens it to allow a mechanical step to loosen it. You need both the mechanical and the chemical to get that deep, clean iron removal regardless of what type of you're using. Our cell here basically is, ours does that with a non-odor, a non-stinky version. The sacrifice is, and we're still working on this, is that orange indication isn't as dramatic as the purple. However, no odor with our product, but you need both steps regardless. And that's, again, because of some of that feedback that pushed us to get deeper.
Yeah, I thought you had a pretty good demo of how you explained it with like an ice cube tray. If you want to kind of explain kind of the ice being that iron particle, if you wouldn't mind jumping.
Yeah, so, and I think I kind of got that idea from your nail in the wood idea. But what's happening, if you think about getting an ice cube tray right out of the freezer and holding it upside down, it's like kind of like the Dairy Queen demo. If you hold it upside down, it stays in that tray. The iron remover chemistry is literally just like pouring warm water on the back of that tray, because then just that very outer layer of the ice melts and they'll start falling out. That's really what's happening at the surface level. But you need that clay bar or a clay mitt to come through and then grab that particle to dislodge it, because it's still going to want to stay in there, even with a pressure wash, high pressure spray. We've gone over that. Hit it with the indicator again, and it's going to show that iron is still there. You need both steps.
So it's really going in, dissolving the edges of that iron particle, and kind of breaking that bond with the paint, and allowing it to be then picked up with a clay bar and removed completely, not just leaving behind or shaving off the top of it.
Yeah. For that best stage of clear coat to get to your next step. So again, typically you're going to be doing some polishing step, some paint correction step, some kind of sealant or ceramic step. To get that best prep, you need the iron remover chemistry and the mechanical working together to prevent any damage or marring.
All right, through all this, we really appreciate everyone's feedback that's really helping us get to this point of like driving us to do all that more research in the lab, seeing what the true cause and how this stuff's really working down at the molecular level. Because without those people, everyone making YouTube videos, giving us comments, calling into our customer service, letting us know what their personal feedback is on it, we really can't test this stuff enough in lab or in our real world until it gets out to thousands of different people and everyone has their own situation where they've used it. So thank each and every one of you for all the feedback you've given us, and you push us to grow. I want to thank the whole TRCMA crew, like Levi, Anthony, Dane, Gabe. I really appreciate everyone there at the Rad Company. Josh, sorry, I know I'm forgetting some, but I appreciate each and every one of you guys for the opportunity to have us on here today. Again, we're sorry we're going to be there in person, but we're going to be happy to have a live Q&A session here, starting with JC and I in the future right now. So we're going to jump forward to that. If you have any questions on what we're said here today, grill us on that. We would love to hear each and every one of your questions. All they do is help us grow. We're looking forward to next year, and we'll see you guys in a few moments here.
Would you see that?
Hey.
Did you see that was a little Joe?
Yeah, snuck in there.
That was great. JC and Rich, what are you guys doing?
What's going on?
Howdy, howdy.
Hanging in here. Had a little bit of a computer scare where our battery charger broke, but luckily we got one in the quick instant. So it's a little stressed for a moment there, but we're doing good now.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Oh, man, no, we got you now. Yeah. Go ahead, Levi.
Oh, I was just going to say, I appreciate you guys doing that. That was awesome. What a great demonstration. All of us have had some time to play with the iron remover, and have had a blast with it. The no smell is amazing. There we go. We had
a little excited with the graphics.
Yeah. The no smell, though, is a real deal.
Absolutely. I mean, the no smell, I mean, when we went around and we talked to multiple different detailers, and it's a large part of my job is gathering feedback from the field. And when I was asking, like, what's a big problem that you wish a chemical company could solve for you? I mean, everyone and their mother was saying, if you can make this stuff not smell, that would be huge, because I'm going home on my lunch break to change my clothes. I'm showering before I'm delivering this to a customer. I'm going home. My wife's telling me, don't touch the baby with your clothes on like that.
Oh, yeah.
We hear it all the time. So we're like, well, let's put our PhD chemists to this and see if there's not something that can be done about it. Right.
Yeah, I'm not detailing as much anymore, but we did a wash on, was it your car?
Probably.
And we used an iron remover, and it's the number one thing I hate using, even across all of our brands.
Clears the room every time.
I hate driving home because I smell it on me.
Oh yeah, people think it's you after you leave. They're just like, they have no context. They just think you smell like that walking around.
Yeah. It's one of those where I'm leaving work and I'm like, oh my gosh, I stink. But it's because of iron remover. It's just the natural chemistry that we've all been used to. So you guys approached us at SEMA and you were very excited to talk about the product and let me know that there was no scent. And that is huge. And I can't stress it enough for folks that are on the fence or like, oh, what are you guys doing? What's up with that? But that was an amazing demonstration. It works, and the value of no scent.
Yeah, because there's no doubt about it. I mean, when we first dropped this, there was a lot of questions that people have. When something works differently than what you're typically used to, everyone's going to be a little bit skeptical up front. And one thing we noticed is that everyone was testing it. They would spray ours on, and then they would go and spray on another competitors. And it was like, well, is that really a fair judgment? Because if you just spray on the competitors and then you spray on the competitors again, you're seeing the same thing as well.
Yeah.
So we kind of really want to dig into it. Like, why is that not removing on first pass? What is going on here? What do we got to do to go from we have a car that has iron on it to getting that iron removed off of the vehicle and doing that in an efficient way that's not just wasting an entire bottle of iron remover, spraying it over and over and over again. So that really, I mean, we reached out to all kinds of different contacts and learned a lot from other people in the industry that would kind of explain it. I mean, Eric from Car Supplies Warehouse helped me out a bunch on the science that was going on behind there, so we could dig into it on our lab and really see that on a microscope and really prove the point. So it's been a challenge digging through here, but we were happy about it. One of the nice things about it, we came a lot closer with a lot of people using our products. And after doing a couple of podcasts, people were like, well, I'm sure some people have heard about it, most people have heard about it, where it was staining some people's driveways. So it was like a symptom that we didn't quite see at first. So we had to kind of gather up why it was happening, and then realize that there's a lot of metals in concrete that are just going to be reacting with that indicator. So after hearing a lot from the people in the field of like, hey, we don't need the indicator all the time. I mean, if you have a black car and you're spraying an iron remover on there, you're probably not seeing a bleed anyway. So they're like, well, can you just make one without an indicator that doesn't stain any driveway? So I'm sure you guys saw in the video there, we listened to people. We made an iron remover with no indicator in it. Same exact active ingredients, same exact recipe, just doesn't have the indicator in it.
Wow.
So if somebody has an unsealed driveway, now we have a product for you.
Well, I just wanted to say I really appreciate, like, as a consumer of various products, when somebody actually listens, they hear a problem, and rather than getting super defensive about it, if there's a realistic way to address it, you guys did that with the product. And before, like, this stuff spreads like wildfire on the internet, everybody just decides, oh, what was good is now bad. It's like, it's not bad. You just need to approach it differently. But then you guys brought out that with no indicator, and it works and it doesn't stain. That's just huge that you actually listened and you came up with an approach very quickly, I might add.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, kudos to Rich to start this. He brought this to us in product development, saying, "Hey, I think this is a real idea if we can solve this problem." That's really what Stoner tries to be best at, is solving real world problems for people. And this is a real one. That stink, and this is something I was not aware of. I never used an iron remover on my cars in my garage growing up, doing my own, that kind of detailing on my own cars. Never used that. He's like, this iron remover, and that odor is real. And so we sent it to our laboratory. If you can get over this hurdle, there is something real we can help these people with, because they shouldn't have to shower or drive home and change before they deliver a car, or do overnight air outs for that. But in that process, we learned so much more about how these products work than we were anticipating needing to get into. Again, appreciated all the feedback that got us to this point of really understanding and being able to see. Like, I'm very visual. I wanted to see what the heck is really happening with that piece of metal, because, honestly, sometimes cars contaminated with metal still look really good, really clean. But you don't want that metal, getting all in the correction phase and messing up your clear coat. So that was critical for us. So we appreciate all the feedback.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, no, and I mean the commenters here reflecting that they're really excited, and most of them are saying like, we don't need an indicator. This is fine. The trade-offs are so positive, you might as well just go for that. So maybe as just an introductory thing for somebody who's newer at this, the indicator makes sense, but for somebody who's a pro, kind of knows what they're already looking at, this just kind of cuts out, you know, the training wheels, so to speak, and you can just get straight to business.
Yeah, exactly. Dane, do you want to give us some more questions? I was going to tell you guys, this is funny. I have a gallon of iron remover from another company. It made my garage stink. It's a sealed gallon.
Oh, boy.
I opened it, poured a bottle. I actually tested it against your guys's just for fun. Put the cap back on. Left it on the floor in my garage, just sitting. It made my whole garage stink. I had to take it out. I still have that gallon because I'm not going to throw the chemical away. It sits outside my garage next to a tree stump, like right in front of my garage. It just sits there. Like, because I can't have it in the garage, it stinks so bad, even sealed in a gallon.
Yeah,
Like,
and I remember in the warehouse years ago, we had product like that in a hallway, and
Hey, when you walk by the hall, everyone go,
the building over time because it was in the area where like all the offices were.
Yeah.
It wasn't out with the other products because it made sense to keep it in more of a climate controlled area. Oh,
Yeah.
worst. So
what you did is revolutionary.
Yes,
So we want you guys to know that. I can't.
No small feat.
Yeah, can't stress
Larry
that.
Here, what makes it smell like that? They answered in the comments, but I want to hear you guys talk about it here more broadly with the audience so they can understand. People who are watching and may not see the chat.
Sure. Yeah. Do you want to? Sure.
So what makes it actually smell is the thioglycolic acid. So each and every one of the iron removers that turn purple are using thioglycolic acid.
Or salt of that, something similar chemistry.
So that's one of the only, well, that's the only acid that we're aware of that when it reacts with iron, it automatically has a color change to purple. So that's why everyone uses that, because it does have that indicator function about it. So when we came about making ours without that, we had to get around using that active ingredient, but still dissolving the iron. There's plenty of things out there that dissolve iron. So we found other ways to dissolve the iron, and then we had our chemists build a second part into it that when it would dissolve, it would pull it up into the solution. It had an indicator in there that when it recognizes iron, it changes the color.
Yeah.
So to be honest with you, the non-indicator version is way easier to formulate. With it. So that was a real challenge to get the indicator side of it. But as far as dissolving iron, people have been doing that for years and years and years. It's just funny that in the automotive industry, everyone's so accustomed to having that indicator. I mean, like if you were going to go use a rust stripper to tear off rust on something, I mean, there's no, you open a door, it's not going to indicate a different color, and nobody expects it to. But because it's been the way of the world for detailing, everyone kind of expects to have that indicator. We try to match that same thing. But and just to be clear, we have both versions available. So if you like the indicator, we have that. If you don't want the indicator, we have that as well.
Yeah.
And those thio compounds, they do work well. It's great at dissolving the iron, and it happens to when it dissolves, it's turning that deep purple color. It works well. It just stinks.
Right. Yeah.
But
it's a trade-off,
it's a cool
like
comment.
anything else.
Yeah.
Making products, you got to make compromises at some stepping point along the way, and you just found a way to give people what they want without the bad part. So, hey, we'll take it. Here saying, Stoner, do those hot iron particles leave tiny little holes in the lacquer? So that was something.
So they talk about when we were making. Are they talking about right in the beginning when we were using the saw to cut apart the panels?
So yeah.
Yeah. So we were worried about that as well. So we put painter's tape over it. We had some protective coverings over top of that to prevent it. The first time we did it, we noticed what it looks like. It's really obvious when you have one of those hot iron hot particles of metal, because it looks just like a fresh curlicue of metal under a microscope. When you blow it up at 1,000 times, it's very obvious that it's not oxidized at all. But we just didn't want that showing up in contaminating all the surfaces. So that's why we went through, covered them with painter's tape, protected with that film, and cut those apart just to make sure that we didn't introduce anything like that inside. But yeah, I would expect it to hurt clear coats and any kind of finishes when you're spraying hot metal at it. Sure.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
Stephanie here. Will the plastic bag test tell me the truth about any iron particles left on the clear coat? So I guess he's just wondering, as an example, people do the test with the baggie.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it all comes down to how good's your sense of feel, because that's what you're essentially, or listening to it. So, will I guarantee you don't have a single ion particle in there? No, but it's really hard to guarantee you don't unless you have a microscope, and that's just not realistic for day-to-day work. So, I think the plastic bag test is a really good way to doing it. Comfortable with it. I think a lot of real experienced detailers are just using kind of like the back of your hand. You have real sensitive touch right there. You can usually feel that roughness in the paint. But that doesn't mean that what you're feeling is iron particles. It could just be embedded dirt. It could be an imperfection in the clear coat. There's many different things it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, I would say particles that are kind of above the surface, you would feel, sometimes, and you've probably seen demos with, clay bars or things like that. If you get that shear action to kind of cleave off the top and it ends up going even with the surface, you might not feel that if you have it in there, and there could be still some kind of subsurface iron in it that you wouldn't feel, but overall it's a pretty good indicator of how clean your paint is, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, I got Neil White here saying, I had no idea Stoner sells a ceramic coating, so I'm reading up on it now. So that's probably something to kind of mention too, but tying it back with the fall remover and all that, I do think people might wonder how the coating holds up to products like that as well.
Yeah, so our ceramic coatings, we have 3. We have a glass-specific coating. I mean, invisible glass, we kind of had to make one of those first.
Yeah.
Then we have a trim shine plastic coating. It will restore the plastic for 5 years. And then we have our paint ceramic. So our paint ceramic and our trim shine, they'll last 5 years. Our glass ceramic, we only advertising 1 year just because wipers usually really degrade that pretty quickly. They're fully chemical resistant, so I mean, iron removers aren't going to be really hurting it because most iron removers are pH neutral, or at least pH balanced, I should say. And I mean, you can use the heaviest of alkalines, the heaviest of acids, and you're really not hurting a ceramic coating as long as it's fully intact. So I don't think you have anything to worry about if you're using our ceramic coatings. That's one of the beauties. It makes it a lot easier to clean because you can kind of go a lot heavier on the chemical side of cleaning and less on the mechanical side. So really reducing the abrasion you see on the paint.
Yeah, that would be my caveat. The chemistry itself isn't going to hurt that ceramic coating, but the process that we were showing with the clay, that physical abrasion will, as with any ceramic, it'll wear that down. But I mean, it's not gonna take it off in one go. You'll still have that protection.
Good to know.
Nice.
Well, I think this next one here from Kirby is one that people probably want to know too. Okay, yeah. Does a non-staining or even the orange iron remover damage a synthetic clay towel? So, like one of our ultra clay towels.
Which you used in the video.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You guys were using it, so that might speak a little bit to this.
Yeah, so we've tested it on the clay towels, the clay mitts. We've tested on a bunch of different ones. Haven't seen any kind of hasn't seen it degrade at all. The only thing, I mean, if you're using a clay bar over and over and over again, and you don't wash it off, you're just letting it'll eventually start breaking those kind of things down, leaving a lot of different chemicals on there. But if you're under normal use, you have no issue with it degrading.
All right, and then
it also has a really good lubricity to it. So we made that in mind. We added surfactants in there to make sure you could use it and add lubricity with the clay towels and clay bars.
Okay. Well, I've got Super Auto here. Don't sleep on the tried and true Stoner Terminator, which I've definitely experienced. It's been a great product for years, just like Invisible Glass, which was definitely the first Stoner product I ever
Dane has always preached.
And before I ever worked,
Invisible
I didn't
Glass.
know jack about detailing before getting into microfiber and then eventually detailing, thanks to guys like Levi here. But Invisible Glass was already a thing in my household, so I kind
You
of
were
understood
testing
that
rag company towels when your parents bought the
Yeah.
company, utilizing Invisible Glass.
Absolutely was. So, yeah, no, it's just a long time coming and hanging out. Yeah, I get it. But speaking of, sleeping on products, is there something in your guys' lineup? Because you guys got a lot of stuff. Is there something you wish people would talk more about?
Oh my gosh, I just got to say this. I got to use your guys' your upholstery cleaner. your upholstery and carpet cleaner, the foam. I have a Ford Fusion with the tan fabric, and I have a 9-year-old that loves to forget that you can't eat in the car. You can't go stomping around in the water and then step on the seats and do all that stuff. He has destroyed those tan seats, and I think you guys sent us a case. I think I took probably 4 of those cans myself. Oh, yeah. I used them all on that back seat since SEMA. And it is the only product that has been able to clean those seats that make them look like they're supposed to.
Yeah.
And it's amazing.
Not exactly easy to do.
No, not on that fabric specifically.
Terrorizing.
Kids are real. Kids are real with the cars. I have a 3-year-old. It's just, it's chaos in that.
Yeah.
We actually talked about it. We have a number of good. We appreciate mentioning the invisible glass, the Terminator, carpet cleaner is a sleeper. The one I will call out and give a little bit of a preview for. So we released a product called Power Clean. I think 2 SEMAs ago. And we kind of got a flash in the pan with getting some kind of big box store presence in there. I think the name threw some people off, but that product as an interior detailer is one of my favorite go-to products. And kind of behind the scenes, we're working on just a rebrand, relaunch of that to make it just more clearly, hey, this is an interior detailer. Because for just a quick wipe down of your interior, surfaces, and then that long-term, like matte to satin level protection and finish, which is that's my personal preference. A lot of people love our, trim shine on the inside, and it works. Use it. It's great. I'm just less of a shiny guy, more of like a matte finish guy. So that's one of my favorites.
Yeah. The other one I was going to say is the interior. It's like interior trim clean, but it's a cleaner and an aerosol and foam. And same thing. I was amazed because I was doing some cars, and I was amazed how much grime it removed, where normally a traditional interior cleaner I'd have to use, and then I'd get a stiffer bristle brush like our Color Lock brush and use that to try and break it up, and I still wouldn't get everything. And this, I don't know what you guys have mixed into it, but I couldn't believe the stuff that it would normally remove. And I'm like, you guys are blowing my mind. So
we got
kudos.
That super, super high foam in that. And you mentioned the upholstery cleaner. One of our kind of first how-to videos that we did, you would not believe how many people thought we spiked the video for how much brown dirt was coming out of our coworkers' brown. We won't put him on blast for how bad that back seat was, but it was 100% not set up. We just let's try this on this back corner seat, and brown just kept lifting up and up and up. It was nasty.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's really nice about that upholstery cleaner you're talking about. You can picture like a really filthy tan carpet, and if you use an extractor and you think you have it clean, and then it dries out and it just wicks up to the top, and you have that dirty surface layer again. So obviously, if you keep getting that thing wet, it's just going to keep wicking. So really, the trick to that is cleaning it without getting it too wet. Then
and using
so
a foam.
If you do have that wicking problem, putting that foam on top there, get a quick brush and a vacuum, and it just works wonders on cleaning up those. And also how you're saying about the trim clean. The trim clean is essentially an all-purpose cleaner, just in aerosol form. So what's funny is there's not a ton of manufacturers that even can make aerosols much anymore. So we're kind of one of the few that do everything in-house, like from R&D to marketing to aerosols to sales to social media. We're literally doing everything under one roof here. We're family-owned. Well, I guess it's 3 roofs, but we're family-owned company. So a lot of the companies nowadays, they'll outsource their aerosol business. Like, hey, can somebody make this in the private label product because they don't have an aerosol machine? But we have all that in the lab. So if there's something that kind of makes sense, put in an aerosol, and we can just take it down to the aerosol line, make it, and the all-purpose cleaner is a great one to be aerosolized. So it worked out really well.
Of course. And then
I would say,
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say what another sleeper product, because JC doesn't typically mention too much because he was the creator of it. But you guys haven't tried Speed Bead?
No.
It's a pina colada scent. Just a quick detailer for your paint, and man, that thing, it smells amazing. It wipes off super clean. It's a carnauba wax base, so it's only going to give like 30, 60 days protection, but it works awesome as a drying aid. Smells amazing, wipes off super clean. We're getting so much good feedback about using it on vinyl wraps. If you haven't tried that one, definitely a sleeper. But it's a sleeper in America, and Japan loves it.
Japan loves it.
Okay, Japan loves it. All right, yeah. So I think it always seems to come up with a name like that. But why the name Stoner? Somebody's always going to ask.
Yeah. So we're proud of that, and you know, we were when the video was playing, we were looking at the comments, and we're just laughing because it's always the first couple of comments are going to be stoner jokes.
Always.
I've gotten stopped in bars nonstop, like, you must really love weed because you got a stoner jacket on. It's like, no. So our founder, Paul Stoner, that was his name. So we're from Quarryville, Quarry Stone. That whole thing runs together. So he was actually, like, this is one of these like great American stories. He was an orphan by the time he was a young boy, put himself through school, started his own business, and his spirit, his idea of this, like, solving problems, finding out what these real differentiators are and solving that problem. That's what we still try to do today. So that's how this company got started. And in the late 80s, his grandson, our current owner, took over the business. So kind of skipped a generation, but yeah, it's a family name.
Nice.
No, that's very helpful and enlightening. So I'm glad somebody cleared that up.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one for you guys. We got Stefan here asking, does their purple invisible glass with rain repellent contain ceramic elements?
So that's a loaded question because we have like 3 of those. We have one called rain repellent. We have one called invisible glass clean repel, and we have one called invisible glass ceramic hybrid, like hybrid ceramic. So the cleaner repel one that he's specifically stating there does not have the ceramic in there. You probably talk more about the technology in that one specifically, but the hybrid ceramic one that has a polysiloxane in it. So it's not polysilazane.
Yeah.
Polysilazane you really need to have in a glass bottle and be pouring it out that way. If someone's giving it to you in a trigger bottle and it doesn't jam up after the first time you use it, it's probably not real polysilazane in there. It just cures hard, so it just ruins trigger bottles. So it's a polysiloxane in there. It doesn't quite have the same durability as a polysilazane. It has about 6 months durability. So that's what you'll see in the bottles that we have labeled hybrid ceramics. So we have that for paint, we have it for plastic, we have it for glass.
Okay. That does help clarify. Because, yeah, I mean, you guys got a big line. There's obviously a lot of stuff, a lot of moving parts. It can get a little confusing. So thank you for clearing that up.
Absolutely.
Then, Super Auto here. Eddie wants a Lil Joe scented like standard iron remover.
No.
Let's not.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Meanwhile, DS shouting out the new hybrid ceramic line. So definitely a fan of those.
Check that out.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
also, David here, let's see, David Bradshaw, having a sense of humor about the name is not a bad thing either. Makes it more memorable. So when you see it on the store shelf, you're going to buy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that's the best way to approach it. We're called the Rag Company. We can't take ourselves that seriously. So we really understand, like, you come in and people see the name, they have some assumptions or they make some jokes and stuff, and you play off that, you have a good time, and next thing you know, you're friends and you're having a good time. So, no, definitely understand that. But as far as, let's see, some final thoughts and things, I'm getting a few more questions. Oh, no, okay, a bunch of Willie Nelson stuff. Okay, anyway, you get the idea. What would you guys like to say here for the last few minutes, just as like some extra advice for folks who are maybe looking at the lineup, some different tips they can use when they're next time shopping for Stoner products?
Yeah, so I would say one of the tips that our lineup is a little bit more spread out. There's all kinds of different products and different bottle shapes and stuff. So it is something we're trying to work on, like our image of getting it more uniform looking, because we usually try and make each product the best it could possibly be for its specific use case. So like, for instance, if we have a rain repellent that might be 8 ounces, if we gave it to you in a 22-ounce bottle, it'd probably be completely overkill and it would cost too much. So we try and put everything in different things that make sense for their use case. But that also kind of takes away from the symmetry of the product line. So don't get scared away by if something doesn't look quite the same. If you have the Center Car Care logo on there, I mean, it's made here in our factories here in Quarryville. You can go on our website, check out the whole product line. We have pretty much everything you would kind of need. We're still trying to get into a couple extra like high pH car washes, low pH car washes, and things like that.
Yeah, paint correction.
Yep, exactly.
That's work to do there.
So we're still building this like literally every single day, but we've been doing this since 1942. So there's quite a few products, and I mean, I think right now we're actively stocking like 200 SKUs or something like that. So some people might be like, oh, they sell more than invisible glass. Like, yeah, we have like 200 products. If you'd be interested in checking them out. And since 1942, it's probably in the neighborhood of like 3,000 different formulas that have gone through this place. So if there's something that you need or you want a problem for us to solve, write into us on Instagram or on our website or anything like that. We'd love taking on a challenge. We love trying to satisfy a problem that people have. And we've been hearing from a lot of people about like a waterless wash, rinseless wash. We're working on that right now. We do have some stuff out in the works with some high-end, obviously car manufacturers testing it out for us. So we're actually.
And if there's things that one of our we've heard this all around, and a lot of this is kudos to our team here. If there's things that are causing those problems, if there's things that you just wish were different, let us know. Like, comment on things. I can't tell you how many times Skylar is texting me over weekend saying, "Hey, we get this comment. What can we do here? Or what's this person's problem? Do you think this is a bigger scale problem?" Let us know, because we have a good team listening, watching, viewing all these comments and interacting with people, and that helps us make the next generation, that next product, that next iteration or improvement that might really solve a problem for you. So we love the feedback you gave us already. Please keep that coming.
Well, sweet.
Right. Excellent. No, thank you so much, guys, for dropping in. Really sorry you couldn't be here in person. We'll work on that. But apart from that, just glad to have you guys here.
Yeah.
My bad on that one. This bum knees really have been holding me back, and I was originally all hell bent on going, and Casey's like, "You should probably sit back and take a look at this, because I don't even know if we get you first class, you're gonna be able to fit with that."
Yeah.
This is the note that Rich sent me from his doctor. I didn't know there was that many things that could go wrong with the knee. That he
Yeah.
Oh
no.
Yeah, these guys were ready to rock and roll. They were ready to come. They were planning on being in the studio.
Gonna be right
And then
now.
Rich had to be a good uncle and take his nephew to a trampoline park and show him what he could do. We understand. It's all right. It's all right.
I landed, my knee just went left.
We will be out there for sure.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you guys doing this. We appreciate you joining us. And thank you guys so much for participating this year. It really means a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so that wraps up Stoner. Now it's just time to wrap up the day. We still got another day to go, though. We're not done yet.
I can't believe it's gone by this fast, Dane.
It's been blowing by, but at the same time, the days are long, but they've also been fun. So it's been all right. I've been having a good time. And hopefully you have, too, if you've been watching. So make sure you hit that like button while you're hanging out here. Levi, let's take a look at the schedule.
Let's do that. Well, tomorrow, we've got our friends at KCX. We've got Color Lock popping in too. So 9 a.m. KCX, 10 o'clock Color Lock. And then, hey, it's us.
Hey, I know those guys.
We're going to be doing our very own presentation about the Ultraline and some of the new products that we've got. And then, of course, the boys' final halftime show with what's
pixelated
looks like
there,
a special guest. And
somebody
then
dropped by.
2 o'clock, we are going live again, and it is Lake Country Power Tools in the studio, as well as Lake Country Manufacturing. And then the great Dr. G will be virtually gracing us with his presence to talk about some of the new products from OBT. And RoadFS, Rod and Jody, always put on a great show. They're going to be here in the studio doing their bit. And then, Scott from Koenig. We've got another virtual presentation, and that's what you guys are going to get to see. And we'll be rounding that out. But tomorrow is a big day. We've got the boys from KCX and ColorLock again, starting us off with the Rag Company, and then again Lake Country, Optimum, RoadFS, and Koenig. So you don't want to miss the final day of TRCMA and see what we've got in store. Because I think if you guys were wowed this day today, and maybe you were wowed yesterday and the day before, you cannot afford to miss. And what you also can't afford to miss.
What's that?
25% off the ragcompany.com on Rag Company products to celebrate 25th anniversary.
You know what to do.
And 20% off almost everything in the store. So all those cool scan grip lights you saw, maybe some of those good looking buff and shine pads that you've been wanting. Maybe you want to, take advantage of KCX products, or, some OPT stuff, or, PNS products. We have them.
Maybe some products in today's
off.
demos that you saw just recently got updated to the site,
yes,
and are now available when they weren't this morning.
You're going to have to take a look.
Stuff keeps
You're going to have to take a look. Now,
I
do want to put this out just for folks that are wondering. I saw in the comments, people are wondering, stoners, you guys bringing them on. We haven't talked about that. We haven't discussed that. We just really like those guys.
They're
and
just
so,
great guys.
Just like Ego, just like some of the other brands that we don't carry, we wanted to bring them on because we really appreciate everything that those guys do for the industry and what they're trying to do. And if you noticed, they're using an MTM gun. They were using an Ego blower. They were using Rag Company products.
Mixing it up.
They were using all kinds of stuff, and that's what we really liked. We got a lot of seat time with those guys at SEMA, and we just had so much fun with them. And then we got to hang out with them again at MTA. And so this was really introducing them to you guys, because they're really making a push to get into. They've always been around. Almost 80 years, but they're really pushing to get more involved in the detailing industry, and we really think that's super and awesome of them to do that. So that was one of the reasons we want to have them on, because as you saw, they're just cool dudes and they know their stuff.
And realistically, chances are somewhere close to you carry Stoner products.
That's right.
So you shouldn't have trouble finding their products now that you know a little bit more about them. But the last thing I wanted to say was in regards to the sale. I had some people saying, ooh, promo code, where do I find it?
There is no promo code.
There is no promo code. Just buy on the site, put it in
this
your cart.
week.
As long as you're doing it this week, you're good. I don't think it ends on Friday, right? Or is it Thursday, or Friday is the end? Let's just make sure. If
we'll tell you tomorrow.
Probably do it tomorrow. That would be a
I think plan on Friday evening, maybe Saturday morning being the last day. But this is a sale going on. And for those of you in Europe, TRCMA deals are also going on at the Rag Company Europe this week. So you can pick up products there as well at a discount. And then I do believe Rag Company UK is offering some discounts as well as our friends in Australia at Car Care Co.
Absolutely.
So there are some great values all over the world that you can take up during this week, TRCMA week. So
okay. Well, I guess that pretty much rounds us out for the day. So once again, thank you so much for watching. It's been 8 hours. It's been a while. So
we gotta
you
go
guys
eat.
Are troopers, and we're troopers too. But hit that like on your way out the door.
Please.
Make sure you leave comments below. These things will live in infamy onwards on our channel. So if you're looking for these segments again, don't worry. They won't run away. They'll be right here. You can use this link to come back. And we will have them bookmarked as time goes on so that you can find the exact sections you're looking for. It just might take a little time before we're able to throw those in there.
There you
All
go.
right, that's it, guys. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
See ya.